Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Today is Tuesday, March 8th, also known as International Women's Day. So if you do have a special woman in your life, be sure to wish her a happy International Women's Day. We do want to get you caught up and out the door this morning with the top stories. And of course, that does take us live to Ukraine, where we are monitoring day 13 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we do have a slew of international events and feeds that are going to come into our newsroom within the next couple of hours, and we do want to take you out to a live look now at some of those events that we are monitoring. Today, in just a couple of minutes, we should be hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He is in Estonia finishing up his tour of the Baltic states. Later today, he is actually going to head to France to meet with President Macron. So we are expected to hear from, once again, Secretary of State Antony Blinken live from Estonia within the next couple of minutes. We also, of course, are keeping a very close eye on the Polish-Ukrainian border, as we do have breaking news to confirm to you this morning. The UN has changed that refugee count. We have been monitoring this all week long. Just a couple of days ago, it hit 1.5 million. Yesterday, that count went up to 1.7 million. And today, we can confirm that the refugee count is now at 2 million in the first 12 days of this invasion. We also know that more than half of that amount, so 1.2 million people, have headed to Poland, and that is the feed that you are seeing on the upper right-hand corner. This is a train station packed with people. And speaking of International Women's Day, many of the people that are fleeing Ukraine are women and children. For those of you that perhaps have not been following this conflict from the beginning, within the first 24 to 48 hours of this conflict, President Zelenskyy of Ukraine did ban men aged between 18 and 60 from leaving the country. And so many of these mothers, wives, sisters are leaving behind their brothers, sons, husbands to continue the fight in Ukraine and headed here to Poland, as 1.2 million people have, and in total, 2 million have fled Ukraine. We also, of course, are taking a live look at the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. We do want to get you up to speed on the notes to the side of your screen, because that is the latest news that we will continue to update throughout the day. Humanitarian corridors are proposed today in 5 cities. Now, we've been bringing you this news for days now, as humanitarian corridors to get all of those civilians out of the country are expected to be once again attempted today. We also are going to hear from President Zelenskyy speaking virtually at the UK House of Commons in a historic address. That's going to happen around noon. And again, that UN confirming that the refugee count is now at 2 million. As you see there, Secretary Antony Blinken is at the podium, so we are going to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered right now. Let's take a listen.
Translation into Estonian. First, Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, please.
Thank you. Dear Secretary Blinken, members of the press, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here in Tallinn. I've been closely following your work, and I admire it greatly. I wish it could be under more pleasant circumstances, though. Our discussion today focused on the sharply deteriorated security situation in Europe, but also the need to adopt a new reality. For the Soviet occupation, of how valuable independence and freedom is. And it also reminds us that we have a very aggressive neighbor that we have suffered under. The Kremlin's war tactic is to terrorize civilians and put them to the front line of this war. This is brutal and heartbreaking. This tragedy demands first our continued and united support to Ukraine, political, humanitarian, economic, but also military. Second, our focus must be on full isolation of Russia from the free world. And third, we need to adapt to the new reality and also make changes in our own defense. Ukraine fights bravely for its homeland. What it needs urgently now is our military help. And here the American commitment and help have been and are continuous to be crucial. Estonia, together with the United States, was one of the first to give military support, even before the actual military attack happened on 24th of February. We should stop the military machine of the aggressor. The democratic world has stepped up against the war with speed, strength and determination. Our unity and action will help to tame the aggressor. But we need to be prepared for the worst, that the worst is still to come. Hence, Putin's violence must be in correlation with the further sanctions and also isolation decisions. First, we need to finalize and fully disclose SWIFT for Russia and Belarus. Second, we have to restrict also cryptocurrencies. This is equally important to close the loopholes. We have also closed our airspace, but we need to take a step forward and also close the seaports for Russian vessels. And we will keep finding new tools in our toolbox until Putin's war machine has been paralyzed. We are in this for the long haul. We see already tremendous policy shifts vis-à-vis Russia across the European Union. What we need next is also to have a strategic patience to keep these decisions in place. Russia expects us to, make a step back soon, as Dmitry Medvedev explained to Putin in a recent public meeting of the Russian Security Council, and I quote, "Sooner or later they will get tired of their own initiative. They will come to ask us about returning to discussions and negotiations regarding all the matters of strategic security." End of quote. So we will prove them wrong. They will come to test us, and yes, we will have to resist. The new security situation also demands rapid changes to European, including Estonian defense. Estonia has long spent over 2% of our GDP on defense, and we continue to call others to do the same. % of our GDP. NATO needs to adopt quickly as well. Decisions we have to make in the coming weeks and months need to include an upgraded strategy for defense in our region. This means permanently strengthening our defense in air, on land and at sea. I would like to thank the US for your presence and for your quick decisions that led to increased footprint in the Baltic countries. We have to keep on working together for the long-term decisions. That is why I also asked today to establish a permanent and meaningful NATO's forward defense in the Baltic region. In conclusion, I would like to thank you, Secretary Blinken, and the US administration for your heavy work, including intense consultations that you have had with us and our other allies in building the unity and within NATO. Our unity and scale of our joint decisions prove the strength of our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, please.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And Prime Minister, thank you so much, not just for the warm welcome today, but for the very good conversation. I deeply appreciate your insights and admire your leadership. So thank you for today. And it was very good as well to be with my friend, the Foreign Minister, and I want to send best wishes, of course, to the President as well. It's great to be in Tallinn as Secretary of State for the first time. It's meaningful to be here, in particular, on this 100th anniversary year of our diplomatic relations. But as the Prime Minister said, I also wish it were under different circumstances. Together, over many months, as we saw the mounting likelihood of Russian aggression against Ukraine, we continue to hope for the best, but we prepared for the worst. And we have acted on all of those preparations, and I'll come to that in a minute. But over the past several days, at what is a critical moment for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the world, I've been engaged with allies and partners across the continent, in Brussels, NATO, the European Union, G7 meetings, in Poland, where I visited a refugee welcome center and stood with the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba, on Ukrainian soil, in Moldova, a country seeking further integration into Europe, and finally, the three Baltic nations, Lithuania, Latvia, and today, Estonia. At every stop, I've emphasized the core values that bring our countries together: democracy, the rule of law, a respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the international rules-based order that helps maintain peace and security everywhere. And, as I said yesterday, in Lithuania and in Latvia, the people of Estonia, who lived through decades of Soviet occupation, understand in a profound way how wrong Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war in Ukraine is, how the world has to defend Ukraine's right to exist as a sovereign, democratic country, free to choose its own future. The numbers of killed and wounded civilians in Ukraine continue to rise. As of today, more than 1.7 million people have been forced to flee their own country. More than 800,000 people have become internally displaced within Ukraine. Many more people are trying to flee, but can't get out of besieged areas. There have continued to be reports of shelling by Russian forces on agreed-upon humanitarian corridors. We continue to call on Russia to allow for humanitarian access on the ground, both for supplies for people who've been cut off from food, from water, from medicine, and for humanitarian organizations like the International Committee of the Red Cross that can negotiate true humanitarian corridors so that civilians can safely leave the country. Estonia and the United States, together with our allies and partners, will continue to stand with Ukraine. We're increasing our security assistance to strengthen Ukraine's capacity to defend itself. Working with our humanitarian partners on the ground, we're providing more aid to people who are still inside Ukraine, as well as those who've left. And we're raising the costs on the Kremlin and all who aid and abet its efforts in continuing this war of choice. Our administration is also working with Congress to see to it that we can do even more. President Biden's request for an additional $10 billion would enable us to surge security, humanitarian, and economic assistance where it's needed. For its part, Estonia has provided many kinds of assistance to Ukraine, including Javelin anti-tank missiles and howitzers, food and medical aid to the front lines, a pledge to welcome more than 10,000 refugees, if they choose to come here, into Estonian homes, into Estonian communities. And as everywhere we've been in the Baltics over this last day, we continue to see an outpouring of support for the Ukrainian people. We continue to see the yellow and blue on homes and buildings. And it's a powerful message of solidarity. And together, as the Prime Minister said, Estonia and the United States are bolstering our shared security and shared defense. As President Biden said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Our commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. An attack on one would be an attack on all. We and our NATO allies are prepared to meet any threat coming in our direction from wherever it comes. NATO activated our defense plans for the eastern flank for the first time in its history in response to Russia's aggression, giving the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe the authority to deploy NATO response forces as needed. Many allies have increased their troop presence and contributed additional equipment and capabilities. President Biden ordered the deployment of an additional 7,000 U.S. troops to Europe and moved forces already in Europe to NATO's eastern flank. We deployed F-35 strike fighter jets to the region. We're augmenting NATO's enhanced air policing mission. And we're working with Estonia and Baltic neighbors on cybersecurity, on energy security, which are also critically important to our shared security. Over the past 30 years, the Baltics have formed a democratic wall that's now standing against the tide of authoritarianism that Moscow is seeking to push further into Europe. Estonia has become one of the most advanced digital societies in the world, with a strong free press, a business culture fueled by innovation, citizens empowered to do everything from voting to getting a passport online. What a comparison to Moscow, which viciously targets journalists and floods the internet and airwaves with disinformation, both around the world and at home. Many people in Russia have no idea what their government is doing right now in Ukraine. They think they're liberating Ukraine, not destroying it. Moscow has banned Facebook and Twitter to make it easier to sell its lies. One of the weak points of autocracies is that they rely on total control of information. So, we'll continue our efforts to counter Russian disinformation and expose the true costs of this war to the Russian people, both the profound costs to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and the costs to Russian people themselves, which are mounting every single day. The ruble is cratered. MasterCard, Visa, Apple Pay have shut down. Dozens of leading companies, from Nike to Coca-Cola, FedEx to Spotify, Netflix to Toyota, have exited the country. President Putin is making Russia a pariah, destroying in the space of a week 30 years of international openness and opportunity. The Russian people are already feeling the effects of this in their everyday lives, and that will increase. We hope they can learn the truth about why this is happening. This is not the Russian people's war. It's not a war of liberation or whatever else they've been told. This is President Putin's war to subjugate a sovereign democratic country. And until he ends it, the world will hold him accountable. At this critical moment for democracy in Eastern Europe, it is all the more important that democracies like Estonia, all of the Baltics, continue to represent the better path and rise to the challenge of the moment. The United States will stand with you as you do. Today, I should note, is International Women's Day, and I'm very pleased to be in Estonia for it, because, as is very clearly being demonstrated right now, Estonia has remarkably strong leaders who are women, including its prime minister, including its foreign minister. And because of Estonia's commitment to closing the gender pay gap and advancing gender equality among other key metrics, it's leading the world in all of these areas. Today, we also think of the strength of women in Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian women who've taken their children to safety in other countries, often leaving husbands behind, as well as many women who've joined the fight to protect the homeland themselves. The women of Ukraine embody the fortitude, the resilience, the courage of women everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at your disposal for questions. We will have 2 questions. Please state to whom the question is addressed to. Please use microphone. The first question by Tarmo Maiberg from Estonian National Broadcaster, please.
Hi. First question to Mr. Blinken. Actually, a comment. Russia and the United States should return to the principle of peaceful coexistence like during the Cold War. Just a quote from Russian Foreign Minister. What do you think about that? And the second part is, in 2005, at the UN World Summit was adopted unanimously the responsibility to protect. It is an international norm that seeks to ensure that the international community never again fails to halt the mass atrocity crimes. Is United States with its allies failing to fulfill that promise when we're witnessing mass bombings in Ukraine cities against civilians? So to Prime Minister, what about Estonia's support embargo on Russia's oil and gas?
Thank you. Peaceful coexistence has 2 words. The first is peaceful. And Russia is doing everything in its power to make a mockery of that word through its aggression on Ukraine. So, if Russia wants to engage in peaceful coexistence, which of course, in principle, we welcome, it needs to start by actually making good on the word peaceful and ending the war, the aggression that it is committing in Ukraine. It's pretty straightforward. Second, with regard to the responsibility to protect, we have been working together for many months, and we continue to do that to this very minute, to do just that, to do everything that we can to make sure that Ukrainians have the means to defend themselves against Russia's war of choice on Ukraine, as well as to help those in Ukraine who are suffering with humanitarian assistance, those outside of Ukraine who need support with the support they need. We've said for many, many months that if diplomacy did not succeed in diverting Russia from its course of aggression, and Russia pursued that aggression, we would respond, we'd be prepared to do so, and that's exactly what we've been doing, both with regard to helping Ukrainians and helping Ukraine defend itself, also imposing severe costs, some of which I alluded to earlier, on Russia, all with the purpose of ending Russia's aggression, ending the war, and indeed protecting the Ukrainian people. I think we brought tremendous resources to bear on this effort. We brought the world together in this effort. 141 countries stood up at the United Nations condemning the aggression and supporting Ukraine. And in the days and weeks ahead, working closely with our allies, we will step up the support that we're providing, the efforts to help Ukraine defend itself, and to support its people.
Thank you. We have put in place very strong sanctions, and we are working on the fourth package in the European Union to come forward with additional sanctions. We are working together with our European allies, which means that everybody has to to those sanctions, and right now we are working on making the SWIFT apply to everything. We also are working on cryptocurrencies. There are several elements as well. What comes to a Russian oil and gas embargo, then of course different European countries are in a not equal amount dependent on Russian gas and oil, which means that if everybody has to be on board, then we also have to find alternatives to those countries. And it seems to me that Putin is also doing, pushing all the countries towards green transition, but it doesn't happen overnight, and therefore. We will have discussions over this gas and oil embargo, but we also understand that we have to have alternative energy sources. So everybody has to be on board. Otherwise, the societies of different countries will be hurt more than necessary.
Thank you. Second question by Rich Edson from Fox News.
Thank you. Madam Prime Minister, Mr. Secretary, sorry I'm not a little bit taller. But Prime Minister, you mentioned you would discuss how you can enhance your permanent defense posture. What specifically do Estonia and the eastern flank need? Is it more troops, tanks, equipment, air defenses, and on what scale? And Mr. Secretary, with the consideration of banning oil from Russia, are you working with companies? Shell, just a short while ago, announced it's phasing out Russia oil and gas purchases. Also, where is the world going to find and replace that energy? Can Iran and Venezuela be part of a solution? Should we expect energy prices to rise further as a result of any Russia oil ban? And separately, are you concerned Russia may obstruct progress in the Iran negotiations? Thank you.
Thank you. The short answer to your question is everything. But longer answer is that we need different capabilities. We also need troops. We also need technology, and we also need everything to work together. What is the positive side of NATO is that we are in this collective defense alliance, which means that different allies also support our collective defense by different means. Some of them send troops, some technology, but it also has to all work together. So currently we are receiving different decisions from different allies, and we are also looking forward to concrete decisions by US, so that it would all play out. But considering that we are a border country to a very aggressive Russia, we need to enhance our defense posture. So far it has been deterrence posture, but we have to have it defense posture. What it means is that we have the troops, the capabilities, but also the practice of all of them working together, which means that we also need more military exercises on the ground, that we see that it all works. Thank you.
Rich, thank you. A few things to address in your questions. First, with regard to a potential oil embargo, an embargo on the importation of Russian oil. This is something, as I mentioned, that we have been discussing within the administration. The President discussed this as well yesterday when he had a call with the French President, British Prime Minister, and the German Chancellor, and something we're very much actively looking at. As a general proposition, we are working to maintain a steady global supply of energy and looking at various places where we can make sure that supply continues. And we're doing that, among other things, through our diplomatic efforts. And as this crisis continues, again, we want to make sure that energy is widely available. At the same time, as the Prime Minister said, there is, I think, a significant not only opportunity but imperative in this moment to finally move off of, for many countries in Europe, a dependence on Russian energy because Russia uses it as a weapon. And we're seeing countries respond to that. We're working closely with them as they engage in those efforts. It will take, as the Prime Minister said, some time to do that, but if you'll forgive the bad pun, there is real energy in this effort. And so all of these things come together, ensuring that there is a steady global supply of energy in the moment, ensuring that we're working together on finding ways to diversify supply, and also doing this in a way that's consistent with the agenda that we share, dealing with climate change. I think this only underscores the imperative of moving ahead as quickly as possible with renewable energy supply and sources. So we're working on bringing all of these things together, and with our diplomacy as well, making sure that energy supplies remain abundant, coming from different places around the world. With regard to the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, we continue to work to see if we can come back to mutual compliance with Iran on the deal. Russia continues to be engaged in those efforts, and it has its own interests in ensuring that Iran is not able to acquire a nuclear weapon. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, this is the whole time we had. Thank you, everyone.
And those were the latest live remarks from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken as he holds a news conference with Estonia's Prime Minister. This is actually the final stop in terms of the Baltic states on this tour. Antony Blinken is going to be headed next to France to actually meet with President Macron later this evening, and that will conclude his European tour at the moment. So as soon as we get an update on that meeting, we will be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered, as we just did. But Antony Blinken really highlighting the message and emphasizing the message that he has been saying over the course of the last 4 days in his visit to all of the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Of course, he did start this trip by visiting Poland and the border, and he's emphasizing core values democracy and the rule of law, maintaining that NATO will defend every inch of NATO territory. An attack on one is an attack on all, and that is a phrase that we have been hearing since the very beginning of this conflict. It is a phrase that is in Article 5 of the NATO values, and it is one that NATO allies want to make very clear to Russia. Of course, Ukraine is not a NATO country, which is why there are not troops on the ground from NATO allies in Ukraine at the moment. But he did highlight the Russian oil embargo that is potentially on the table for the Biden administration. Many on Capitol Hill are pushing for this ban on Russian oil. And we did just get an update from Antony Blinken. He's saying this is something that we have been discussing within the administration, discussed it on a call with Germany, UK, and France yesterday that President Biden did have. We are working to maintain a steady global supply and looking at various places to make sure that supply continues. This is all becoming increasingly important for all of you tuning in to our show and really monitoring this situation, because we can break to you that the U.S. gas price average that it's currently at $4.17. This sets a new all-time record high. The previous record was back in July of 2008 at $4.11, and that record has just been broken. So U.S. gas prices at a new all-time record high amid this Russian invasion of Ukraine, and now with a Russian ban of oil on the table, this is a situation that will continue to potentially worsen before it gets better. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories. We do have an update on those evacuation corridors underway in multiple Ukrainian cities. We also want to play for you the latest address from President Zelenskyy himself to the people of Ukraine, to the world, and to Vladimir Putin, where he says he is sitting back in his office in Kyiv, in that Ukrainian capital that you see on your screen right now. We'll be right back. Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studios, 6:35 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up to speed with breaking news this morning as we enter day 13 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we do have an update on those humanitarian corridors that we have been reporting to you for the past couple of days. We can confirm this morning that there are evacuation corridors currently underway in multiple Ukrainian cities. As of right now, there's an evacuation corridor active in Sumy and also in Mariupol. Now, these evacuation corridors are taking these individuals from, for example, from Mariupol into Zaporizhia. So from one Ukrainian city into another that is potentially in a better situation than the one that these civilians are currently in. For perspective, in Mariupol, these people have been without heat, without electricity for some odd 10 days. They are running out of food, running out of water, and running out of medical supplies in Mariupol. This was the city that over the weekend, Russia and Ukraine attempted to get these evacuation corridors underway and failed both on Saturday and on Sunday. Now, yesterday, there was a third round of talks between Russia and Ukraine and their respective representatives, and it does appear that they agreed to once again try these evacuation corridors today, and those are underway. So as soon as we get an update on how successful or perhaps unsuccessful they are, we will be sure to bring them to you on the show here. We have entered day 13 of this invasion, and President Zelenskyy is set to speak virtually at the UK House of Commons in a historic address. This is going to be the first time ever that someone will address members of parliament via a video link. Quote, the first time they have done so in the chamber, that is. And the Speaker of House Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, granted that request, saying every parliamentarian wants to hear directly from the president, who will be speaking to us live from Ukraine. So this is an important opportunity for the House. That address is expected at 12 noon Eastern time. So we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the program. We also want to update you on the UN refugee count as you are looking at a live shot of the Ukrainian-Polish border here. And I do want to bring that full for you so that we can really see what is happening on the ground here in Poland, as 2 million people have now fled Ukraine and have made their way to neighboring countries. Now, we can confirm that of these 2 million that have fled Ukraine in these first 12 days of this invasion, 1.2 of them have made their way to Poland. So Poland really receiving a large influx of these refugees. There you are seeing tents set up, obviously a very large media presence as we all try to paint the picture of what is really happening on the ground here. 141,500 refugees passed through the border on Monday alone here in Poland. In total, at least 2 million refugees have left Ukraine. Again, this is an update from the United Nations this morning. We can also report that a spokesman for UNICEF has said that 1 million children have fled Ukraine in less than 2 weeks. The UN has confirmed that this is the worst refugee crisis since World War II, and one that is going to continue to get worse. Officials at the United Nations say that in just 11 days, there have been 1,200 casualties in Ukraine, including 406 fatalities, including 27 children and 42 children injured. So the numbers really are shocking. And here you are seeing tents on the border of Ukraine and Poland as these volunteers try and help the hundreds of thousands, millions now, that have made their way out of Ukraine and to Poland for safety. Now, we did tease that we were going to hear from President Zelenskyy a bit later on in the show, and we can actually bring you his latest report, one that made headlines around the world because President Zelenskyy is obviously someone who is targeted by Russian forces. There have even been reports that he has survived multiple assassination attempts in these first 13 days of this invasion. And he has now released a video not only confirming that he is in Kyiv, but confirming that he is in his office in that nation's capital. And we do want to play this for you in its entirety. It is subtitled, so you will have to read on your screen, but this is really compelling. And just the latest update from President Zelenskyy, a man who has been giving updates every couple of hours to the people of Ukraine and to the world. Let's take a listen to this one.
Наш офіс. Понеділок, вечір. Ви знаєте, Ми звикли говорити, понеділок – день важкий. В країні війна, тож кожен день – понеділок. Зараз звикли до того, що кожен такий день і кожен такий день і вечір. І сьогодні 12-й. 12-й вечір нашої боротьби, нашого захисту. Ми всі на місцях, всі працюємо, кожен там, де повинен. Я у Києві, моя команда зі мною. Тероборона на місцях, військові на позиціях, наші герої, лікарі, рятувальники, транспортники, дипломати, журналісти. Усі. Усі ми воюємо. Усі ми робимо внесок у нашу перемогу, яка обов'язково буде. Силою зброї та силою нашої армії, силою слова і нашої дипломатії, і силою духа, яку мають і перша, і друга, і кожен з нас. Погляньте сьогодні на нашу країну. Чаплинка, Мелітополь, Токмак, Новотроїцький, Херсон, Старобільськ. Всюди люди захищали себе, хоч у них і немає там зброї. Але це наші люди, і тому зброя у них є. У них є хоробрість, гідність, а отже і здатність вийти і сказати: я тут, це моє, і я не віддам це, своє місто, свою громаду, свою Україну. Кожен українець, кожна українка, які вчора, сьогодні і завтра протестуватимуть проти окупантів-героїв. Ми кричимо на окупантів разом з вами. Ми стоїмо на площах і на вулицях разом з вами. Ми не боїмося разом з вами, коли окупанти відкривають вогонь та намагаються всіх розігнати. Ви не відступаєте. Ми не відступаємо. А той, хто повторював «ми один народ», точно не розраховував на таку потужну реакцію. На півдні нашої країни розгорнувся такий національний рух, такий потужний прояв українськості, який там, на вулицях і на площах ми ніколи ще не бачили, і який для Росії як страшний сон. Вони забули, що ми не боїмося автозаків і кийків, не боїмося танків, не боїмося кулеметів, коли на нашому боці головне – правда, як зараз. Маріуполь і Харків, Чернігів і Суми, Одеса і Київ, Миколаїв, Житомир і Коростень, Овруч і багато інших міст. Ми знаємо, ненависть, яку ворог приніс з обстрілами і бомбами у наші прекрасні міста, не залишиться там. Не буде жодного сліду від неї. Ненависть – це не про нас, тому від ворога не буде жодного сліду. Ми усе відбудуємо. Ми зробимо наші міста, які окупант руйнував, кращими, ніж будь-яке місто в Росії, Енергодар, Чорнобиль та інші прекрасні місця, де варвари просто не розуміють, що вони хочуть захопити, що вони хочуть контролювати. Ваша робота, сумлінна робота на критичних об'єктах – це справжній подвиг, і ми його бачимо. Ми за нього щиро вдячні. Українська армія триває позиції. Молодці. Наносить противнику надзвичайно болісних втрат. Захищає, контратакує. Якщо треба, може помститись. Обов'язково за кожне зло, за кожну ракету і бомбу, за кожен зруйнований цивільний об'єкт. Сьогодні в Макарові на Київщині вони обстріляли хлібзавод. Для чого? Старий хлібзавод. Вдумайтесь. Стріляти в хлібзавод. Ким треба бути, щоб таке робити? А щоб зруйнувати ще одну церкву в Житомирській області. Церкву Різдва Пресвятої Богородиці, побудовану у 1862 році. Це нелюди. Була домовленість про гуманітарні коридори. Чи спрацювала вона? Замість неї спрацювали російські танки, російські гради, російські міни. Вони навіть замінували дорогу, яку погоджували для підвезення продуктів і ліків для людей, для дітей у Маріуполь. Вони знищують навіть автобуси, які мають вивозити людей. Але при цьому вони роблять так, щоб відкрився невеличкий коридор на окуповану територію, на кілька десятків людей. Не так у Росію, як до пропагандистів, прямо до них, на телекамери. Мовляв, ось хто рятує, ось вони. Просто цинізм, просто пропаганда, нічого більше. Жодного гуманітарного сенсу. Сьогодні відбувся вже третій раунд переговорів в Білорусі. Хотілося б сказати третій і фінальний, але ми реалісти, тому ми будемо говорити, будемо наполягати на переговорах, поки не знайдемо спосіб сказати нашому народу: ось як ми прийдемо до миру. Саме до миру. Маємо усвідомлювати, що кожен день боротьби, кожен день спротиву створюють для нас кращі умови, сильну позицію, щоб гарантувати наше майбутнє. У мирі, знов-таки, у мирі. Після цієї війни, окрім загиблих людей і зруйнованих міст, війна залишає знищеними і прагнення, які колись здавалось надважливими, а зараз вже і не згадуєш про них. Майже 3 роки тому, щойно відбулись вибори, ми зайшли в цю будівлю, в цей офіс, і одразу почали планувати переїзд. Я це прекрасно пам'ятаю. Я мріяв переїхати з Банкової разом з урядом і парламентом, щоб розвантажити центр Києва і загалом переїхати у сучасний прозорий офіс, як і належить прогресивній, демократичній, європейській країні. Тепер я скажу одне. Я залишаюсь тут, залишаюсь у Києві, на Банковій, не ховаючись, і нікого не боюсь, стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб перемогти у цій нашій вітчизняній війні. Сьогодні я підписав указ про відзначення державними нагородами України 96 українських героїв, наших військових, серед яких нагороджуються орденом Богдана Хмельницького 2-го ступеню. Майор САК Олександр Олександрович, командир механізованого батальйону, який вступив у бій з батальйонною тактичною групою ворога і переміг завдяки раціональному підходу до ведення бою і нестандартній тактиці. Капітан Селівакін Ростислав Олександрович, командир механізованого батальйону, який успішно боровся з переважаючими силами противника, звільняючи українські міста і села на Сумщині. Нагороджується орденом Богдана Хмельницького 3-го ступеню лейтенант Лозовий Ігор Сергійович, діючий у складі групи, зупинив колону ворожої техніки у кількості близько 150 одиниць, яка рухалась у напрямку траси Житомир-Київ. Знищено. Лейтенант Потуремець Віталій Вікторович у бою проявив зразкову мужність та холоднокровність, знищуючи колону техніки противника поблизу міста Київ. Був поранений. Нагороджується орденом за мужність 3-го ступеню майстер-сержант, командир автомобільного взводу Борелюк Валентин Вікторович. Завдяки його хоробрим діям і особистій рішучості танковий підрозділ вчасно отримав пальне і вийшов з оточення дорогою, знищуючи ворога. Всі 96 наших героїв, як ці 5. Наша вдячність всім військовим. Наша вдячність Збройним сил України. Наша вдячність безмежна. Слава Україні!
And that was an update from President Zelenskyy overnight, confirming that he is staying in Kyiv. He said, "They say I'm here, it's mine," referring to the Russians, "but I won't give it away. My city, my community, my Ukraine." The words of President Zelenskyy. He is expected to address the UK House of Commons today, and as soon as we get that feed in for us around noon Eastern time, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We do want to get you caught up on everything that we are monitoring today. A live look at the Poland-Ukrainian border as the UN confirms the refugee count is now 2 million in the first 12 days of this invasion. For perspective, we are on day 13 of this invasion. A live look at the White House after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has confirmed, and he confirmed yesterday, the Pentagon in their latest address, which we will play for you in its entirety a little bit later on in the show. But the Pentagon announcing that 500 additional U.S. troops are going to be sent to Europe over the weekend Defense Secretary Austin ordered KC-135 refueling aircraft and air crews to Greece. All of this to bolster NATO allies in the wake of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. The United States is also working on getting those fighter jets to Ukraine. And in our 8 o'clock hour, we are going to speak to a counterinsurgency specialist and a former intelligence officer on what this all means, how the United States is helping Ukraine at this time, why it's taking so long to get these planes over, what a potential ban on Russian oil would mean, how much oil do we actually even get from Russia? All of these questions we are going to have answers for in our 8 o'clock hour. We can also confirm today that U.S. gas prices now have hit a new all-time record high. The average is $4.17 today, according to AAA. That is the highest ever recorded. This, of course, not accounting for inflation, but it does surpass the $4.11 that was set back in July of 2008. Gas prices have already been climbing for months, this on top of record high inflation. And this is something that we're going to be monitoring very closely because it affects all of you listening in, tuning in from home, and it affects, of course, your everyday lives. We do want to confirm also that evacuation corridors are underway in multiple Ukrainian cities. So there have been temporary ceasefires in multiple cities across Ukraine. How long those will last, how many civilians will actually be escorted to safety, essentially. We will keep you updated as we get that. So we do want to get you up to speed on our latest reporters that are on the ground and really all over the world covering this story for us. There is, of course, increasing pressure on President Biden to limit or ban imports of Russian oil. We did just hear Secretary of State Antony Blinken live in Estonia speaking to this and confirming that the Biden administration is weighing its options on this matter. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy, he has more on this story. Let's take a listen.
Today's only sighting of President Biden, this photo of a teleconference with leaders in the UK, France, and Germany.
The world needs to be prepared for a very long, difficult road ahead.
Already difficult for top Biden officials.
You have mothers and children dead on the side of the road. This is heart-wrenching to watch. And it's heart-wrenching to watch.
The White House confirms they're asking a trio of countries with spotty human rights records what it would take for them to produce more oil: Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and Iran.
That is a devil's bargain that this administration appears to be about to enter into.
Officials insist no decision yet.
And I will just note in this scenario that they are separate. They are separate paths and conversations.
Democrats are increasingly calling on President Biden to ban imports from Russia.
I fully support banning Russian oil into the United States.
Yet again,
no decision has been made at this point.
One Democrat is hoping Biden does more to produce energy here.
We can still move towards a cleaner climate and a cleaner environment, and also promote our renewables and all the things that we do, carbon-free. But right now, we're in a war.
But a carbon-free future remains the priority. So allowing Keystone XL pipeline construction to resume remains off the table.
Do you think that that would maybe affect prices faster than getting the whole country off of fossil fuels?
I actually don't think it would.
So even though officials here say they are taking all action necessary to limit the impact of higher gas prices, they are not doing everything possible, as officials here bet that to solve future problems with foreign oil, the best way is not to go in the ground here, it is instead to go green. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
And thank you to Peter for that report. So that is the response from the White House. We will be sure to keep all of you updated and really get you the latest information on this potential ban on Russian oil. We are taking a live look here at the Ukrainian-Polish border. And I do just want to allow you to take in a moment and take in what it is that you are witnessing on your screen. A mother and her young child sitting by a fire. For perspective, it is extremely cold at the moment in Poland, in Ukraine. There is actually an Arctic wave of even colder temperatures reaching there. These are people who have traveled for days, very long distances, to make their way out of their home country, Ukraine, to Poland, where they have no home. They have nowhere to go, but they just needed to get to safety. And this is what is happening on the ground in this country on day 13 of this invasion. And 2 million people have gone through what it is that you are seeing on your screen to get to the other side, to get to Poland, to sit by a fire with nothing guaranteed except for at least knowing that you are no longer in your home, which is now a war-torn country. We have had excellent reporters on the ground covering this refugee crisis and humanitarian crisis since the very beginning. Our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, she has been in Poland covering this firsthand, and I do want to bring you her latest report.
Women and children continue to flood across the border out of Ukraine, cold, tired, and unsure of what lies ahead.
These days was really awful.
Nearly 2 million people have fled Ukraine to escape the violence. The exodus mainly led by women, carrying not only their children and pets, but also the physical and emotional baggage of war.
I would like to wish women to stay strong, to keep a cool head, and keep a healthy way of thinking. Ukrainian women are the strongest in spirit.
Meanwhile, within the borders of Ukraine, cities are seeing a flood of displaced civilians. 200,000 have moved into the western city of Lviv. City officials pleading for international help as they struggle to house and feed those trying to leave war-torn regions.
We need big tents so that we can support people. We need these tents to be equipped with appropriate sanitation facilities so food can be cooked.
Russian troops continue to pummel cities and residential areas in southern Ukraine. Despite assurances from Russia, safe passage for the thousands trying to escape remains uncertain.
We call for the Russian Federation to agree to and honor in good faith Ukrainian proposals for time-bound humanitarian safe passage in specific agreed-upon locations.
The so-called safe corridors could open up again, but after multiple failed ceasefires, Ukrainians are skeptical. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We do want to bring you out live to Latvia, where NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is speaking with the Latvian president, who you see on your screen right now. Let's listen in.
Parādīt arī Maskavai, ka NATO ir gatava aizsargāt savu teritoriju, visu savas teritoriju, protams arī Latviju, un tādā veidā atturēt Maskavu no agresijas. Jo Maskava saprot spēka valodu, un NATO ir pasaulē spēcīgākā militārā aizsardzības alianse.
Paldies. Ar to es arī noslēdzu preses konferenci. Saku paldies Egilam Levitam un Jensam Stoltenbergam. Paldies.
And it does appear that we caught just the tail end of that press conference. As soon as we do get that in full, we will be sure to play it back for you because that is the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. And of course, he has been meeting along with Secretary Antony Blinken, meeting with all of the Baltic states amid this Russian invasion. We do want to get you through all of our latest video that is coming into our newsroom of this crisis. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll reset at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. See you in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, 7:01 here on the East Coast, and we do want to take you out live to the U.S. Embassy in Estonia, where U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is speaking live. Let's listen in.
Locally employed staff who are Estonian, you feel this. You know what is at stake with this Russian aggression against Ukraine. We're seeing the stakes on a very personal and individual level with the suffering of the Ukrainian people, the destruction that we're seeing in Ukraine, the now more than 1.7 million people who've had to flee the country for their safety, the hundreds of thousands more who are internally displaced, people living in besieged cities where they don't have access to food, to water, to medicine. Nothing can come in and they can't get out safely. So I know that you know and you feel the personal stakes and the lives that have been lost, the lives that have been changed. I think friends here in Estonia and you also know why this is also about even more than Ukraine, and why it matters to the United States, why it matters to countries in Europe, why it matters to countries around the world. And that's because some of the foundational principles of the order that we've tried to help establish over many years to keep peace and security in the world, however imperfectly, that those principles are being challenged, that order is being challenged. And if we allow that to stand with impunity, then we open a Pandora's box where this will not be the last conflict that we see. It will be the first of more to come. So we have a profound interest in doing everything we can to end Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and it's an interest that is felt very profoundly here. The President asked me to come here now to Estonia, but also to Lithuania and to Latvia, our Baltic partners and allies, to make one thing absolutely clear, and that's his absolute commitment, the absolute commitment of the United States to making good on our commitments to our NATO allies and partners, to making sure that we're prepared and we will defend every inch of NATO territory if it comes under attack. And it's important that our friends in Estonia know that they can count on that, because I know how concerned people are, how nervous they are about the implications for them of what's happening in Ukraine. But the bottom line is this: every country should have its sovereignty respected. Every country deserves to be able to make its own choices about its future, its policies, with whom it will associate. And that's what's at stake when it comes to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. I really appreciate the fact that even as you've been grappling with this, even as you've been grappling with COVID, which I want to come back to, you've done remarkable work to continue to build, to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Estonia. There are a couple of people that I just want to single out very quickly for the great work that they've done and that they've led. I don't know if they're actually here in the room today, but is Megan Naylor here anywhere? There, Megan. Thank you for 5 months of intensive diplomacy on something that people don't fully necessarily grasp, but that is of huge importance, and that's the global minimum tax, and working with our Estonian partners to secure their support. To the bottom around the world in search of low tax rates. One of the most important achievements I think we've had over the last year, and I thank you for your part in making it real. Thank you. I know we have colleagues here from the Secret Service, from the FBI, who've done such incredible work with our Estonian partners on cybersecurity. Again, one of the great challenges that we face. We have in Estonia one of the strongest partners anywhere in the world because of their remarkable facility with all things cyber. And I'm really grateful to our colleagues from the Secret Service, the FBI, for the great work they've done in working with our Estonian partners. We've seen in this crisis new levels of collaboration and coordination, to folks who are here with the Defense Attaché's office, the Office of Defense Cooperation. What you've done, working with the Estonians to facilitate the transfer of javelins and other defense equipment to our Ukrainian friends, has made a huge difference, and we're grateful for that. And then to colleagues who are here from the consular section, going the extra mile, including working to support American citizens in Russia after the close of our consular section in Moscow. All of these things are making a huge difference, and they're making a big difference in people's lives. As the Chargé said, I know that here, as in embassies around the world, you've had to do your work over the last 2 years and deal with COVID at the same time. That's had a big impact on the professional part of your lives. I know for many it's had an impact on the personal part of your lives. Some getting sick, some losing loved ones. But through all of this, you've kept going with tremendous resilience, with tremendous camaraderie, looking out for each other. And I especially want to thank the management and med units here for keeping the embassy safe and getting us through COVID. Finally, I want to mention a couple of people by name. And again, I'm not sure if they're here with us today, but let me just say the locally employed staff here, as in every embassy, are the lifeblood of this mission, of this institution. We can't do what we do without you, without that partnership. I'm so grateful for it, and I want to mention Taimi Vidla. Is Taimi here? Trying to see? No. Not here? Well, LE Staff of the Year, and so I just wanted to recognize that. And let me just mention a couple of other people as well. Craig Schaefer, Tina Mills, Tonyu Ya. Are any of you here today? Yep. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything you've done to keep people connected, for the exceptional IT services that you've helped provide. I know there was a telephone upgrade for the entire mission. Having had a few telephone issues of my own back home, I know how challenging that is. So thanks for getting that done. And then finally, to the Community Liaison Officer, Melissa Padgett. Melissa, are you here anywhere? There. Melissa, thank you most of all for everything you've done to just keep people's spirits high. That makes all the difference in the world, especially in a challenging time, whether it's COVID, whether it's the challenge we're dealing now with Ukraine. I understand, and I'm actually extremely jealous that I'm not around to benefit from that, so I may have to come back. Sauna trips to Estonian bogs. That sounds very good. Cross-country skiing, obviously, great. I'm not quite sure what to make of this. A ghost tour of Old Tallinn. That sounds like something I'd want to try to do. Sounds like ghost stories in the old city. Great. All right. I'm coming back for that. Finally, let me end with this. As you all know better than anyone, we are in a particularly special year in this relationship, about to celebrate 100 years of diplomatic relations. And I know you've got 100 days to 100 years with events planned as we lead up to that. That in and of itself is a remarkable story. It's a story of many ups and downs of history, particularly for Estonia, but also something incredibly constant, and that is the relationship itself and our commitment to stick with our Ukrainian partners through thick and thin. And it's no more vital than it is today. So I'm grateful for that. Now, finally, there's someone who has served here for the 30 years since we've reestablished this mission. Evelyn Lasner, are you here? Evelyn. The very first employee when the embassy reopened. Right there. Thank you. I was seeing applause over there. Thank you. Very first employee when the embassy reopened. You've seen Estonia go from Soviet occupation to this incredibly flourishing democracy. I understand that you're retiring this year. I didn't want to let this day go by without saying thank you, thank you, thank you. And finally, whether you are locally employed staff, whether you're a foreign service officer, a civil servant, whether you're a family member, because family members too are our frontline diplomats, and we know how much you do to build this relationship, how much you do representing your country. Whether you're from any of the other agencies that we're privileged to work with, from the Defense Department, DHS, DOJ, AID, thank you, thank you, thank you for what you're doing. It makes a difference that, you know, many of our fellow citizens back home don't necessarily see, but in ways big and small that they're actually going to feel in their lives. I'm grateful to you, and finally to all of you who worked on putting this trip together on pretty short notice. I know how much goes into that, and all I can say is have a great Wheels Up party. Thank you.
And it does appear that that address from Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has frozen, but it does appear that it was ending anyway. The Secretary of State addressing the U.S. Embassy and its employees in his trip to Estonia. And we are now taking a live look at the situation on the Polish-Ukrainian border. This is a feed that we have been monitoring all morning long. We saw just a couple of minutes ago a mother and her child standing by a fire. We did just see a couple minutes ago also a pile of clothes that are donations for the people who are arriving from Ukraine, who once again are arriving with very little, only the clothes on their back. After a grueling journey to make it to safety to the west, to Poland. And they have now made it. 2 million people have fled Ukraine in the first 12 days of this invasion. We are on day 13, and the number, over half of that number, 1.2 million people, have made their way to Poland. So this is a live look at the situation on the ground on the Ukrainian Polish border, that is. And what you are going to see also, and there are two what appears to be perhaps Polish military there meeting these mothers and children at the border. And this is a scene that we have seen so often because, as a reminder to those of you tuning in, President Zelenskyy, within the first 48 hours of this invasion, he did ban Ukrainian men between the ages of 18 and 60 from leaving the country. So legally, they have to stay. So what we are seeing on the border is families being torn apart, men going back to the country to fight, and women and children headed to neighboring countries for safety. So this is a live look at the situation on the ground. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, we will get you up to speed on all of the video coming into our newsroom. Hi there and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 7:16 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up to speed on the latest top stories. Thank you so much for choosing to begin your morning with us here on the show. And we do want to bring you out live right now to two feeds that we are monitoring in our newsroom. Of course, a train station in Poland and also a look at the Polish-Ukrainian border, because it does appear that we lost one of those images. So let's get that back for us, because we do want to make sure that we are able to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered here, and it's not going to cooperate. So we will just look at a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border for now. We are monitoring a growingly concerning, really, refugee situation happening in Europe, as the UN confirms the refugee count is now at 2 million in the first 12 days of this invasion. For perspective, we are on day 13. We can confirm today that humanitarian corridors are underway in Ukraine as thousands of innocent people have attempted to flee this country and have been unable to over the weekend because of a failure to uphold a ceasefire to allow these civilians to flee. So we can confirm that in the city of Sumy and also in the city of Mariupol, evacuation corridors are underway. As soon as we have an update on how successful or perhaps unsuccessful those attempts have been, we will be sure to bring that to you on the show. We can also confirm that over half of the refugees that have made their way out of Ukraine, so 2 million in total, 1.2 million of them have come here to Poland. And so this is an increasingly concerning situation that is going to now be in the hands of Poland, as they now have to care for, house, feed, clothe 1.2 million refugees that have made their way over into their border. This is also a situation that is having a slew of economic impacts that will affect all of you tuning in. U.S. gas prices have hit an average of $4.17 a barrel. This is officially a new all-time record high. The previous high was $4.11 in the summer of 2008. So it was July of that summer. And we are now at $4.17 according to AAA. Crude prices have surged this week after U.S. signaled it may restrict Russia's energy exports. So we may be looking at a potential Russian oil ban. I am going to have an expert on to speak with me about this in the 8 o'clock hour, because we do want to fully understand just how much oil are we getting from Russia, what will this ban really mean, and how will it impact the markets. We're also going to get an update on the fighting on the ground. This is a counterinsurgency specialist and a former intelligence officer who will be on with me in just over half an hour, so you won't want to miss that conversation. But once again, gas prices now at a new all-time record high. We can also bring to you that the Pentagon has announced that 500 additional U.S. troops are going to make their way to Europe. All of this in an effort to bolster the NATO allies amid day 13 of this invasion. The U.S. is also continuing to work on getting not only this potential ban on Russian oil, but also sending fighter jets to Ukraine. This has been a request from President Zelenskyy, and the U.S. is still working on getting those in the hands of the Ukrainian people. We also have a nuclear update, and I will bring you images of the nuclear plants that we are discussing. But the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has announced that the world can't afford to wait to secure nuclear sites amid Russian attacks. Yesterday, we saw yet another smaller nuclear plant come under shelling. There were no high levels of radiation. Everything is still normal, but Russia really making an attempt to gain control of all of the nuclear sites in Ukraine. We did report to you last week that Russia is now in control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, which is not only the largest in Ukraine, folks, but it is the largest in all of Europe. It actually ranks in the top 10 of biggest nuclear plants in the world. It comes in at number 9 on that list. That plant is under Russian control. Chernobyl is also under Russian control. So the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, so that is the agency that oversees nuclear safety really around the world. It has said just yesterday that the world can't afford to wait to secure these nuclear sites amid Russian attacks. We do want to, as promised, show you the latest videos coming into our newsroom of what is happening on the ground. This is a viewer discretion note that all of these images are wartime images. Some of what you may see is heartening, it is disturbing, but this is what we do. We bring you to these incidents live, raw, and unfiltered. And so once again, viewer discretion is advised, but we will begin with a video making its way and really making headlines all around the world of the situation in Irpin. And this is a situation, a military leader of Ukraine who is trying to help Ukrainians flee. There you see civilians in the background and a strike. This is once again what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. This dramatic video came to our newsroom on Saturday, and it shows a shell exploding nearby a group of people attempting to evacuate. There were actually U.S. journalists who were recording this. Actually a New York Times photographer, you can hear her in the background of this video, and that is how we were able to obtain this. A shell just exploded in the street, and that military man, that officer, ran to the other side of the street to try and help that family that came under attack. They were simply trying to flee. This is the situation happening on the ground in Ukraine, and we are getting more of this type of imagery coming into our newsroom as the days progressed. This is evacuations currently underway in that same city of Irpin, as more and more civilians try to make their way to safety. At least 10,000 civilians have evacuated from this city right outside of Kyiv. This is the city that there was a bridge destroyed, actually. And I do want to bring you images of that bridge. This bridge was blown up at the beginning of this invasion by Ukrainian forces to stop Russia from entering their city. This is the bridge that takes people in and out of this small city right outside of the nation's capital. It was blown up to hold off Russian troops. And unfortunately, now Ukrainian people are having to make their way across this bridge on makeshift platforms. Old people, elderly, children, wives, mothers, sisters, making their way across this very unsafe platform to try and make their way to safety. And this is the same city that was shelled in the previous video that you had seen there, where an entire family unfortunately lost their lives simply trying to flee. We do have more images coming into our newsroom. This one coming from Sumy, as civilians await evacuation orders and rescuers are searching for survivors after these homes were struck. Civilians were being evacuated from Bucha, northwest of Kyiv. And then this one is happening in Sumy. So once again, similar situations happening in multiple cities. Firefighters picked through the debris of destroyed residential buildings in Sumy, Ukraine overnight. And this happened from Saturday to Sunday evening. And these images are just making their way to our newsroom. The Ukrainian emergency services said rescuers arrived around 11 p.m. and were able to extinguish the fire. One woman was rescued safely. At least 9 people were killed in Sumy on the night, local reporters say. And this is the same city that we are seeing evacuation corridors in action today. So just for perspective, this is the type of assaults that these people are trying to flee and make their way to safety. The images continue to break in, fires breaking out at an oil depot in a different region of Ukraine. Massive fires, and not one but 2 oil depots here on Monday evening following Russian strikes, Ukrainian officials have confirmed. This footage, once again provided by the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, shows crews extinguishing these fires at the oil depots. They say residents living near these oil depots have been evacuated. But once again, we want to remind you all that Russia continues to say that this is a special military operation, that it is simply targeting military infrastructure. But the images that are coming into our newsroom, the images that you are seeing now on your screens, simply paint a different picture. And they continue to come into our newsroom. Here is footage of a residential building, once again, a residential area in Kharkiv. Heavy damage was reported at an apartment building just yesterday as Russian forces continued to shell Ukraine's second largest city. This footage from Kharkiv's Avenue, so this is one of their primary avenues in this city, was filmed by Ilyas Sherkabov. So thank you for this video from him. The buildings were among many reported to have been destroyed by Russian shelling in the building. And sticking in this same city of Kharkiv, we're getting imagery of a preschool building. Heavy damage reported at a preschool in Kharkiv yesterday as Russian forces continue to shell Ukraine's second largest city. So once again, Russian attacks on civilian areas intensifying on day 13 of this invasion. And here is the proof. This footage was also filmed by that same gentleman, Ilyas, who said it was captured around 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon Kyiv time. So that is about 24 hours ago, as it is the afternoon already in the Ukrainian capital. And this is a sports complex that was damaged also by Russian shelling. And there you're seeing the roof blown off. And also, this is a reminder, there is snow on the ground. It is very, very cold on the ground in Ukraine. These people are without power, without heat, without food and water, in extremely dangerously cold temperatures. And they are dealing with Russian shelling once again in civilian areas. Here we are seeing images now of rescue, or what does this appear to be? I do want to make sure that we have the right video here. This is, officials evacuating once again civilians from these areas, and once again, shelling the damage on the streets of Ukraine coming into our newsroom. We do want to play this clip because this is an artillery unit in Kyiv, Ukraine, speaking about how they feel defending their country. I'm going to remove the lower because there are subtitles on this, and let's take a listen.
Захищаємо свою державу, а ворог знає, що ми завжди насторожі. Держи.
Це відчуття такої могутності, перед якою ворог однозначно не встоїть. Ми захищаємо своїх дітей. Чужих дітей не буває. Тому правда однозначно буде на нашому боці. Бог на нашому боці. Все буде Україна. Перемога.
Перший!
And that was live, not live, but raw and unfiltered imagery coming into our newsroom. And really the words of the people on the ground fighting. They say the truth is with them. And here we are seeing more images of firefighters trying to put out this fire here. This was a fire after airstrikes on the Vinnytsia airport following a deadly strike. And there you were just seeing a mountain of debris, chaos, buildings completely destroyed. 9 people, including civilians and military personnel, were killed in this shelling, and this is the aftermath of that attack. And the heartfelt images continue to pour into our newsroom also of the refugee situation on the ground. Here's a video of a man who is waving farewell to his family. 2 men here. They are not allowed to leave the country because President Zelenskyy, within the first 24 to 48 hours of this invasion, did ban men between the ages of 18 and 60, so essentially fighting ages, from leaving the country. So what you are seeing is husbands, brothers, sons, bringing their family members to the train stations, to the bus stops, and having to say goodbye for what could potentially be the last time that they are seeing their family members. And there in the distance, you see what appears to be his family waving at him from the train station. These images are powerful. They certainly tell a story that will resonate with many for a very long time. Our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, she has been in Poland since the very beginning of this conflict, and she has the latest on this refugee situation. Let's take a listen to her report.
and children continue to flood across the border out of Ukraine. Cold, tired, and unsure of what lies ahead.
These days was really awful.
Nearly 2 million people have fled Ukraine to escape the violence. The exodus mainly led by women, carrying not only their children and pets, but also the physical and emotional baggage of war.
I would like to wish women to stay strong, to keep a cool head, and keep a healthy way of thinking. Ukrainian women are the strongest in spirit.
Meanwhile, within the borders of Ukraine, cities are seeing a flood of displaced civilians. 200,000 have moved into the western city of Lviv. City officials pleading for international help as they struggle to house and feed those trying to leave war-torn regions.
We need big tents so that we can support people. We need these tents to be equipped with appropriate sanitation facilities so food can be cooked.
Russian troops continue to pummel cities and residential areas in southern Ukraine. Despite assurances from Russia, safe passage for the thousands trying to escape remains uncertain.
We call for the Russian Federation to agree to and honor in good faith Ukrainian proposals for time-bound humanitarian safe passage in specific agreed-upon locations.
The so-called safe corridors could open up again, but after multiple failed ceasefires, Ukrainians are skeptical. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we do want to take you out to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He just made an address about 15 minutes ago in Latvia, and we do want to listen in to this because we caught the tail end of it, but anytime that the NATO Secretary General speaks and gives an update, it is of grave importance. So let's listen in.
NATO austrumu flangā kopumā, ņemot vērā Krievijas izraisīto karu Ukrainā. NATO dalībvalstis ir solidāras viena ar otru. Šobrīd Latvija palielinās sabiedroto spēku klātbūtni un enhanced forward presence, tātad šīs grupas tiks palielinātas. Kanāda jau ir apsolījusi palielināt savu kontingentu šeit, arī citas, Spānija. Tā kā tā ir viena no atbildēm uz to, kā situācija ir Eiropā mainījusies. Latvija savukārt veltīs vairāk no sava budžeta aizsardzībai, un ir jau nolēmts, ka aizsardzības izdevumi tiks palielināti no 2,35% gadā līdz 2,5% gadā no iekšzemes koprodukta. Sabiedrotie ir apliecinājuši, ka NATO līguma 5. pants ir svēts. Arī to prezidents Baidens vairākas reizes ir uzsvēris, ka NATO aizsargās katru NATO teritorijas colu. Mēs esam defensīva alianse, bet uzbrukuma gadījumā aizstāvēsim viens otru ar pārliecinošu spēku, kas piemīt NATO aliansei, kas ir pasaulē spēcīgākā militārā aizsardzības alianse. Tikmēr Ukrainai šobrīd ir nepieciešama palīdzība visos veidos – militāri, finansiāli, humanitāri. Krievijas uzbrukums Ukrainai ir uzbrukums uzsvēra, cik svarīgi mums kopīgi rūpēties par to, lai Krievijas iedzīvotājiem nonāk objektīva, patiesa informācija par Putina režīma agresiju pret Ukrainu. Mēs pārunājam arī gatavošanos nākamajam NATO samitam Madridē un jauno NATO strateģisko koncepciju, kur paredzēts.
A warm welcome. It's always a pleasure to be in Latvia and to meet with you again. We just had an important discussion about Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine and the implications for our security. The Ukrainian people and armed forces have inspired the world with their courage. But the impact is devastating. Many civilians have been killed or wounded, and 2 million people have fled Ukraine. This is Europe's fastest growing refugee crisis since the Second World War. There are very credible reports of civilians coming under fire as they try to evacuate. Targeting civilians is a war crime, and it's totally unacceptable. We need real humanitarian corridors that are fully respected. We made clear for months that President Putin would pay a high price for renewed aggression against Ukraine. And this price is exactly what he is paying now. Russia has been hit with severe and unprecedented sanctions and near total isolation on the world stage. Allies are helping Ukraine to uphold its fundamental right to self-defense, stepping up with billions of euros worth of support and opening their borders and providing aid for refugees. The suffering we now see in Ukraine is horrific. It affects us all. And we have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine. That would be even more dangerous, destructive, and even more deadly. The situation could spiral out of control. To make sure there is no room for miscalculation in Moscow, NATO has significantly strengthened our presence in the eastern part of our alliance. We have 130 jets at high alert, over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, and thousands of additional troops in the region, including at NATO's multinational battle group in Adashi, which I will visit later this afternoon. Allies, including Canada, the United States and Spain, are deploying hundreds of additional troops here. We will protect and defend every inch of Latvia, and we will protect and defend every inch of all Allied territory. North America and Europe together, standing strong in NATO, the strongest alliance in history. So, President Levits, NATO stands united at this critical moment for our shared security. Thank you again for hosting me here today. Thank you.
Paldies. Lūdzu, mums ir laiks jautājumiem. Stādieties priekšā, lūdzu.
Yes, hello. My name is Maria Andreeva, Current Time Television. I have a question to Mr. Stoltenberg. So, for now, in these situations, after almost 2 weeks of war in Ukraine, how NATO can help or how NATO will help Kiev? Do you have a plan?
The last thing was, I didn't hear the last part of your answer.
Do you have a plan how NATO can help Kiev?
NATO allies provide support to Ukraine in many different ways. Allies provide military support to help Ukraine uphold the right for self-defense. Allies have done so for many years. Canada, who is present also here in Latvia with the leadership of the battle group, has actually helped to train tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers over the last years. And many other allies have provided equipment and support, and they have stepped up over the last days and weeks with more support to Ukraine to help them in their courageous fight against the invading Russian forces. Allies also provide fiscal, financial support to Ukraine and humanitarian aid. Then NATO allies, together with partners to the European Union, have imposed unprecedented economic sanctions, which we now see are having an effect. The ruble is at historical low levels. The stock market has been closed, and we see that many companies are also leaving Russia. So the economic sanctions are unprecedented in their effect and their strength, imposing significant costs on Russia for their brutal invasion of Ukraine. And then, of course, allies are also making sure that we protect all allies. We need to end this conflict, not expand it. and therefore we are increasing our presence also in Latvia and the other parts of the eastern part of our alliance to make sure that Russia understands that we are here to protect and defend all allies, every inch of allied territory.
Thank you. Man jautājums arī Levita kungam. Vai jūsuprāt, mēs šeit Baltijas valstīs varam justies pilnībā droši kopā ar mūsu sabiedrotajiem, vai tomēr pastāv reāli draudi no Krievijas puses arī mūsu valstīm?
For those of you just tuning in, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, 7:42 here on the East Coast, and this is the latest update from NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. He was in Latvia, and so obviously this portion of the press conference is not in English, so we are going to switch gears, but we did just hear the latest update from NATO Secretary General, really reiterating what we have heard for days now from NATO allies, that they will continue to equip Ukraine with the materials that it needs, with the defense, with the weaponry that it needs, but that until a NATO country is attacked by Russia, there will be no NATO troops on the ground. But NATO does continue to bolster these Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, which is why we also saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken heading to this portion of the world as well, to continue to present a united front and a united NATO effort. And it does appear that that press conference has just officially ended anyway, so perfect timing. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, we are going to go through all of the economic impact that this Russian invasion is having on the world, because as we reported this morning, there is breaking news. U.S. gas prices have hit an average of $4.17, and that sets a new all-time record high in the United States. All of this and more after this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and there we are seeing Secretary of State Antony Blinken leaving Estonia. This is the final day of his European tour. Secretary Antony Blinken has been in Europe for 5 days for diplomatic discussions about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is what we do here on the show. We bring you live, raw, and unfiltered to these events. It does appear that we have just lost that feed, but that was Secretary of State Antony Blinken leaving Estonia know, we did bring you to his press conference live with Estonia's Prime Minister earlier this morning, and also his address to the U.S. Embassy in Estonia even more recently. But his tour is going to end now, and I do believe that he is getting on that plane to head to Paris, where he is going to meet with President Macron of France. This stop was actually added to allow continued coordination of assistance to Ukraine. This was confirmed by State Department spokesman Ned Price. It's likely that these two officials are going to discuss not only the situation on the ground in Ukraine, but also perhaps nuclear negotiations with Iran that is currently happening. So there we just brought you live on Unfiltered, Secretary Antony Blinken. What we know for sure is that he is leaving Estonia. From my understanding of his schedule, I do believe that he is on his way to Paris to meet with President Macron of France. As promised, we do want to get you up to speed on all of the economic news, because I know that that's what many of you tuning into our show each and every day want to hear about, because these are the points that are going to affect you and your families and your day-to-day lives. We can report today that the U.S. gas price average of $4.17 has set a new all-time record high. The previous record was set back in July of 2008. That high was $4.11. So this topping that, we're at $4.17 according to AAA. Crude prices have surged really since the start of this invasion 13 days ago, but they have particularly unsettled the market over the past 48 hours as the United States continues discussions on a potential ban of Russian oil. We do want to get you up to speed on the markets, because we are, it's 7:48 here on the East Coast, so we're within 2 hours of the markets opening here on U.S. soil. And here is a look at the closing bell from yesterday. Happy faces, although that certainly does not paint the picture of what the markets currently closed at. Stocks accelerating losses and ending sharply on Monday. The Dow entering correction territory and posting its worst day of the year. The Dow fell 797 points. The Nasdaq dropped 482 points, and the S&P 500 was off 127. And that is how the markets closed yesterday, down 797 points. It was the worst day of the year. Our Fox News correspondent, Caroline Shively, she has the latest report on how the war in Ukraine is impacting our economy. Let's listen in.
14 years since it cost this much to fill up your tank. On Monday, the national average for a gallon of regular climbed to $4.07, just a few pennies shy of the all-time high set in July of 2008.
Well, 2008, I was 8 years old. I didn't have a car. I wasn't worried about gas, but now I got a car, and $4 or $5 for gas is outrageous. Just can't pay it. I'd rather stay on my bike.
AAA estimates the national average has gone up 45 cents a gallon in the last week as the Russian invasion of Ukraine has grown more intense.
It's definitely affecting everyone, definitely me personally. I mean, I drive a 4-cylinder, I'm still paying $80.
Now the federal government is struggling to balance punishing Russia for the invasion while not crushing U.S. drivers with soaring prices. Last year, 8% of U.S. oil imports were from Russia.
It's basically foolish for us to keep buying products and giving profit and giving money to Putin to be able to use against the Ukrainian people.
Senior congressional leaders announced a bipartisan agreement Monday on legislation that would limit Russian energy imports. Some members of Congress want the U.S. to ramp up domestic production to make up the difference.
Let's unleash American energy and American oil, not make us more reliant on U.S. opponents and foes and dictatorships.
White House officials say no decision has been made on banning oil from Russia. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We do want to bring you out live to the White House. Speaking of the White House, as the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues to have a critical effect on the world's energy supply, but also the world's food supply. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the latest on how the conflict may impact the harvest and shipment of grain across the globe.
The war between Russia and Ukraine could have dire consequences on a global scale, threatening food supplies across multiple continents, including Europe, Asia, and Africa. Together, Ukraine and Russia supply roughly 1/3 of the world's wheat and barley, with Ukraine being the 5th largest exporter of wheat in the world.
This is not happening in a vacuum.
But the ongoing conflict is preventing farmers from tending fields and stopping ports from shipping these vital necessities, with additional Western sanctions possibly halting Russian grain exports as well.
About 30% of wheat, 20% of maize, corn, and about 80% of sunflower oil comes from these two countries.
Even though global wheat supplies have not yet been affected, heads at the International Grains Council say a lengthy war could result in a wheat shortage come July, with countries like Lebanon, Egypt, and Indonesia, who rely on lower-priced Ukrainian wheat to feed their poor populations, especially hurt.
From the beginning of the war, we talked with the economy minister, the prime minister, the central bank governor, to find a new mechanism to expedite the process of finding alternatives to imports from countries such as Romania, Serbia, Hungary, and Bulgaria.
And to make matters worse, the war is also driving up the cost of grain over fears of a possible future shortage, putting the once affordable wheat supplies even further out of reach for those who need it most. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And back out live to Washington we go, where oil prices continue to rise, gas prices continue to rise, and American worry also continues to rise as many lives of Americans, many of you tuning in as well, are going to be impacted by the sanctions placed on Russia and by Russia's decision to invade Ukraine 13 days ago. Once again, as we enter day 13 of this invasion. Our very own Mike Page, he caught up with an oil expert on these rising gas prices. Let's take a listen to this latest interview.
You know, the gas prices in your areas have been going up even before this crisis, but now we're seeing them climb right now, where we're seeing the national average at more than $4 a gallon. And now there is some new reporting that the White House may be moving a little bit closer to banning Russian oil, even if they don't have EU participants coming in for those sanctions. So to get a little bit more updates and some just some insight on oil and gas right now, we head over to our guest here, Andrew Lippo, joining us with Lippo Oil Associates. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thanks very much for having me, Mike.
No problem, no problem. So, you know, a lot of people, first off, what are your thoughts here on the White House getting a little bit closer to banning Russian oil?
Well, the U.S. actually does import a little bit of Russian oil, mainly to the East and West Coast. And I think it makes a big statement that we're willing to cut ourselves off from Russia and seek alternatives.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, what would that, just because it's a smaller percentage, what would that do as far as oil prices that we're seeing right now in our country?
Well, what we're seeing is that while the SWIFT sanctions impacted on individuals and financial institutions, what the oil industry has done is instituted really a de facto ban on touching Russian oil, because they're worried that in the process of buying and moving that oil, it might be tainted by Russian ownership that's on the sanctions. So the industry has been slowly moving away from purchasing Russian oil, and the ban in the U.S. may already be accomplished by refiners here domestically simply not willing to buy Russian oil.
And Andrew, where would then we would be looking at Saudi Arabia more, Iran more, and a lot of people saying, hey, we have it right here in the U.S. Why don't we try to increase that and have it right here at home?
Well, they're correct. We have it here in the U.S., except that it happens to be in Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and North Dakota. And we can't get that oil via pipeline to the places on the West Coast and East Coast that are actually short and depend on imports. So if we were to reduce the purchases of Russian oil, and we're only buying about 200,000 barrels a day of crude oil from them, we would look at other countries to fill the gap, whether it's out of the Middle East or South America.
And can you explain to our viewers here, just even before we were talking about the Russian invasion, we were seeing pain at the pump before that. What was leading up to those higher prices even before this invasion?
Well, the big story there was twofold. As world economies were exiting from the pandemic, we saw demand continue to move on up. At the same time, back in 2020 and 2021, the oil industry just didn't invest in drilling because oil prices were so cheap. And remember, that's when the consumer benefited from really low gasoline prices. As the oil market demand has gone up, what we've seen is that OPEC Plus, who actually cut production, has been unable to restore their production to pre-pandemic levels. And as a result, the world is seeing a shortfall in supplies, and they've been dipping into inventory over the last year.
Great insight right there, Andrew. You know, Americans today woke up to national average gas prices at $4.07. Just a week ago, we were at $3.61. And a lot of people scared, okay, why did that happen in just that short of a week, and what could happen in the next couple of weeks?
Well, let me put this in perspective. Back on February 23rd, before Russia invaded Ukraine, oil was $92 a barrel. Today, it's about $123 a barrel. The futures prices on which the ultimate retail price is going to reflect for gasoline are up already 98 cents a gallon. And on diesel fuel, they're up $1.20 a gallon. And these increases are being passed through to the consumer as we speak.
And with the higher gas prices, that could also increase food as well as other necessities that we all need here in this country and really around the world, right?
Well, there's no doubt that the increase in price of oil is going to affect all sorts of consumer goods. To give you an idea, that would include things like lubricants or motor oil, tires, or roofing shingles. Think about those local governments who are paving roads. That asphalt price is going up. Their dollars are not going as far. If you think about other consumer goods that are being impacted, you've got clothing that's made from nylon or polyester, carpets, women's stockings. If you're wearing eyeglasses, the cost of polycarbonate just went up. So these higher prices are going to percolate through the entire economy and cause additional upward pressure on inflation.
And, you know, I was just thinking about this the other day when, what was it, a couple of years ago or even a year ago when we saw oil price of a barrel. Remember when it was like, what was it, negative $37? I mean, will we ever see that again?
Well, it's highly unlikely. If we think about what drove those really low prices, the world demand for oil collapsed. It was off by about 30% in March and April of 2020. And those really negative prices were saying, hey, take this oil off my hands, please, because I just don't have anywhere to go. And as a result, the cost of moving that oil around got prohibitive. And consequently, we saw really cheap prices.
Good insight right there as well. And so really the big takeaway here is, you know, obviously a lot of people seeing the issues that are happening in Ukraine and really the travesty of what is happening there, taken on by Putin and really all of his thugs there. But the big takeaway, though, is that we're not getting as much oil from them as many would think.
Well, we're not, but I think the other thing to keep in mind is the U.S. is connected to the world oil market. We're a major importer of refined products into the East Coast. We export crude oil and refined products off the Gulf Coast. The West Coast is importing crude oil to turn into refined products. So as world oil prices go up, we are impacted as well. but fortuitously, perhaps not as much as Europe, who depends on Russia for about 20% of its oil supplies and 35% of its natural gas supplies.
And what do you think Germany is thinking at this point in time? I mean, they are really getting a lot of oil and energy from Russia. I mean, what is their thinking right now? There was even warnings, a couple of years ago from President Trump telling Germany to back off from so much of Russia's energy, and it seems like the message never got through.
Well, there's no doubt that the German government is reevaluating their policies and trying to figure out what is it that they can do to wean themselves off of dependence on Russia. Now, this is going to take many, many years, but one thing we're already seeing is Germany is going to fast track several LNG import facilities that they really had sidelined because they were depending on Russian supplies, which now they can see the result of that kind of dependence. You're also going to see probably a delay in some of the closures of their coal and nuclear power plant facilities. That is on the table as well. But they're really going to have to sort out where are they going to get sources of energy that no longer rely on Russia.
And that is the big question there for a lot of those countries, no doubt about it, in Europe. Andrew, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. You gave us great insight, really just talking about the everyday principles of oil and just how it reflects on prices here as well as everyday items as well.
Well, thanks again for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks so much. The gas prices in Europe.
Hi there and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 8:05 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up to speed as we enter day 13 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Russian attacks on Ukrainian civilian areas continue to intensify as the humanitarian crisis continues to worsen. I do want to welcome in a very special guest who has been on with us before, and his insight is really unmatched, second to none. Michael Pregent, who is a counterinsurgency expert, who has been giving us excellent insight into everything that has happened on the ground. Michael, that is, welcome into the show. I do want to welcome you in with a point that you made just a couple of days ago. When we last spoke on Friday, you actually highlighted that Russia had a history of not upholding humanitarian corridors. Well, you were spot on. Over the weekend, they did not uphold them. Can you give us some insight into why you made that prediction and where we currently stand on that front right now?
Well, thanks for having me, and good morning. The reason I said that is you could see Russia doing that in Syria. It's what they did. They would say that they were going to honor a humanitarian aid corridor, and then in some cases they would attack it, they would shoot it down, or they would simply reposition forces. They've always been able to take advantage of pauses on the battlefield. They expect their counterpart to honor the ceasefire, and then they exploit it and take advantage of it.
And that really is exactly what we saw, Michael. We saw it not being upholded in Mariupol. We saw innocent civilians losing their lives. Zelenskyy actually, he said that the pathways were mined. Are these tactics that the Russians have used in the past?
Yes, everything that Putin's doing now in Ukraine, he did in Syria. So when people talk about whether or not Putin should be held for war crimes, he should, based on what he did in Syria, based on what he did in Chechnya, and definitely based on what he's doing now. These are tactics that he got away with in Syria. These are tactics where the international community would write a letter and the UN would condemn it, and he would stack up 70 pages of condemnations from the international community, and it meant nothing because he was never punished for that. So he's doing that now in Ukraine with impunity because he's been able to get away with it his whole tenure as as quasi-dictator of Russia.
And are these the types of instances that do constitute war crimes? When we say the United Nations is investigating war crimes, what exactly does that entail?
Well, when you use area denial weapons like he's using, that's a war crime. You can't use cluster bombs on residential areas. And those are munitions that explode hundreds of feet above the ground and just spread these droplets, these bomblets everywhere. And he's using that. I mean, you look at the video footage right there. That is a war crime. We don't do that to residential areas. You're only supposed to hit military targets. And if you are firing on a residential area, it needs to be an economy of force, meaning if you're being shot at by a sniper, you use an equivalent direct fire weapon system to negate that threat. Instead, he's dropping bombs. He's using artillery and taking out buildings, and these are war crimes. And he's doing that because he was able to get away with it in Syria.
And talking about what is happening on the ground, we just showed that video of just complete and utter devastation. Michael, when we spoke at the beginning of this war, we had highlighted that things were perhaps not going as Putin had planned. He thought that this would be a very quick takeover, and he was met with an astounding amount of Ukrainian resistance. But now that we enter day 13, are things evolving as Putin had hoped? Because the images that we are seeing on the ground is just complete and utter devastation. And the reality is that they are gaining a lot of ground to the south of Ukraine, in the southern portion of the country, and they are getting closer to Kyiv.
Well, they've committed 95% of their combat power to the Ukrainian invasion, and they haven't been able to advance like they liked. They're not where they would want to be at this point. And specifically, if you look at the convoy that's north of Kyiv, it's stalled. It's running out of gas. The soldiers there are having to, steal food from shops in order to, basically eat because there's no logistical support. But when you look at what they are doing from a purely strategic, operational level, they're failing. They're having to resort to these area denial weapons. They're having to resort to war crimes. They're pounding the civilian population. They're prepping for a ground invasion of these cities by using artillery and missiles and rockets. This isn't a hearts and mind campaign like the Russian soldiers were told when they went into Ukraine. This is a javelin and a stinger campaign where the Ukrainian military is pushing back.
Yeah, and you brought up my next point. We are hearing that between 95 to even 100%, the latest report of Russian positioned troops are already in Ukraine. What does this mean? And is this why we are now hearing that Vladimir Putin may be recruiting Syrian fighters? Walk us through this news.
All right, so what's interesting about this whole recruiting foreign fighters from Syria is we have to remember who Putin fought with in Syria. It was Iranian proxies. It was Lebanese Hezbollah. It was the Iraqi militias that Qasem Soleimani, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps commander, pushed to Syria. So anyone that he's asking to come to Ukraine and fight on his behalf are tied to Tehran, are proxies of Tehran. So at the same time, you see the Biden administration trying to jump into an Iran deal that rewards Iran. And one of the arguments a lot of us have been making is anything that rewards Iran rewards Putin. You can't condemn Putin for what he's doing in Ukraine and then listen to what Putin's telling you to do with Iran and Vienna. And that's exactly what this White House is doing. But this foreign fighter story should get a lot more attention because Putin is basically calling on Iran to send its fighters to Ukraine. He wants to call in that bill that Iran owes him for Syria, for providing weapons, and for basically waiting until Iran was able to pay Russia for its incursion into Syria on its behalf, and also for those weapon systems that Iran is using to protect their nuclear sites. So it's all tied together. So rewarding Iran does nothing but reward Putin. Rewarding Venezuela does the same thing. And we see the Biden administration focus there because they won't go after Russian oil and gas, the one thing that is driving this military operation. And it allows Putin to say things, over-the-top things like, if you do anything, I will respond in a fashion that hints at a nuclear response. And the West is cowering instead of saying, well, we're built to resist that. We're built to deter that. And it shouldn't just be a sentence that Putin utters that basically shuts down the United States and NATO's response to his aggressions.
Well, Michael, let's go there. Let's go to banning Russian oil because many of our viewers, and quite frankly, I'm myself, it's difficult to understand why this is such a big deal if the United States only imports 2% of its oil is from Russia. So why is this such a big deal to ban Russian oil? Can you explain that?
Well, because we can't ask European countries to stop using Russian oil and gas if the United States is buying it. It's that lead by example scenario. But 2% of our oil imports, if they happen to be Russian, that's sending, almost $50 million a day to Putin so that he can continue this military operation that's failing. And now he's having to resort to threats of nuclear war or threats of using these thermobaric bombs and basically the father of all bombs on the battlefield in Ukraine. And it's all tied to whether or not the Biden administration will target Russian oil and gas. We need to, but we shouldn't offset targeting Russian oil and gas by rewarding Tehran and Venezuela. We should reward Texas. We should reward the United States by increasing our oil production. This isn't hawkish. These aren't hawkish recommendations. So my peers on the other side will say, well, that's a hawkish position. No, a hawkish position is a military one where you go in and say, we're going to do this. This is what they call smart power. You use sanctions, you hit them where it hurts, and if it's oil and gas, you stop it. And it would hurt him. Yes, we're already seeing those increased gas prices. But if you look at these charts that have been coming out since the Biden administration took office, you're seeing a rise in gas this whole time, with Ukraine just being at the top of it. But it's been rising the whole time. And Putin's taking advantage of that. And the one way to hurt him is to stop buying his oil and gas.
Interesting. So despite it only being a small percentage of the oil imported to the United States, it's still a large sum of money that is going to hurt Russia. And moreover, it stands in alliance with the larger percentage that Europe does get from Russia. My next question to you, though, is even if Europe and the United States does ban Russian oil, wouldn't countries like China still be buying it and perhaps even buy more of it to offset that?
Right. So China's been doing that with Iran. It buys Iranian oil, even though it's not supposed to. The administration is not enforcing existing sanctions that are supposed to keep that from happening. If China starts doing that, you have to have a credible threat to sanction China when it does these things. But China knows it's not a credible threat because China knows the Biden administration won't mean it. But just to tie those two things together, $50 million a day going to Putin. When Putin's asking for Iran to send foreign fighters to Ukraine at $200 to $300 a month, basically buying Russian oil could fuel Putin being able to recruit foreign fighters to go to Ukraine and literally say, well, that's paid for by the United States. That's why all of these things matter. Anytime we can hurt him, anytime we can cut his access off to those funds that he gets from oil and gas, it is a way to stop what he's doing or limit what he's doing.
Right. Every little bit does help. And again, it is perhaps the broader message of standing in alliance with our European allies, as Germany have already taken a big stand in cutting off Nord Stream 2, for example. I do want to switch gears here and kind of highlight and go back to how the U.S. is helping Ukraine during this time. Michael, we've been speaking about these potential jets being sent to Ukraine, that we don't have them, but Poland has them. So we're working with Poland to get them to Ukraine since last week. Why is this taking so long?
Well, because Putin has called it a provocation, an escalation. He's calling it a direct involvement by NATO and the United States. And we have to stop giving Putin a vote. We're giving Putin a no vote. Anything that he doesn't approve of, we don't do. And that should not be the case. What this whole project is about is being able to get Ukrainian pilots to go to Ukraine, to fly MiGs, to fly former Soviet aircraft, former Russian aircraft into the battlefield to take on Russian columns, Russian artillery, that convoy specifically. So the plan is for them to take the existing fleet that Poland has and use it in Ukraine, and then the U.S. will backfill what Poland gave the Ukrainian pilots with maybe American fighters or fighters from other NATO countries. So meaning jet fighters from other countries. So that's what the program is. It's something that's desperately needed. It would be as significant a blow to the Russian military as would a no-fly zone. It's that impactful. And that's why it needs to get in place as soon as possible.
And speaking of getting kind of these military equipment and all of this gear to Ukraine, isn't that growing increasingly difficult with the situation on the ground? I mean, we see Russian forces taking over airports, most recently the Vinnytsia airport, completely now under Russian control. How do NATO allies even get this equipment to Ukraine at this point?
Well, you can get it in from Poland, you can get it in from Moldova, you can get it in from places like that. Those landlocked countries to the west, those are the ground logistical support lines that are going in to basically arm the Ukrainian army and, if need be, the Ukrainian resistance. But these airfields, so Russia's starting to take out these airfields, right? So that the Ukrainian pilots, if they get the MiGs, won't be able to use them. Well, you still can fly those MiGs from Moldova, which is a non-NATO country that Russia has its eyes on. And I think that would be a good step. You could fly them from Poland as well. Now, if Putin views this as an escalation and starts to threaten nuclear war because we're doing it, we have to push back and say, no, you've already started something that's against international law. You are threatening to use nuclear weapons. We're not going to let you use these threats and allow you to do whatever you want. This is the right thing to do, is to get these Ukrainian pilots in the seats of these jets so they can take on these armored columns that Putin's pushing towards the capital. And it's the right thing to do, and Putin shouldn't get a vote.
It's not only the right thing to do, but it's also all that these NATO allies can do if they are so standing their ground against this no-fly zone. Moreover, it's just an added necessity that the Ukrainians need. Speaking of the Ukrainians, obviously President Zelenskyy, we've spoken about him here. You say that this invasion has gone the way that it has, and that the Ukrainians have had so much success because President Zelenskyy has decided to stay, that he has lit a fire under the Ukrainian people. He just posted a video last night of him back in his office in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. I know I'm not alone when I say, when you watch this video, it makes you a bit anxious because you're like, oh no, why are you giving your location? I'm very nervous for you. That's just a genuine human reaction. Was that wise of him?
It's you know, it's dangerous for him to be anywhere in the country. Again, I would say that it's wise because it sends a message to his people. You can be wise and you can put yourself in danger. It's a smart danger scenario. But the number one goal by the Russians are to have one of these proxies, you know, whether it's the Wagner mercenary group or the Chechens that they're sending into Ukraine to kill Zelenskyy, and then Putin say, well, it wasn't our forces that necessarily did it. It was a mercenary group that we don't have any control of. You try to use the same argument in Syria when it came to the Wagner group, that they weren't under direct control of the Russian military and they could pretty much do what they wanted. So Zelenskyy is putting himself at risk, but it speaks to his people, speaks to the international community. And the number one focus of the Russians is to take him out. And U.S. intel is helping keep him aware of these threats, and he has great people around him keeping him safe and secure.
Yeah, there are reports that he's already evaded multiple assassination attempts. Speaking of Zelenskyy, he is going to speak at the UK House of Commons. For those of you tuning in, we will bring that to you live at noon if we do get access to that address. But Michael, moreover on Zelenskyy, the U.S. has confirmed or has discussed the potential of honoring a Ukrainian government in exile. Can you explain to our viewers what this means and what this would look like?
Well, it's just a bad tactic, right? So if you ask Zelenskyy to leave, governments in exile don't get to come back without a military intervention to bring them back. And I think it's a fail if that happens. But it's also been the strategy of the Biden administration to get Zelenskyy out of the country. And there was a Newsweek article dated February 26, where a senior administration official said that once the government in Ukraine leaves, there'll be nothing in Ukraine for us to support. And I think that's one of those ugly things we see in Washington, D.C., where we let a situation get so bad that we can't do anything about it. And Zelenskyy averted that. Zelenskyy stayed in country, changed European minds, changed European NATO ally minds, that put pressure on the United States to change its mind. This narrative that the president somehow formed this coalition to support Zelenskyy, it's the opposite. Zelenskyy formed this coalition that eventually ended up pressuring the president to do more. And that continues, and that will continue as long as Zelenskyy stays alive.
And Michael, final question. We are on day 13 of this invasion. We're about to hit the 2-week mark. Where do you think we go from here? What do you expect to see over the next couple of days?
Well, over the next couple of days, I expect to see kind of what we're seeing now. Unless, meaning Russia's not able to advance, Russia's using the artillery and rockets and punishing the civilian population. And Europe will continue to talk about what it should do. NATO will continue to talk about what it should do. The more failure Putin has, the more extreme he will be in using weapons that are illegal against the civilian population. That's where he is going. He knows there's no turning back from this. He knows at the end of this, he'll be brought up on charges for being a war criminal. He knows that Russia's economy will continue to suffer as long as he's in charge of it. There's no going back for him. So what does a desperate man do when he's failing? And that's something that NATO needs to plan for, and the U.S. needs to plan for, and stop letting this crazy, out of control Russian president dictate terms to the U.S. and NATO when it comes to Ukraine. When we see that the Ukrainians are not afraid of the Russians, the rest of the world should probably follow that.
Yeah, and you're spot on, because the future could potentially involve nuclear weapons, which the Russians have made very clearly and evidently a target of theirs as they target yet another nuclear plant just 24 hours ago. Michael, thank you so much for the time. A pleasure as always.
Thanks, Deborah. Thank you.
And we do want to bring you back out to the Ukrainian-Polish border as more and more refugees continue to touch down in Poland. It does appear that our feed is frozen, but this is a live look. Even this still image, even if this was just a picture that we are looking at here, you see boxes and boxes of clothing, people arriving on the border, tents set up as 2 million refugees have made their way out of Ukraine and into Poland over the course of the first 12 days of this invasion. And that feed has since gone black. Not a problem, because we here at Live Now from Fox have feeds all over the world. And here's a live look at Kyiv, Ukraine. Once again, a lovely conversation with Michael Prigin as he does put so many topics into context, from the Russian ban on oil to what is happening on the ground to what we could see in coming days. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will play for you the latest Pentagon briefing that outlines everything that the United States is doing in response to this Russian aggression on Ukrainian soil, including sending 500 additional troops to Europe. All that coming up after this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 8:30 here on the East Coast. And we do have a dual look live right now at Kyiv, Ukraine. Obviously, the Ukrainian capital, as Russian attacks on civilian areas intensifies on day 13 of this Russian invasion. And of course, a live look at the White House. Evacuation corridors are underway in multiple Ukrainian cities today. We can confirm that those evacuation corridors are happening in Mariupol, which is a city to the south of Ukraine, and also in Sumy. We will keep you updated on both of those as civilians try and flee those war-torn areas. Over the weekend, they attempted these evacuation corridors in Mariupol not once but twice, and they failed both times. After a third round of talks between Russia and Ukraine yesterday, it does appear that they are giving those another go. President Zelenskyy is set to speak virtually at the UK House of Commons today in a historic address, the first of its kind, a virtual address with leaders in the UK saying that they want to hear directly from President Zelenskyy, a man who really has taken the world by storm and inspired so many, including his troops on the ground, his people, his citizens who have met Russian aggression with so much resistance. We can also confirm today that the United Nations has raised its refugee count, that count now at 2 million in the first 12 days of this invasion. For context, we are currently on day 13 of this invasion. At least 1.2 million refugees have crossed the border from Ukraine into Poland alone. So nearly more than half have crossed into Poland. 141,000 refugees passed through the border from Ukraine to Poland alone yesterday. So these numbers continue to increase at extremely high levels and extremely rapid rates. The United Nations also confirming that 1 million children have fled Ukraine in less than 2 weeks. We do want to keep you up to speed on all of the breaking news this morning. And the big one, U.S. gas prices now at an average of $4.17 a gallon. That sets a new all-time record high. The previous record was $4.11 back in the summer of 2008. It is now at $4.17 according to AAA. Once again, that's the highest ever recorded. We also want to confirm to you all that Secretary of State Antony Blinken, today is his final day of his tour in Europe. He did visit all of the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. He was in Estonia this morning. He is headed to Paris to meet with French President Emmanuel Macron. We can also confirm that Vice President Kamala Harris, she is set to travel to Europe this week. Her trip begins tomorrow. We will have wall-to-wall coverage of that as well. And the United States is still discussing potential bans on Russian oil. We did just discuss that with our counterinsurgency specialist, Michael Pregent, and he did outline what that would entail. We can also confirm that the Pentagon is sending 500 additional U.S. troops to Europe. We did get a new Pentagon briefing from Press Secretary John Kirby there, spokesman John Kirby. And I do want to play this for you in full because this is, of course, the latest U.S. response to Russian aggression on Ukrainian soil from yesterday. So let's listen in.
Conditions require. And as President Biden has noted before, we are not and will not send forces into Ukraine. So these additional personnel will be going to NATO's eastern flank. Specifically, we'll be sending a number of KC-135 refueling aircraft out of Fairfield Air Force Base in Spokane. We'll deploy with approximately 150 personnel. They're scheduled right now, they're planned right now, to deploy to Suda, Greece, to provide additional aerial refueling support to the commander of U.S. European Command. This 500 will also include an air support operations center out of Fort Stewart, Georgia. They'll comprise basically of 40 personnel. Right now they're planned to deploy to Poland and to Romania, and again to help provide additional command and control for U.S. European Command flight operations. And then lastly, about 300 personnel will be making up a modular ammunition ordnance company out of Fort Bragg and a support maintenance company out of Fort Stewart, Georgia. They'll be going to Germany to provide additional logistics support to the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, 3rd Infantry Division already deployed there, and what we've already talked about. Again, these are purely defensive forces. These are specifically, the ones we're talking about today, are enablers. And we said before when we deployed the additional 7,000 that there would be associated enablers with them. This is part of that support. All these posture adjustments are being done, as I think you know, in full consultation with the NATO allies in question. Okay, shifting topics if I could to the Red Hill storage facility in Hawaii. Secretary Austin decided today, and you should have the statement. If you don't, you'll have it shortly, that directs the Secretary of the Navy in coordination with the commander of the United States Indo-Pacific Command to take all steps necessary to defuel and to permanently close the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility in Hawaii. I know many of you are tracking the importance that leaders across the Department of Defense have placed on that November leak and the contamination that resulted from it. The Secretary, the Deputy Secretary, leaders from across the Department of Defense and Navy, as well as Indo-PACOM, remain very, very focused on this issue and the impact that it's had on families, communities, and of course our responsibilities in both national security and being good stewards of our resources and the environment. Throughout this process, the Department's approach has been guided by a commitment to protect the population, the environment, and the security of the country, goals that are mutually supportive. As the Secretary outlined in his direction to the Department of the Navy, the Department of Defense launched a thorough review of the facility's long-term future, work that was grounded in analysis and completely aligned with our focus. So a few points on today's decision. First, national security. We will defuel Red Hill and reposition the fuel to land and afloat locations. This will meet our national security objectives by better positioning the United States to meet future challenges in the Pacific region while ensuring environmental stewardship and protecting the population. Secondly, as the Secretary noted, we're going to be able to take care of our people and the community. We are committed to mitigating the impacts of the November incident, and we are restoring safe drinking water to all affected residents and providing best-in-class sampling and testing to ensure the continued safety of the drinking water. And finally, we're going to complete environmental mitigation efforts for the Red Hill drinking water well and any other impacted areas and continue to engage the community on land use. One additional note, which I believe many of you are tracking, the Commander, U.S. Pacific Fleet, has directed a command investigation into the releases and contamination of the water supply. When that review is complete, the Navy will publicly release the report and continue to work closely with the Department of Health in Hawaii about pursuing follow-on actions. That work continues. I want to end by noting that the Secretary's decision is not considered by the Department to be some sort of quick fix. We have work to do. We know that across the enterprise with elected officials from Hawaii and local organizations, and of course with our military families, many of whom have suffered as a result of that leak and that contamination. We're going to stay transparent, as fully transparent on this work as we can. We're going to continue to update you and them as actions are taken, but we do believe that this decision by the Secretary today marks a significant first step in the path forward. With that, take questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. On Ukraine, I wonder if you could discuss sort of the overall direction of the Russian campaign in Ukraine. I'm thinking in particular, for example, of their increased use of long-range fires, artillery, and rockets in recent days. Yeah. Is this an adjustment by them? Is this a new phase of the war? Are they compensating for problems in other areas, or how would you describe the thrust of where they are right now?
With the caveat, Bob, that we don't have perfect visibility into Russian plans. What we believe is happening as the Russians continue to get frustrated and slowed down, and they really haven't made any noteworthy progress in the last few days, with the exception of down south. In the south, they continue to have some progress, but up in the north and northeast. What we assess is as they continue to get frustrated, they continue to rely now more on what we would call long-range fires. So this is bombardment, missile strikes, long-range artillery into city centers that they aren't in yet, at least not on the ground in any significant number. So we're seeing that. And, of course, that has been leading to, and as you would expect it would, when you're relying more on long-range fires, you're gonna cause more damage. And you're going to kill more people and injure more people, and so that's what we think is happening. That's what we're seeing them do, and we think it's because again they have not been able to make up for the lost time that they continue to suffer from on the ground in terms of the advancement of ground forces.
And they have not taken control of any of the cities yet. Is that?
I wouldn't say no cities. I mean, we do assess that Kherson fell to the Russians around the coast of the Sea of Azov, a town called Berdansk. We believe they have control over, certainly that we believe that they're in control of that power plant up near the Dnipro River that we talked about last week. So some smaller towns as they continue their advance down south. In the north, we do not see them have any control over Kyiv, Kharkiv, still a lot of heavy fighting outside Kharkiv. And of course, Kharkiv is really becoming a victim to a lot of these long-range fires. And then in that town to the northeast of Kyiv called Cherniv, they still are attempting to encircle the city, but they have not taken it yet. So again, I think down south you see them have a little bit more success and some control over some local population centers, but up in the north, not so much. The other one that I would note is Mariupol on the Sea of Azov, just to the south of the Donbass. We believe that they very much are aimed on taking Mariupol. Mariupol is a violent place to be right now. This is another location for long-range fires and bombardment. You've heard the mayor himself talk about power outages and water supply problems. We believe that they are trying to encircle Mariupol as well, but they have not done it yet. Jen.
John, have you seen any evidence that Russian morale among the troops is low? We've seen some reports, but have you seen any evidence of that? And how would you characterize that convoy, the 40-mile-long convoy north of Kyiv? If it doesn't have tanks in that convoy, where are those tanks? Where did they go?
Yes, I don't have perfect visibility on the convoy. We're watching it with much the same imagery that you are. We believe that the main purpose of it was resupply. So it does, when you look at the images from the air, you can see a lot of it. They don't look like armored vehicles so much as they look like resupply trucks. That's not to say that there aren't combat vehicles in there. We don't have perfect visibility on it. But the assessment is that it was largely meant to help resupply, and it is still stalled. It is still stuck. We don't assess over the course of the weekend that it has made any progress. And I'm sorry, you had another one. Morale. We certainly see what's in the open press that you see about anecdotal evidence that some soldiers are flagging in their morale. We have also picked up other indications as well on our own that that morale continues to be a problem for many of the Russian forces, particularly up in the north and the east. It is not clear to us that all of the soldiers that Russia has put into Ukraine realized that that's what they were doing, that they were actually going to invade Ukraine. It's not clear to us that they had full visibility on the mission that which they were being assigned.
And again, if that convoy was a resupply convoy and not really armored vehicles, where were those columns of tanks that were supposed to encircle Kyiv? Were they sent elsewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a better question for the Russian Ministry of Defense. We don't have perfect visibility in terms of what they're moving and what alternative routes they might have taken. And I don't want to leave you with the idea that we know perfectly what each and every vehicle is in there. It looks to be like our assessment is that it's largely meant for resupply, but I can't rule out that there aren't combat vehicles. It's a very, very long convoy. We don't even know if it's all, we can't even say that it's all one convoy and not several, but it does remain, as our best assessment is, it remains stalled. Fadi.
Thank you, John. So when the reports about efforts by the Russians to recruit Syrian fighters to fight in Ukraine, first of all, what do you have to say about these reports? And based on your knowledge, did this effort start before the war or after the war? And who are these fighters they're seeking to recruit? Are they from the Syrian military, or what is your understanding of the situation?
I can't speak for Russian recruiting efforts, Fadi. We do believe that the accounts of them, the Russians seeking Syrian fighters to augment their forces in Ukraine, we believe there's truth to that. So it's interesting that Mr. Putin would have to find himself relying on foreign fighters here. Who they are going to be, how many they're getting, what they're going to pay them, all of that we don't have perfect visibility on, but we're in no position to refute the accounts that they might be seeking to recruit Syrian fighters.
And since you mentioned that, it's kind of interesting that the Russian president is trying to rely on foreign fighters. Do you have an assessment, despite all the troops he has inside of Ukraine now, why he has to go and tap into foreign fighters, especially in Syria?
I can't get inside Mr. Putin's head. He has pretty much all the combat power that he that he assembled
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. On this Tuesday, March 8th, you're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez. We are taking a look back at the latest Pentagon press briefing from Press Secretary John Kirby as he talks about the United States military's continued response to the Russian invasion into the Ukraine and now entering its 13th day. We do know that thousands of more troops are on their way to our NATO allies in countries surrounding the country of Ukraine. So we wanted to bring you this update here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of information to take away from these press conferences that have been brought to us almost on a daily. And we are going to bring you up to speed with every latest development on the invasion from overseas here in just a little bit. But we are continuing to follow on how this invasion is impacting us here at home. And a lot of you have definitely been heading out to the pump and paying insane prices for gas. We do know that the price per gallon has reached an all-time high of $4.17 today. That was according to AAA as of this morning. And we're continuing to follow up with our owned and operated stations. Reporters from all across the country focusing on the price per gallon in their areas. So I actually do want to head out live to Florida right now because the average gas price here in Florida is now at a record high. It clocks in at $4.15 a gallon. That's up from just 24 hours ago. So we're going to head to Heathrow, Florida specifically. It's right down the road from our Live Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. Amanda, I understand that Floridians are now facing the highest gas prices in 14 years. What can you tell us, and what do people have to say from the pump out there?
Well, not only the highest since 14 years, but the highest ever now. So this is a new historic high, what Floridians are paying in terms of gas prices for regular gas per gallon. And if you take a look at the price behind me on the board, it says $4.39 a gallon for regular gas. And that is not a mistake. I even drove around to the pump just to be sure. And yes, that is the price here at this gas station. Now, this is significantly higher than the state and national average. AAA is reporting that the Florida average is now just over $4.15 a gallon. So Floridians are feeling the pain at the pump. Many businesses and workers are feeling that impact from the price surge. My AC Solution in Lake Mary says they've had to increase what they charge for house calls.
We've started to see that bill hit us really fast. You could see it where those 40 cents and 50 cents per gallon added to it is impacting not only us as going out to customers' homes.
Now, Amanda, I understand that AAA is offering several tips on how people can save money just in general and when it comes to gas. So what can you tell our viewers this morning? I'm sure at this point we could take all the advice we can get.
Well, some of the advice they say is to combine all of your errands into one trip, shop around for the lowest prices, and to be sure to hit the brakes. Don't speed aggressively because that can reduce your fuel economy. And then some of the gas stations actually charge an extra fee if you use a credit card. So if that's the case, then it may be better to bring some cash with you in order to pay for your gas. And that's according to AAA.
Yeah, and when it comes to AAA also, Amanda, are they saying that these gas prices are surging obviously because of the sanctions against Russia?
Yes, AAA says the reason for these gas prices surging is because of the sanctions against Russia, which is preventing the country from selling their oil on the global market. And just in the past couple of hours, Shell gas stations have announced that they will no longer be purchasing Russian oil or natural gas. So that could be a contributing factor to why we are seeing some of these prices go higher at other gas stations more than some others in the area.
Well, that is just so wild to report. We've been following this for the past several days now, and unfortunately it seems like it's only going to continue to get higher. So Amanda McKenzie with Fox 35 Orlando out there in Heathrow, Florida. Thank you so much for this update from the Sunshine State, and we'll be checking in with you and your team again soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Unfortunately, Florida not seeing the highest prices when it comes to gas and, you know, that price per gallon. We do know that in parts of California, it even reached past $5. And we know that parts of Hawaii also clocking in at around $4.75 per gallon. So it's something that we're going to continue to follow here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head back out overseas to the Ukraine and its surrounding borders to bring you the latest on the humanitarian crisis that the Russian invasion has caused as it officially enters its 13th day. Stay with us.
Women and children continue to flood across the border out of Ukraine, cold, tired, and unsure of
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news, continuing to bring you every development when it comes to the Russian invasion into Ukraine as it enters its 13th day, also impacting us back home. I do want to bring you this tweet from our very own Fox News correspondent, Mark Meredith. We have just gotten this information within the last 2 minutes. He is confirming via Twitter that Biden is expected to speak at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time on the new sanctions and actions that the U.S. is taking against Russia for its unprovoked and unjustified war on the Ukraine. And I do want to read you some more information via the Associated Press that they are anticipating that Joe Biden is going to ban Russian oil imports, which is going to toughen the toll on Russia's economy in retaliation for this invasion. So they are citing that this is according to a person familiar with the matter. Again, we are learning this information just within the last couple of minutes. This move follows pleas by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy to U.S. and Western officials to cut off the imports, which had been a glaring omission of the massive sanctions put in place on Russia over the invasion. Energy exports have kept a steady influx of cash flowing to Russia despite otherwise severe restrictions on its financial sector. President Biden was set to announce the move as as soon as today, according to that source with the Associated Press, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the matter before this announcement. So the White House said Biden would speak again today, this morning, and we are learning from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith that those remarks should be coming at around 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. So actually right before that, we are going to be speaking live with a Fox Business contributor, and we will be sure to touch on this announcement, which has been pushed by Americans, by lawmakers. So again, we are getting those reports that President Biden is expected to ban Russian oil imports over the war happening in Ukraine due to the Russian invasion. So we wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for being with us on this Tuesday, March 8th. It is also International Women's Day, so be sure to stick with us at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. We are going to tie both major stories together. We're actually going to be speaking with a Ukrainian immigrant here in the United States. She moved here when she was about 10 years old, and throughout her journey, it inspired her to start a women empowerment organization, and now they are working to help relief efforts back home in her country. We do know that this morning the United Nations confirmed 2 million refugees have fled the Ukraine, and that is still counting. We do know that thousands are still trying to flee amid these very dangerous conditions as Russian troops have released missiles and attacks on communities and cities across the north, south, and center part of the Ukraine. So we have brought you reports from Fox News correspondents out there on the ground, speaking with these refugees, speaking with people trying to evacuate or that have already crossed the borders into countries like Poland and Romania. 1.2 million people alone crossing the border into Poland. Poland actually has the largest Ukrainian population outside of the country itself. So I do want to start off by bringing you the latest from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, as she has been out in Poland for the last several days speaking with refugees.
Continue to flood across the border out of Ukraine, cold, tired, and unsure of what lies ahead.
These days was really awful.
Nearly 2 million people have fled Ukraine to escape the violence. The exodus mainly led by women, carrying not only their children and pets, but also the physical and emotional baggage of war.
I would like to wish women to stay strong, to keep a cool head, and keep a healthy way of thinking. Ukrainian women are the strongest in spirit.
Meanwhile, within the borders of Ukraine, cities are seeing a flood of displaced civilians. 200,000 have moved into the western city of Lviv. City officials pleading for international help as they struggle to house and feed those trying to leave war-torn regions.
We need big tents so that we can support people. We need these tents to be equipped with appropriate sanitation facilities so food can be cooked.
Russian troops continue to pummel cities and residential areas in southern Ukraine. Despite assurances from Russia, safe passage for the thousands trying to escape remains uncertain.
We call for the Russian Federation to agree to and honor in good faith Ukrainian proposals for time-bound humanitarian safe passage in specific agreed-upon locations.
The so-called safe corridors could open up again, but after multiple failed ceasefires, Ukrainians are skeptical. In Poland, near the Ukrainian border, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Meanwhile, we are continuing to get more really shocking is just the word video from out there in the Ukraine. I do want to bring you the latest information here on Live Now from Fox this morning. You're taking a look at footage of massive fires breaking out at 2 oil depots in Ukraine's Zhytomyr region yesterday, actually last night to be specific, following Russian strikes. Footage is provided here by the State Emergency Service of Ukraine and shows crews extinguishing extinguishing fires at the oil depots in Zhytomyr and Chernihiv. They said residents living near this oil depot had been evacuated, which is good news to report out of this very tragic situation. A Ukraine State Emergency Service said there was no victims reported, and by late yesterday night, both fires had been extinguished. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you this video and actually let you listen into the sound here for just a minute. Very powerful.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
You're taking a look as Ukrainian forces fired at what they said was a Russian tank in the Mykolaiv airport yesterday. Footage posted by the National Police of Ukraine showing troops firing a rocket launcher from the roof of the now permanently closed Mykolaiv International Airport. The explosion can be seen in the distance out there as you watch this footage on repeat here. It's only about a couple of seconds long. A translation of the National Police of Ukraine's Facebook post said, quote, accurate shots neutralized enemy tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Ukraine State Emergency Service said on Monday morning that fires were reported in residential areas and at industrial facilities in Mykolaiv as a result of Russian shelling. So we are continuing to get more video throughout the course of this invasion, and we are able to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. If it's not live, it is most certainly raw and unfiltered. And I actually do want to head back out here to the United States. We're going to get the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. He's not only talking about the record high prices of oil and gas that we are seeing here in the United States, but it's also going to be a setup to a very defiant and powerful message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Now, it's important to mention that he is expected to address the United Kingdom's Commons at around noon Eastern time. Here is going to be a historic address done virtually, and we are expected to get that here on Live Now from Fox. It's also important to mention here before I bring you Doug Lazater's most recent report that we have gotten confirmation from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith here that President Biden is going to speak at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time on new actions that the U.S. is taking against Russia for this invasion. And according to the Associated Press, we have gotten reports that President Biden is expected to ban Russian oil imports over this war. So let's get the latest here from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater before I bring you that full message from the Ukrainian president.
Back in Washington, protesters installed a Zelenskyy way sign on the road outside the
Well, there is a push here to gain more leverage on Russia as the situation in Ukraine gets worse each day. A massive fire at an oil depot in Ukraine. Many Ukrainians are still desperate to escape the latest Russian attacks and are skeptical of Russian promises of humanitarian corridors. A defiant Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says he's still working in his office. And again, he called on the Biden administration to step up support.
I don't hide, and I'm not afraid of anyone.
Back in Washington, protesters installed a Zelenskyy way sign on the road outside the Russian embassy. But many Americans are looking at other signs, showing gas prices on the rise.
Normally come here and it's about like $4.30, and now it's like $1 up. I might not be able to eat lunch for the rest of the week.
AAA says gas prices have shot up again overnight, now setting a new U.S. record with the average price of regular topping $4.17 a gallon. Although a new poll shows 71% of Americans would be willing to pay even more to cut off Russian oil imports.
The best thing we can do is reduce our dependence on fossil fuels.
The White House again resisting calls to cut off those imports. Instead, the administration is seeking new oil sources from Venezuela, Iran, and Saudi Arabia.
Why does Joe Biden only want to deal with the worst people in the world?
That touched off concerns on both sides of the aisle, and there is bipartisan support to stop buying Russian oil. It may be one of the few remaining levers to try to ease a conflict that began nearly 2 weeks ago. And in fact, there is now a bipartisan deal in Congress to cut off Russian energy imports. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Again, we have gotten word that President Biden is expected to speak at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. This is that tweet that we are going to continue showing you from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith. I do want to let you know that we have reports coming in that President Biden is expected to ban Russian oil imports, which is going to toughen the toll on Russia's economy in retaliation for this invasion. This move follows several pleas by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy to U.S. and Western officials to cut off the imports. So we will absolutely be bringing you that message, that address here on Live Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, and in its entirety. Speaking of President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, we did get a very defiant message from him here just yesterday. I do want to play you just a quick excerpt before I also bring you the full 7 to 8 minute message here on Live Now from Fox. Let's first listen in.
Here in Kyiv at Bankova Street, I don't hide and I'm not afraid of anyone. I will stay here as long as it's necessary to win in our patriotic war.
Наші вітчизняні війні. Я залишаюсь тут.
I stay here in Kyiv at Bankova Street. I don't hide, and I'm not afraid of anyone. I will stay here as long as it's necessary to win in our patriotic war.
Наші вітчизняні.
Again, this is a short clip from an 8-minute message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy vowing not to leave Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, going so far as to reveal that he is in his office as Russian forces are continuing their assault on the city. He literally publicly addressed his location. He said, I am on Bankova Street, which is where the presidential offices are located, saying, I am not hiding and I am not afraid of anyone. He vowed that he would be staying in Kyiv despite the Russian invasion of the city, despite already surviving 3 attempts on his life since the start of the war. He also warned that other NATO members could be next if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, saying that Russia will want more and more. So we actually do have that full message from President Zelenskyy. I also do want to let you know that Zelenskyy is set to make a very historic address to the British House of Commons around noon Eastern Time today. We should be getting feeds here and we'll air it for you live, raw, and in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. He's going to be addressing members of Parliament virtually, which is the first time that they have actually done so in the chamber. Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, granted that request, saying, quote, every member of Parliament wants to hear directly from the president, who will be speaking to us live from Ukraine. So this is an important opportunity for the House. So again, I do want to bring you his full message to the Ukrainian people, to the world. Very defiant, very brave, saying that he is not going to leave, saying this is where I am and I will stay here.
Вечірній Київ. Наш офіс. Понеділок, вечір. Ви знаєте, ми звикли говорити понеділок день важкий. В країні війна, тож кожен день понеділок. Зараз звикли до того, що кожен такий день і кожен такий день і вечір. І сьогодні 12-й. 12-й вечір нашої боротьби, нашого захисту. Ми всі на місцях, всі працюємо, кожен там, де повинен. Я у Києві, моя команда зі мною. Тероборона на місцях, військові на позиціях, наші герої, лікарі, рятувальники, транспортники, дипломати, журналісти. Усі. Усі ми воюємо. Усі ми робимо внесок у нашу перемогу, яка обов'язково буде. Силою зброї та силою нашої армії, силою слова і нашої дипломатії, і силою духа, яку мають і перша, і друга, і кожен з нас. Погляньте сьогодні на нашу країну. Чаплинка, Мелітополь, Токмак, Новотроїцьке і Херсон, Старобільськ. Всюди люди захищали себе, хоч у них і немає там зброї. Але це наші люди, і тому зброя у них є. У них є хоробрість, гідність, а отже, і здатність вийти і сказати: я тут, це моє, і я не віддам це, своє місто, свою громаду, свою Україну. Кожен українець, кожна українка, які вчора, сьогодні і завтра протестуватимуть проти окупантів-героїв. Ми кричимо на окупантів разом з вами. Ми стоїмо на площах і на вулицях разом з вами. Ми не боїмося разом з вами, коли окупанти відкривають вогонь та намагаються всіх розігнати. Ви не відступаєте. Ми не відступаємо. А той, хто повторював «ми один народ», точно не розраховував на таку потужну реакцію. На півдні нашої країни розгорнувся такий національний рух, такий потужний прояв українськості, який там, на вулицях і на площах ми ніколи ще не бачили, і який для Росії як страшний сон. Вони забули, що ми не боїмося автозаків і кийків, не боїмося танків, не боїмося кулеметів, коли на нашому боці головне – правда, як зараз. Маріуполь і Харків, Чернігів і Суми, Одеса і Київ, Миколаїв, Житомир і Коростень, Овруч і багато інших міст. Ми знаємо, ненависть, яку ворог приніс з обстрілами і бомбами у наші прекрасні міста, не залишиться там. Не буде жодного сліду від неї. Ненависть – це не про нас, тому від ворога не буде жодного сліду. Ми усе відбудуємо. Ми зробимо наші міста, які окупант руйнував, кращими, ніж будь-яке місто в Росії, Енергодар, Чорнобиль та інші прекрасні місця, де варвари просто не розуміють, що вони хочуть захопити, що вони хочуть контролювати. Ваша робота, сумлінна робота на критичних об'єктах – це справжній подвиг, і ми його бачимо. Ми за нього щиро вдячні. Українська армія триває позиції. Молодці. Наносить противнику надзвичайно болісних втрат. Захищає, контратакує. Якщо треба, може помститись. Обов'язково за кожне зло, за кожну ракету і бомбу, за кожен зруйнований цивільний об'єкт. Сьогодні в Макарові на Київщині вони обстріляли хлібзавод. Для чого? Старий хлібзавод. Вдумайтесь. Стріляти в хлібзавод. Ким треба бути, щоб таке робити? А щоб зруйнувати ще одну церкву в Житомирській області. Церкву Різдва Пресвятої Богородиці, побудовану у 1862 році. Це нелюди. Була домовленість про гуманітарні коридори. Чи спрацювала вона? Замість неї спрацювали російські танки, російські гради, російські міни. Вони навіть замінували дорогу, яку погоджували для підвезення продуктів і ліків для людей, для дітей у Маріуполь. Вони знищують навіть автобуси, які мають вивозити людей. Але при цьому вони роблять так, щоб відкрився невеличкий коридор на окуповану територію, на кілька десятків людей. Не так у Росію, як до пропагандистів, прямо до них, на телекамери. Мовляв, ось хто рятує, ось вони. Просто цинізм, просто пропаганда, нічого більше. Жодного гуманітарного сенсу. Сьогодні відбувся вже третій раунд переговорів в Білорусі. Хотілося б сказати третій і фінальний, але ми реалісти, тому ми будемо говорити, будемо наполягати на переговорах, поки не знайдемо спосіб сказати нашому народу: ось як ми прийдемо до миру. Саме до миру. Маємо усвідомлювати, що кожен день боротьби, кожен день спротиву створюють для нас кращі умови, сильну позицію, щоб гарантувати наше майбутнє. У мирі, знов-таки, у мирі. Після цієї війни, окрім загиблих людей і зруйнованих міст, війна залишає знищеними і прагнення, які колись здавалось надважливими, а зараз вже і не згадуєш про них. Майже 3 роки тому, щойно відбулись вибори, ми зайшли в цю будівлю, в цей офіс, і одразу почали планувати переїзд. Я це прекрасно пам'ятаю. Я мріяв переїхати з Банкової разом з урядом і парламентом, щоб розвантажити центр Києва і загалом переїхати у сучасний прозорий офіс, як і належить прогресивній, демократичній, європейській країні. Тепер я скажу одне. Я залишаюсь тут, залишаюсь у Києві, на Банковій, не ховаючись, і нікого не боюсь, стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб перемогти у цій нашій вітчизняній війні. Сьогодні я підписав указ про відзначення державними нагородами України 96 українських героїв, наших військових, серед яких нагороджуються орденом Богдана Хмельницького другого ступеню, майор САК Олександр Олександрович, командир механізованого батальйону, який вступив у бій з батальйонною тактичною групою ворога і переміг завдяки раціональному підходу до ведення бою і нестандартній тактиці. Капітан Селівакін Ростислав Олександрович.
All right, everybody. So a very powerful message there from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, vowing not to leave Ukraine's capital of Kyiv and going so far as to reveal that he's in his office. He is in the presidential area where they have their offices located on Bankova Street. You literally just heard him say, I am on Bankova Street. I am not hiding. I am not afraid of anyone, and I will stay here in Kyiv. This is despite the Russian invasion of the city and already surviving 3 attempts on his life since the start of the war. He also warned that other NATO members could be next if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, saying that Russia will want more and more. Now, again, he is set to make a very historic address to the British House of Commons today at noon Eastern time. He will be tuning in virtually, and we are expected to get that feed at around that time, so be sure to listen in raw, unfiltered, and live here on Live Now from Fox. Here is a Live Now full look at the capital of the Ukraine, of Kyiv here. It is a mid-afternoon out there at this point. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Don't go anywhere, though. When you return, we are going to have a live guest on, a Ukrainian woman, an immigrant, a business owner who is now using her organization to help refugees and humanitarian efforts out there overseas. So stay with us. That's coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break.
Breaking news right now that has just hit our desk. Germany has...
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have in fact...
Range of options remain on the table.
The latest headlines that we are seeing. Oil and gas. Reporting operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are just getting started here for you.
Is breaking news.
everybody. We've all got moms, sisters, best friends, wives. Despite who it is, we all have amazing women in our lives. Well, today is a day to celebrate them all because it's International Women's Day. It's a call to action to continue fighting for women's equality. It's also a chance to recognize how far women have come socially, economically, culturally, and politically. This day has been marked for more than 100 years, since 1911, and it's coming at such a crucial time, especially as we are continuing to bring you every latest development from the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now entering its 13th day. I actually want to play you a very powerful message before we bring on a live guest. We actually do have Ukrainian Member of Parliament Kira Rudik sending an International Women's Day message to her compatriots. So let's first listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey, so it's already past midnight here in Kiev, and it's officially International Women's Day. Usually on this day, kids are giving their mummies flowers and cards to say how special they are. This year, our kids have been robbed of this opportunity. They are either at refugee camps or very far away from us, to keep them safe. This year, Ukrainian women will receive flowers, but these are not only flowers that we will be carrying, because we are also carrying guns to protect our country along with our men from Putin, crazy dictator, and from the war that Russia is bringing in. I want to congratulate all Ukrainian women who are standing up and fighting. You are incredible. Because of you, we will win.
Again, that is Ukrainian Member of Parliament Kira Rudik sending an International Women's Day message to her compatriots, congratulating the incredible women of her country who are standing up and fighting. As you just heard, she said this year, Ukrainian women will be carrying guns as well as flowers on International Women's Day to protect our country along with our men from Putin. She praised the incredible Ukrainian women. Because of you, we will win, she said. This is actually a Live Now look we have of Kyiv in the Ukraine. And as we stay on the topic of not only the invasion, but International Women's Day, I do want to welcome on a special guest right now. Her name is Anzelika Steen-Olsen. She is the founder and CEO of the Share Group, and she is also a Ukrainian immigrant herself, and she is with us here on Live Now from Fox to talk all about how her organization is working to help the Ukrainian people overseas. Anzelika, thank you so much for joining us here this morning. My heart goes out to you and your family and your friends that are still over there. How are you doing? Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning. What a powerful message that was. Incredible. And happy International Women's Day to you too, Regina.
Oh, well, thank you. And thank you for all your organization is
I'm
doing.
the lucky one. Thank you. I'm the lucky one. I'm at home. I have a clear sky. It's beautiful out. I'm the lucky one. So we are okay, obviously. Most of my family is here with us, so we're very fortunate. I do have friends in Ukraine I'm in contact with, and we stay in touch as much as it is possible. And I would like to acknowledge them, this resolve that they have, this incredible spirit and courage. It's just mind-blowing. So much to learn and take away from this entire tragedy.
Absolutely, and it's hard to believe that it's entering its 13th day, Anzelika. For our viewers, to backtrack for just a minute, do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself, about where you grew up in the Ukraine, and when you and your family decided to move to the United States?
So I was about 10 years old, and so just to clarify, my mother's side of the family are all Ukrainian. They are from Odessa. To be more precise, it's a provincial town called Golovanevsk, and it's next to Odessa. And my grandmother, her entire family, my mother, all come from that part of Ukraine. And Odessa is a very very near and dear to my heart for many, many reasons. And, I was married when I was 19 years old to a man from Odessa. I'm very good friends and have been had a very close relationship with his mother throughout all the years. And I say that because he unfortunately passed away 9/11, but I maintain my relationship with his mother and still do, and have learned everything about Odessa from her because I was just too small to remember.
Well, we are so sorry to hear about your husband, Anzelika, and obviously a very long journey making your way from over there to the United States. You are the founder and CEO of the Share Group. So can you tell us a little bit about how your journey and the woman that you became throughout your years inspired you to start this organization? And can you tell us what the organization is all about?
Sure. So Share is definitely, or has definitely become a way of life. It's a movement of selflessness, creating a balance and support for all who are drawn to it. Share is definitely, if you were to ask us what our mission was, I would definitely say we share, we ask, we answer our hopes, challenges, and wins for all things she and her. We are here to support and empower one another. It's definitely to gather women. It is for all women to find equality, sisterhood, and empowerment throughout their friendships, community, place of work.
And, Anzelika, when it comes to empowering women, obviously today is International Women's Day. And if we tie this in to the humanitarian crisis that is happening due to the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, we've seen such heartfelt video. Our viewers are taking a look right now as men are saying goodbye to a train full of women and children that are escaping. We learned this morning that the United Nations confirmed 2 million people have evacuated. So what can you specifically say about the resilience that we've seen from women out there during this entirely unprecedented time?
I'm blown away, as most of us who are watching this situation, who we are seeing this daily. There's a level of resilience that I can't even put it into words. At the end of the day, we all want the same things. We want love, peace, love, and safety. And that's what it comes down to. They are a definite example of pressure under fire, for lack of better words, of relentless hope, of incredible courage, sacrifice, all for independence, for freedom, to create a better life for their children and to leave this a better world.
Absolutely. And, Anzelika, I feel like some of these videos, some of these images that have been coming through, they're also receiving support from, these bordering countries. You and I were speaking before this interview, talking about how that there was that really, really just gut-wrenching photo of women in Poland leaving strollers behind at the train station where these refugees were coming in. So what can you say going off of that about the support that they have received and are continuing to receive during this time, even if it might be a little difficult to do so?
Well, Poland, bravo, and much gratitude. Unbelievable, just unbelievable, all the support that they've shown the refugees. It's incredible because the Ukrainian people, specifically women and children, they have such, they've proven that they have such an unbreakable spirit. When you say goodbye to your husband, when you say goodbye to your sons, fathers, I can't even comprehend. It's unfathomable, to say the least. But they've just proven how unbreakable their spirit is. We've got so much to learn. We've got so much to be grateful for. And I've never felt more thankful to be alive, to be able to look out and see a clear sky, to be able to put my daughter to sleep and not have to worry about sirens going off. I think at the end of the day, we're all hopeful. We're all hopeful for a better tomorrow. We're hopeful for a better ending to a day. And that the fight of this very small country of Ukraine has shown the world what resilience, resolve for that matter, is all about. I believe they can win this fight.
Absolutely, Anzelika, and that's been a continued conversation, is how the resilience has just shown through this really, really devastating time, and it unfortunately will continue to impact them in the future. You've got children taken away from their family, out of school, just having their lives completely upended. Have you been able to speak to your friends over there? How are they doing? Have you been able to get in touch with them easily? Tell us about what's been going on from your eyes and the people you know over there.
I have been speaking to my friends. I'm, again, very lucky because my friends finally managed to get out of Ukraine, out of Kiev, and they are currently being helped by Poland. As a matter of fact, I helped a family. I connected them to a dear friend of mine in Poland who was able to provide a place for them to stay for the next 3 months. So that's something I've been working on the last 4 or 5 days. But I just think that we're very fortunate in having amazing neighboring countries at the borders who have opened their hearts and their doors and their just showed incredible support.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we have been learning over the course of this invasion that Poland actually has the largest Ukrainian population outside of the country itself. So like you said, they have really been showing quite an effort, as other countries surrounding Ukraine as well. Anzelika, I understand that you and the Share Group are working on your own efforts to help the people out there. What can you tell us? What are you and your team doing?
So I've partnered up with a friend whose name is Masha Brodskaya, and we are putting together a classical concert with some amazing virtuosos in support of Ukraine. These performers are from Ukraine originally. We're hoping to also have a live performance of a musician directly out of Ukraine. So hopefully, we're not sure how that's going to work out, but that's what we're working on and trying to put this concert together. And again, the idea behind this is to remind people that hope is still alive, to restore faith and hope in humanity.
And that's
actually going to take place Sunday, the 20th at 7 p.m. And it's going to be available throughout our social media platforms, YouTube, and other global networks. Streaming.
I was going to say, how can our viewers help? How can they get involved?
Join us. Donate if you're able to. If not, just unite with us. It's a concert uniting everyone and in the spirit of hope, peace, love, safety, and future for the people of Ukraine. And by the way, for more information, everyone can find us on thesharegroup.org.
Absolutely. Now, Anzelika, with that message from your organization, what is your message to not only the people of the Ukraine, but also the people outside looking in and, like you said, just feeling so grateful to have some sort of routine, see a blue sky, and not have, to worry about some of the things that these people over there never thought that they would worry about? What is your message to everyone right now?
So I would like to paraquote Polina Poriskova. She has a beautiful post out today. I will read a part of it. And this is what she had written. Life is both incredibly beautiful and inordinately sad. We are capable of holding opposing emotions at one time, both grateful and angry. We're able to experience joy and sorrow, empathy and fear. It's what makes us human. It's what makes us complex and fierce. It's what makes us women. And on this day, I wish every woman out there a happy, safe, beautiful day.
Well, happy International Women's Day to you, Anzelika. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox with such powerful messages to everyone. We really wish you and your family and all of your friends out there the best, and we'll definitely be checking in with you again soon. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, here is a live look at Kyiv in the Ukraine. Again, that was Anzelika Steen-Olsen. She is the founder and CEO of the Share Group, working to help the people of Ukraine. Also, so many people coming together through this unprecedented time over there, the Russian invasion entering its 13th day. We also do officially have stocks trading here in the United States this morning. It is officially past 9:30 a.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. The Dow actually looking decently well this morning. We've seen a lot of wild swings throughout this invasion. And again, at around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be speaking live with a Fox Business contributor. Also a breaking news alert that we wanted to bring you. We have learned this morning that President Biden is going to be speaking at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. And a source is saying that the president has officially decided to ban Russian oil imports, which is going to toughen the toll on Russia's economy in retaliation for its invasion. So lots of moving parts here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. We bring you the latest developments as we learn them. We also bring you interviews just like we had with Anzelika to show you how situations like this are just moving people not only in the Ukraine and in Europe, but across the globe. She spoke about how her friends were able to leave Kyiv and head to Poland. This is actually a live now look at Poland at the border with Ukraine there right now. As you can see, our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard doing live reports throughout the entire day for us. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez, with you from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. We've been continuing to bring you nonstop coverage of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, now officially in its 13th day. We were just being joined live by a guest, a owner and CEO of a women empowerment organization, also a Ukrainian immigrant who is currently working with her organization, with her comrades, to have events, to collect donations, to help aid the refugees that have left the Ukraine and the people that are still there. The United Nations officially confirming this morning that 2 million people have fled the Ukraine. We've brought you really heartwarming, gut-wrenching video, I should say, throughout the last couple of days, as we've seen more people cross the borders into Poland, into Romania, into Israel, just really some with the clothes on their backs, with just their passports, some being separated from their families, lots of women and children having to say goodbye to sons, to fathers, to husbands. So on this International Women's Day, it is especially important to remember the resilience of the women that are currently out in the Ukraine, not only leaving, but some also fighting. So again, we wanted to bring you that interview here on Live Now from Fox that was happening just before our quick 2-minute commercial break. Meanwhile, as we continue our coverage with how people around the globe are trying to help the people of the Ukraine, I do want to bring you this latest segment from our Fox owned and operated station, Fox 11 Los Angeles. They actually spoke with an organization that is working to get meals and food out there. So I do want to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
He is the CEO of the World Central Kitchen, the nonprofit formed by Jose Andres. This is video he posted from Ukraine. They are also feeding refugees in Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and soon Slovakia as well. Nate Mook joins us now from Ukraine, where he just left a train station there. Nate, welcome to The Issue Is, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
So if you could paint a picture for us, what's it like on the ground right now?
Yeah, you know, right here in Lviv, which is a city in the western side of Ukraine, it's fairly calm, but also very tense. You know, this is not a city that right now is under bombardment. There are air raid sirens that are going off daily. But overall, this has been a peaceful side of Ukraine, as it is very close to the Polish border. But in turn, it means a lot of refugees, a lot of Ukrainians that are fleeing cities in the east that are under active attack and bombings are coming here. So it is an overwhelmed city. It's also a city that is preparing for an attack. Every day you see people getting ready for potential tanks to roll in, checkpoints being set up to make sure that, you know, everybody here is you know, not causing problems. And so there's a lot of sort of really fear here. At the same time, there's a lot of incredible work being done, an outpouring of support for those Ukrainians that are coming into the city. All this week as we've been here, we've been delivering meals at the train station, which is one of the main focal points where Ukrainians from across the country arrive either to stay here in the West or to continue on to Poland or other countries. And there's an outpouring of support of volunteers coming in. We've also been delivering meals to other shelters here where families are living for the time being. And it's just, you know, it's a city that is sort of on the edge right now. And so as World Central Kitchen, what we're doing here, in addition to making sure that families who are arriving have a hot, fresh meal, sometimes their first meal that they've had in 2 days, we're also preparing. So we're getting stockpiles of food in. We've got a humanitarian corridor set up between Ukraine and Poland, where we are bringing trucks in filled with food and other supplies. And we're working with our amazing local partners on the ground, restaurant partners that are cooking out of their kitchens and just getting food ready, knowing that there may be a huge need in the days and weeks ahead.
I mean, it must be such an emotional experience talking with the refugees themselves. What are they telling you? And is there any conversation maybe that really stands out?
Yeah, you know, it's really heartbreaking hearing some of these stories. In the train station, we've been serving a lot of mothers and their children, young children, and they've had to abandon their lives. They don't know what's next. Many of them don't have any money or resources to go somewhere else. They're relying on the help and assistance of so many that are getting them through this time. There's just a lot of unknowns right now, and that's really, really sad for folks who, just they don't have anything. They're just, what they're carrying is everything that they have. We're also meeting Ukrainians who are coming in to help. Incredible stories. Tonight I met a young man who had just fled from Kharkiv, a city in the east that's under attack. There was a huge missile strike that was all over the news. It's actually very close to one of our kitchens that's operating there. This young man and his wife and child fled. His daughter continued on to Poland. He stayed here to volunteer and to help out. So he was serving meals outside of the train station. It is below freezing right now here in Lviv. And, just incredible, inspiring stories. And that's really what keeps us going as well. It's really, the smallest that we can do to be here and support the Ukrainian people during this really difficult time.
What your organization shows is that no matter what you look like, what country you're from, everybody needs food to live. Can you talk about the uniting power of food that you see firsthand?
Yeah, our founder, Chef Jose Andres, who I was just with here in Lviv, and also in Poland along the border where many of our teams are working, likes to talk about building longer tables, not higher walls, right? Food is such a powerful thing to bring people together, to break bread. And, it's what we're seeing here, that this outpouring of support, being able to provide a hot meal to somebody in a really, really difficult moment. We like to say that food doesn't just nourish the body. A hot meal also nourishes the soul. And, we really believe that. And the chefs that are working tirelessly every day to prepare the meals, and our teams and volunteers to deliver the meals, it's just, the love just pours through. And I think this really shows in the food that we prepare. This is not just about getting somebody some calories, but about, a message that today is difficult, but hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit better, and every day thereafter.
And that there's somebody who cares as well. Your organization is founded by Jose Andres, which you've mentioned. He is a well-known celebrity chef. He's become one of the most impactful humanitarians on the planet. What have you personally learned from working alongside of him?
I think one of the biggest things that I've learned from Jose is that the most important thing, that nothing should stop, is making sure that everybody has a plate of food. You don't say no. You figure out a way. You adapt in real time. We're working in very challenging situations right now. Our teams in Poland along the border and in the shelters and accommodation centers there, our teams in Romania and Moldova and Hungary, and of course here in Ukraine. And nothing is ever easy, right? You're always trying to figure things out. You're always adapting to the circumstances, solving problems. But at the end of the day, you can't give up. You can't say no. You just got to keep saying yes, and you figure it out and you make it happen. We were just at a bakery a few days ago. They were running out of flour. They said, we need 10,000 kilos of flour. And Jose said, great, we'll figure it out. We don't know where, but we're going to solve this problem. And yesterday we delivered an 18-wheeler filled with flour to this bakery that's in Ukraine, outside of Lviv, preparing fresh baked bread for the community and refugees that are going across the border. So, it's just one of the many examples of, just the mission and why we do what we do at World Central Kitchen.
That is wild. World Central Kitchen's been around since 2010. You all have served over 60 million meals in so many different natural disaster zones and man-made disaster zones. How do you as an individual stay optimistic? How do you sort of focus on your own mental health when you've seen so much suffering?
It's a great question. And it's something that we talk about with our teams a lot, because they are on the front lines of these disasters. And I think, we also have to make sure that our teams are taking care of themselves, because if we don't take care of ourselves, then we truly can't take care of others. At the same time, it is an incredible thing and an incredible honor to be able to serve somebody a plate of food. And, you know, chefs and people working in restaurants see this every day at the small scale. And so for us to be able to do what we do at this massive scale, it really does fill our hearts up. So even if we're in these really difficult moments like we are now, where you just wonder, you know, what is going on, you know, with humanity and what is going on with our planet, or we see these climate disasters and these hurricanes hitting, and we've been on the front lines of, we're just in tornadoes in places like Kentucky and floods. But at the end of the day, you know, that the being able to serve and be of service to the communities and see people banding together fills up your heart and gives you that energy to keep going at the end of the day. And that's what we're seeing here in Ukraine, but also in neighboring countries. The amount of, you know, volunteers and amazing from people from Poland and all over Europe that have come in to support. I mean, just unbelievable. And that really, I think, keeps us going at the end of the day.
And lastly, this is probably the most important question, because there's a lot of our viewers that are watching this right now and they say, we want to help. So how can we help you?
So I think one of the best ways to get involved is to follow our work, our website at wck.org. You can go there. You can, of course, donate, and 100% of your donation will go to our work on the ground in response to this effort. If you can, volunteer. We do have some volunteers. I know it's difficult to come out, and that's tough. Also, just helping spread the word. You know, follow us on social media, World Central Kitchen, our founder, Chef Jose Andres. We're constantly sharing what we're seeing in real time. We need the world to know about what's happening here and to continue to care about it. We live in a world now, there's a lot of news, a lot of things going on, but we need to stay focused because this is so important right now. And so help spread the word. You can also see what other organizations are doing. If not World Central Kitchen, there are amazing groups right now on the ground responding in different areas, whether it's medical, whether it's working with refugees, whether it's working with orphans. There's so many people doing great work. So, you know, find out what's going on, pay attention, follow us, and donate if you can. And that's really the best way to do it. And we're so grateful for all the support, because World Central Kitchen really is a people-powered organization. We don't receive funding from governments, the United Nations. We are really, you know, driven by individual donations that keep our work going. So we're so grateful for all the support that is making this work here in Ukraine possible.
Well, and as you know better than anybody, a lot of times stories like this get a lot of attention. People are real focused on it for a few days, and then the world's attention moves on, but the suffering continues and the need continues. Absolutely. And there's going to be a lot of need in the area around Ukraine for a long time. Again, the website is wck.org. I'm donating. I encourage all of our viewers to as well, if you're able to. Nate Mook, thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for everything that you all are doing in literally saving lives and giving hope.
Thank you.
Definitely a very, very moving interview by our very own Fox 11 Los Angeles team, speaking with the CEO of the World Kitchens. They are currently working to get thousands of meals to Ukrainian refugees. That CEO was there on the ground in the Ukraine. We are coming back out here to the United States. This is a live look outside of the White House, one of the live vantage points we have on this Tuesday morning. That is because we do have a breaking news alert to bring you here, and actually we can show you a tweet that we have also. This is coming from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith. President Biden is expected to announce a ban on Russian oil imports to the U.S. this morning amid bipartisan pressure. Now, those remarks are going to be coming from the White House. Here is a live look we have still from the front door out there. Now, he's expected to make these remarks here in just a little bit, and this is expected to hold Russia accountable for its unprovoked and unjustified war on Ukraine that has entered its 13th day. He's received a lot of pressure to do this. So again, these are just reports coming in, but multiple sources confirming these reports. So you can expect that we will bring you these remarks from President Biden here on Live Now from Fox at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. As this war is raging on, we as Americans are facing a historic surge in gas prices, and the Biden administration administration is facing calls from Republicans and Democrats in Congress, as well as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelenskyy, to ban imports of Russian oil and increase domestic energy production. Zelenskyy just yesterday called for boycotts of Russian oil imports to the U.S. and European countries. Also, Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying over the weekend that the administration is speaking with partners and allies to, quote, look in a coordinated way at the prospect of banning the imports of Russian oil while making sure there is still an appropriate supply of oil on world markets. A Biden administration official actually also told Fox Business this morning that the administration's announcement about this possible ban of oil imports from Russia to the United States was imminent. So again, we are expecting these remarks to happen at around 10:45, and we'll be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to go live and worldwide this morning and head out to Strasbourg. That is where European Parliament is having a session on the deterioration of the refugee situation since the start of this war on the Ukraine. So stay with us. We'll be live in this hearing right after this break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. As promised, we are going to stay in Strasbourg, France, as the European Parliament is holding a session addressing the refugee situation that has been ongoing since the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Thanks. Merci, Présidente. Il n'y a pas d'adjectif pour décrire la catastrophe humaine qui provoque l'agression militaire de la Russie contre l'Ukraine. Il n'y a aucune raison qui puisse justifier cette invasion avec toute la mort et l'horreur qu'elle laisse dans son sillage. Il est particulièrement cynique que parmi d'autres excuses, Poutine affirme qu'il mène cette invasion pour protéger les minorités russes et russophones d'Ukraine, alors que la population civile des villes à majorité russe telles que Kharkiv et Mariupol est celle qui subit les plus l'invasion dans l'Est et le Sud de l'Ukraine. Il est intolérable que Poutine manipule les droits à la détermination des peuples pour justifier les ambitions territoriales.
Unacceptable that he should cite self-determination of peoples to justify his invasion. You can't have authoritarian states applying pressure on self-determination. It can't be manipulating people to undermine the sovereignty of democratic states. The first obligation upon us in the humanitarian crisis is to host refugees, and it's great that the Council has activated the Temporary Protection Directive. All citizens across Europe have to share the effort to host these refugees.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mr. Torbay for 1 minute 30.
President, Commissioner, Minister.
Госпожо председател, господин комисар, това е момента, в който виждаме смелостта на нашите приятели в Украина.
European response, the unity, the responsibility, and also the solidarity. But still, we know that this will not be enough. Firstly, Ukraine needs more support to protect itself. We need, for example, to stop funding Russian gas and oil, to stop funding Putin's war. Secondly, Ukrainians need more solidarity from all European countries to welcome and integrate refugees. And there I would like to echo the message from other colleagues here in the European Parliament. I would like also to invite the Council to take this opportunity to have a swift adoption of the Migration Pact. And thirdly, Ukraine needs more humanitarian assistance. Yes, we have mobilized a lot, but it is far from enough. And we need to establish safe humanitarian corridors that actually leads to Europe and not to Russia or Belarus. Slava Ukraini.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet für 1 Minute 30 Simona Bonafè, bitte.
Grazie Presidente. Di fronte all'arrivo ai nostri confini di centinaia di migliaia di profughi ucraini, per lo più donne e bambini, a cui non è stato concesso nemmeno la possibilità di fuggire con corridoi umanitari dalla loro terra martoriata dall'artiglieria russa, l'Europa non si è voltata dall'altra parte, come ha fatto
been subject to cruel bombardment by Russian artillery, and they have demonstrated their scant regard for the values that underpin our life. Ukraine wanted to be European, and we've had other migration crises, such as the Mediterranean. They were not second-class citizens because of the colour of their skin. Now, in terms of the temporary protection of refugees, all the action that the Commission is putting in place guarantees solidarity and humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine, and solidarity through the countries of the Union that need aid and support. Solidarity and unity, the best response we can give to Putin, who is convinced he can exploit the migration crisis as a threat to Europe, but it's been the other way around. We've been able to step up and respond with humanity, and now we must see a consistent response by the institutions to deal with this ongoing influx of refugees and to deal with these women and children through Europe. There has been this harm inflicted on a sovereign free people. There must be an immediate ceasefire. This is an indefensible massacre in Europe, a Europe that wants to continue to be a place of peace.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bernard Guetta for 1 minute.
Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues.
President, colleagues, there are at least 3 categories of refugees in this drama. First and foremost, clearly, Ukrainian refugees, and we owe it to them to finally organize, it should already have been done, the distribution between our 27 countries, because Poland, Romania tomorrow cannot on their own shoulder this burden. The second group of refugees are Russian refugees fleeing their country, repression or the danger of conscription. And to them as well we owe assistance, because they are extremely brave. Let's not forget that the block on credit cards has made them beggars in their country of refuge. They have nothing left, not a penny, and we have to be concerned about them too. And then there is a third category of refugees, those who are lost in their own country. And we have by air to supply them with food and medicine. The UN is proposing to do that. The skies over Ukraine are under the legitimate control of their legitimate government. We have to support UN action at the request of the Romanian government in order to go and drop food and medicines over Ukraine. It's urgent and it's a principle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sergei Lagodinsky for 2 minutes.
A large registration facility in Berlin, Reinickendorf, last Sunday, I saw the scars of war. Those were people, but they looked like scars. I saw the eyes of young women and old babushka holding their grandchildren, looking lost in the cold and grateful for a cup of warm soup and a shelter in a container. Just 2 weeks ago, they had been happy. They were families, workers, teachers, lawyers. They had a life, a different life. It is instrumental that we help them to fight their way back to a life that is a little bit normal. I heard so many of them who were grateful that they could benefit from the Temporary Protection Directive that will allow them to stay, live and work in safety. But there are issues that go beyond obvious. We must make sure that Russian and Belarusian citizens fleeing from Ukraine have also a chance to safety here. They had escaped from Lukashenko and Putin, and now Putin and Lukashenko are getting to them. They must also be safe in Europe. We must also remember about the new wave of Russian immigrants after TV Dost and Echo Moscow, a radio station, have been banned, and it has become impossible and penalized to talk truth about the war in Russia. Those waves of refugees are fleeing a country sliding to despotism. When I volunteered and I looked at those refugees, I felt sad and horrified, but I also felt proud. Proud that this time the European Union seems to be on the right, on the humane side of history. Let's continue helping, and let's do it right.
Vielen Dank. Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you. The next speaker for 2 minutes is Tom van den Driessen. You have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, Russian aggression can only be condemned in the firmest terms, but words at the moment are not going to help Ukrainians a great deal at the moment. We need to follow that with deeds. We know that people are being affected, and we have a need for providing refugees new homes. We shouldn't allow mass migration, however. We can't solve the problems of the whole world. That's why we want to have refugees in our own region, and Ukraine is part of our own region. So here we have to meet the needs of these refugees to the maximum. Vulnerable people, women and children, are fleeing at the moment. There are 200,000 people at the moment en route. There are 1 million already in Poland already. And these countries deserve protection against the individual single men from African and Asian men. Now those accusations obviously are not true, because they're opening their arms and their homes to refugees. We don't know how long we're going to house it and accommodate these people, but they can't do it alone. All Europeans have a fundamental humanitarian task to carry out in this tragedy. Finally, all diplomatic...
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Officially 10 a.m. here on the East Coast, 7:10 a.m. out there on the West Coast. We are currently live and worldwide listening in to this European Parliament session happening in France as they talk about the refugee situation since the start of the war in Ukraine. You can see we've got several speakers joining in from all over the world. However, I do want to take this exact topic. We're going to stay on the Russian invasion into the Ukraine, and we're going to head back out to the United States. That is because we've officially got this live feed coming in from Capitol Hill this morning as the House Intelligence Committee is holding a hearing on worldwide threats. We are seeing the CIA Director, William Burns, FBI Director, Christopher Wray, the NSA Director, Paul Nakasone, and the DIA Director. So I do want to listen in as they are talking about the invasion here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
United States and attack our cities, and Vanguard with their hypersonic missiles, which are already deployed. China, which has just demonstrated an orbital or suborbital hypersonic capability, and China, who also has been identified as expanding their ICBM missile fields, are all issues that need to be taken into consideration of the threats facing the United States. Now, the headlines have piled up. China threatens Australia with missile attack. North Korea threatens nuclear attack on Washington, D.C. North Korea threatens Japan with real ballistic missile. North Korea threatens to sink Japan, reduce U.S. to ashes and darkness. Iran threatens to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. And of course, now we have Putin, who threats the West, and his statement was that he would unleash such consequences have never been seen in history. We saw in Hawaii as there was a false alarm of a possible nuclear attack Hawaii and the panic that ensued. What's in common with all of these countries, besides the fact that nuclear powers? They're also authoritarian regimes, and they're also countries that have terrible human rights records. They threaten our populace, they threaten their neighbors, and their nuclear capabilities are destabilizing and a threat to the United States. With our nuclear posture review, we have an opportunity to change both the investment in our nuclear capabilities so that we rise to the level of deterrent necessary as these nations threaten the United States and invest in the nuclear capabilities, but also in our missile defense capabilities. So I'm going to begin first with the nuclear posture review. Are any of you involved in the current nuclear posture review being undertaken by the Biden administration? Also, what advice would you have for those who are undertaking the nuclear posture review as to what the United States needs to do differently so that we can deter these authoritarian regimes that are threatening the United States and allow Vladimir Putin to threaten Ukraine and other allies that are not part of NATO or our nuclear umbrella? No, I'm sorry. Those are the questions I'm going to be asking you as we go forward. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Director Haynes and members of the ICU are recognized for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Turner, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and to provide testimony alongside my wonderful colleagues from behalf of the intelligence community on the IC's 2022 assessment of worldwide threats to U.S. national security. Before I start, I just want to take a moment to express to you how much I've appreciated your thoughtful support and partnership this last year, and to publicly thank the men and women of the intelligence community for their extraordinary work to keep us safe. I know how privileged I am to be a part of the intelligence community this time of extraordinarily talented people and to be given a chance to do something useful in service to my country, and I thank you for the opportunity. Broadly speaking, the year's assessment focuses on adversaries and competitors, critical transnational threats, and conflicts and instability. These categories often overlap, and one of the key challenges of this era is assessing how many various threats and trends are likely to intersect so as to identify where their interactions may result in fundamentally greater risk to our interests than one might otherwise expect, or where they introduce new opportunities. The 2022 annual threat assessment highlights some of these connections as it provides the IC's baseline of the most pressing threats to U.S. national interests. The assessment starts with threats from key state actors, beginning with the People's Republic of China, which remains an unparalleled priority for the intelligence community, and then turns to Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And all four governments have demonstrated the capability and intent to promote their interest in ways that cut against U.S. interests and allied interests. The PRC is coming ever closer to being a peer competitor in areas of relevance to national security, is pushing to revise global norms and institutions to its advantage, and is challenging the United States in multiple arenas, but particularly economically, militarily, and technologically. China is especially effective at bringing together a coordinated whole-of-government approach to demonstrate its strength and to compel neighbors to acquiesce to its preferences, including its territorial and maritime claims and assertions of sovereignty over Taiwan. President Xi Jinping and China's other leaders are determined to force unification with Taiwan on Beijing's terms. China would prefer coerced unification that avoids armed conflict, and it has been stepping up diplomatic, economic, military pressure on the island for years to isolate it and weaken confidence in its democratically elected leaders. And at the same time, Beijing is preparing to use military force if it decides this is necessary. The PRC is also engaged in the largest ever nuclear force expansion and arsenal diversification in its history, is working to match or exceed U.S. capabilities in space and present the broadest, most active and persistent cyber espionage threat to U.S. government and private sector networks. Russia, of course, also remains a critical priority and is a significant focus right now in light of President Putin's recent and tragic invasion of Ukraine, which has produced a shock to the geopolitical order with implications for the future that we are only beginning to understand, but are sure to be consequential. The IC, as you know, provided warning of President Putin's plans, but this is a case where I think all of us wish we had been wrong. The invasion has, in fact, proceeded consistent with the plan we assessed the Russian military would follow, only they are facing significantly more resistance from the Ukrainians than they expected and encountering serious military shortcomings. Russia's failure to rapidly seize Kyiv and overwhelm Ukrainian forces has deprived Moscow of the quick military victory that it probably had originally expected would prevent the United States and NATO from being able to provide meaningful military aid to Ukraine. Moreover, we assess Moscow underestimated the strength of Ukraine's resistance and the degree of internal military challenges we are observing, which include an ill-constructed plan, morale issues, and considerable logistical issues. What is unclear at this stage is whether Russia will continue to pursue a maximalist plan to capture all or most of Ukraine, which we assess would require more resources, even as the Russian military has begun to loosen its rules of engagements to achieve their military objectives. And if they pursue the maximalist plan, we judge it will be especially challenging for the Russians to hold and control Ukrainian territory and install a sustainable pro-Russian regime in Kyiv in the face of what we assess is likely to be a persistent and significant insurgency. And of course, the human toll of the conflict is already considerable and only increasing. Thus far, the Russian and Ukrainian militaries have probably suffered thousands of casualties, along with numerous civilian deaths, and of course, well more than 1 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded. Moreover, Russian forces are at the very least operating with reckless disregard for the safety of non-combatants, as Russian units launch artillery and airstrikes into urban areas, as they have done in cities across Ukraine, and near critical infrastructure such as the Enerhodar nuclear plant. And the IC is engaged across the interagency to document and hold Russia and Russian actors accountable for their actions. The reaction to the invasion from countries around the world has been severe. Western unity in imposing far-reaching sanctions and export controls, as well as foreign commercial decisions, are having cascading effects on the Russian economy. The economic crisis that Russia is experiencing is also exacerbating the domestic political opposition to Putin's decision to invade. And NATO's unified response, the significant resistance that the Ukrainians have demonstrated in the battlefield, Europe's rapid response to Russia's invasion, not just in terms of economic measures, but also actions long thought to be off the table, such as the provision of lethal aid to Ukraine, shutting down EU airspace to Russian planes, almost certainly surprised Moscow. In particular, while Putin probably anticipated many of the current sanctions to be imposed when he weighed the cost of the invasion, we judged that he did not anticipate either the degree to which the United States and its allies and partners would take steps to undermine his capacity to mitigate Western actions, or the pullback from Russia initiated by non-state actors in the private sector. And nevertheless, our analysts assess that Putin is unlikely to be deterred by such setbacks and instead may escalate, essentially doubling down to achieve Ukrainian disarmament and neutrality to prevent it from further integrating with the US and NATO if it doesn't reach some diplomatic negotiation. We assess Putin feels aggrieved the West does not give him proper deference and perceives this as a war he cannot afford to lose. But what he might be willing to accept as a victory may change over time given the significant costs he is incurring. Putin's nuclear saber-rattling is very much in line with this assessment. Putin's public announcement that he ordered Russia's strategic nuclear forces to go on special alert in response to aggressive statements, as he called them, from NATO leaders was extremely unusual. We have not seen a public announcement from the Russians regarding a heightened nuclear alert status since the 1960s, but we also have not observed force-wide nuclear posture changes that go beyond what we have seen in prior moments of heightened tensions during the last few decades. Our analysts assess that Putin's current posturing in this arena is probably intended to deter the West from providing additional support to Ukraine as he weighs an escalation of the conflict. Putin probably still remains confident that Russia can militarily defeat Ukraine and wants to prevent Western support from tipping the balance and forcing a conflict with NATO. And regardless, our number one intelligence priority is defense of the homeland, and we will remain vigilant in monitoring every aspect of Russia's strategic nuclear forces. With tensions this high, there is always an enhanced potential for miscalculation, unintended escalation, which we hope our intelligence can help to mitigate. Furthermore, beyond its invasion of Ukraine, Moscow presents a serious cyber threat, a key space competitor, and one of the most serious foreign influence threats to the United States. Using its intelligence services, proxies, and wide-ranging influence tools, the Russian government seeks to not only pursue its own interests, but also to divide Western alliances, undermine U.S. global standing, amplify discord inside the United States, and influence U.S. voters and decision-making. And to finish with our state actor threats, Iran continues to threaten U.S. interests as it tries to erode U.S. influence in the Middle East, entrench its influence and project power in neighboring states, and minimize threats to regime stability. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un continues to steadily expand and enhance Pyongyang's nuclear and conventional capabilities, targeting the United States and its allies, periodically using aggressive and potentially destabilizing actions to reshape the regional security environment in his favor and to reinforce his status as a de facto nuclear power. The assessment focuses next on a number of key global and transnational threats, including global health security, transnational organized crime, the rapid development of destabilizing technologies, climate, migration, and terrorism. And I raise these because they pose challenges of a fundamentally different nature in our national security than those posed by the actions of nation states, even powerful ones like China. We look at the Russia-Ukraine war and can imagine outcomes to resolve the crisis, the steps needed to get there, even though they are unpalatable and difficult. And similarly, we view the array of challenges Chinese actions pose and can discuss what is required and how we think about trade-offs. But transnational issues are more complex, require multilateral collaboration, and although we can discuss ways of managing them, all of them pose a set of choices that will be more difficult to untangle and will perhaps require more sacrifice to bring about meaningful change. This reflects not just the interconnected nature of the problems, but also the significant impact increasingly empowered non-state actors have on the outcomes, and the reality that some of the countries who are key to mitigating threats posed by nation states are also the ones we will be asking to do more in the transnational space. And for example, the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is putting a strain on governments and societies, fueling humanitarian and economic crises, political unrest, geopolitical competition as countries such as China and Russia seek to exploit the crisis to their own advantage. And no country has been completely spared. And even when a vaccine is widely distributed globally, the economic and political aftershocks will be felt for years. Low-income countries with high debts face particularly challenging recoveries and the potential for cascading crises that lead to regional instability, whereas others will turn inward or be distracted by other challenges. These shifts will spur migration around the world, including on our southern border. The economic impact has set many poor and middle-income countries back years in terms of economic development and is encouraging some in Latin America, Africa, and Asia to look to China and Russia for quick economic and security assistance to manage their new reality. We see the same complex mix of interlocking challenges stemming from climate change, which is exacerbating risks to U.S. national security interests across the board, but particularly as it intersects with environmental degradation and global health challenges. And terrorism, of course, remains a persistent threat to U.S. persons and interests at home and abroad, and yet the implications of the problem are evolving. In Africa, for example, where terrorist groups are clearly gaining strength, the growing overlap between terrorism, criminal activity, smuggling networks has undermined stability, contributed to coups and an erosion of democracy, and resulted in countries turning to Russian entities to help manage these problems. Global transnational criminal organizations continue to pose a direct threat to the United States through the production and trafficking of lethal illicit drugs, massive theft, including cybercrime, human trafficking, and financial crimes and money laundering schemes. In particular, the threat from illicit drugs is at historic levels, with more than 100,000 American drug overdose deaths for the first time annually, driven mainly by a robust supply of synthetic opioids from Mexican transnational criminal organizations. In short, the interconnected global security environment is marked by the growing specter of great power, competition, and conflict, while transnational threats to all nations and actors compete not only for our attention, but also our finite resources. And finally, the assessment turns to conflicts and instability, highlighting a series of regional challenges of importance to the United States. Iterative violence between Israel and Iran, conflicts in other areas, including Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, have the potential to escalate or spread, fueling humanitarian crises and threatening U.S. persons. Africa, for example, has seen 6 irregular transfers of power since 2020, and probably will see new bouts of conflict in the coming year as the region becomes increasingly strained by a volatile mixture of democratic backsliding, intercommunal violence, and the continued threat of cross-border terrorism. We are also focused on our workforce and their families. The IC continues to contribute to the government-wide effort to better understand potential causal mechanisms of anomalous health incidents and remains committed to ensuring afflicted individuals receive the quality care they need. The safety and well-being of our workforce is our highest priority, and we are grateful to members of this committee for your continued support on this issue. In closing, I just want to note how much effort has gone into improving our capacity to share intelligence and analysis with our partners and allies across the intelligence community. We have seen in our approach to the threat to Ukraine the sharing of intelligence and analysis.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We have been live and worldwide as we continue to follow the latest developments on the Russian invasion into the Ukraine, now in its 13th day. But we are currently still here in the United States for a House Intelligence Committee hearing on Capitol Hill, talking about the potential worldwide threats that could be coming from Russia. You did hear Vladimir Putin say that if any other nation, any other country decided to get involved amid this invasion, that they could see consequences that nobody has ever seen before. That's a direct quote. We also do want to bring you some breaking news that we have been bringing to you since we got it just about an hour ago. This is a live look at the White House at around 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. So in just a little more than 15 minutes, could be sooner, could be later, President Joe Biden is expected to announce a ban on Russian oil imports. Now, this move is following pleas by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy to the U.S. and Western officials to cut off the imports, which had been a glaring omission of the massive sanctions put in place on Russia over the invasion. Energy exports have kept a steady influx of cash flowing to Russia despite otherwise severe restrictions on the financial sector. So this could be another huge blow to Russia itself amid this invasion. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Staying on that topic, when we come back, we are going to head out to Los Angeles, California, to be joined by a Fox Business contributor, because I'm sure many of you have headed to the pump within the last several days. We do have gas prices officially reaching record high prices per gallon. So we'll be talking all about that, as well as President Biden's announcement that's coming up here after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Taking a live now look outside of the White House in Washington, D.C., where in just about 15 minutes, we are expected to hear from President Joe Biden as reports are saying he has officially decided to ban Russian oil imports, which is going to toughen the toll on Russia's economy in retaliation for its invasion of Ukraine, which has officially entered its 13th day. Meanwhile, all morning long, we have been talking about the record high gas prices that we have seen, not just today, but within the last several days. So continue this conversation. I do want to head out live to Los Angeles, California. That is where Fox Business contributor Kelly O'Grady is joining us live from a gas station. Kelly, good morning to you. Right off the bat, I need to ask you your initial reaction to this announcement that we're expected to hear from President Biden within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, good to see you, Regina. Yeah, so I mean, this has been coming for a long time. Lawmakers on both sides of the coin, Republicans, Democrats, have been calling for the United States to stop importing oil from Russia, and that is, of course, what the president is expected to announce. Now, nuance it a little bit here, right? Okay, that could impact, Russia's ability to finance Ukraine. But I do want to finance the war in Ukraine. I do want to point out the U.S. only imports about 8% of its oil from Russia. But what this could start to precipitate is other countries like Germany, like Italy, that are really, really reliant on Russia to stop importing oil. Now, on the flip side, what is that going to do to the sign that you see behind me, right? That's probably going to mean that more short-term pain, those gas prices are going to go up. It's not a lot that we import from Russia, but it is some, and you're going to start to see the price of oil go up because of that.
Yeah, and when we talk about, you make a really good point, Kelly, because like you said, Russian imports only make up a small percentage of the United States oil. So really, why are gas prices rising so quickly? And, how high are they expected to get? Is this just going to keep going?
Oh, I wish I could be the bearer of good news. I feel like I'm always doom and gloom, but I do think in the near future we are going to see prices continue to spike. And that's because some analysts are predicting that oil, which is hovering, last I checked right before we got on the air, crude oil is hovering about $130 per barrel. Some analysts expect that this could go up to $200 a barrel. So just think about what that is going to do to that sign behind me. Now, of course, we're in California, right? We always have the highest gas prices. We hit a new record high every single day. Believe me, I have to fill up my tank later today. I'm not looking forward to it. But the reason why, especially in California, which is such a great example, is we're an energy island here. Okay, that means that we can't import oil from Texas or anywhere else. And so we have the highest gas prices in the nation. That's a really good example to understand what's happening across the nation. President Biden's energy policies have been to shift towards clean energy, focus on combating climate change. But what that has resulted in is that we are dependent on foreign oil from Russia, from the Amazon. We're trying to work out a deal with Iran in order to import oil to drive down those prices. But because we aren't producing as much here and we're actually lowering our production here, we are at the whim of OPEC, of Russia, of these countries. And when, OPEC says, no, we're not going to increase our production because, hey, we like getting paid that much, per barrel, that's when you see the prices continue to rise.
Yeah, and Kelly, I want to talk about relief for a second, because is that even a word in our vocabulary right now? Could there be relief? And if there is, what is it? And how soon could we see it?
So, yes, there is a possibility for relief, but that is going to take a short term or long term. It really depends on what side of the aisle you're talking to. Reversal in our energy policy. Like I said, we have focused on moving towards clean energy over this last year, but a lot of critics are saying, okay, great. No one wants to hurt the environment, right? But we don't have the capability to do that in a financially responsible way, you know, for the folks that have to drive to work, that don't have the luxury to work from home, and, you know, have to pay that like $6.39 that you see behind me for premium and diesel when they go fill up. So relief could happen if we start drilling here. There are tons of oil rigs and whatnot that have been started up, but there's lots that have been shut down in the last year. So we could start production here in the United States immediately. Now, that's going to take a little bit of time relief-wise, right? Because it takes a while for that to trickle, get transported out and whatnot. But you could start to see that price come down. But that's going to take a lot of cajoling in Washington, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Kelly, you mentioned a great point before. These diesel prices, diesel goes into trucks. Now, trucks bring us all of the goods that we need, the products that we need across the country. So really my question to you is, how are these rising gas prices going to affect everything else? Because not only trucks, but planes bring our resources here. So what are we looking at as a whole?
Well, if you have any travel planned this summer, you're looking at sky-high airline prices, unfortunately. But it's a really great point that you bring up, Regina. And, you know, diesel, I don't think many of us think about it when we go to the pump, right? You know, you're going for your regular, your premium, etc. But I want to use the canary in the coal mine analogy, okay? Diesel is the canary for inflation, and that's because commercial trucks run on diesel. So when that trucker who's transporting your Amazon goods or your toothpaste or your strawberries or whatever, because as we learned during the pandemic, everything is transported by trucks basically, you know, 30% by rail, but 70% by trucks. That cost that they have to incur when they go to the pump, they've got 200 to 300 gallon tanks. Imagine paying $6.39 to fill up your 300 gallon tank. You're looking in the thousands. And so that cost gets passed down to your carriers. That carrier cost gets passed down to the retailers, the auto manufacturers, the supermarkets. Supermarkets already have low margins, 2%. So what does that mean? That means that when you and we go to the supermarket, our strawberries are costing more, our Diet Coke is costing more, everything is costing more. So yes, you and we go to the pump and we have anxiety when we have to fill up our gas tank, but we're also seeing the effects of this war in Russia and Ukraine on everything, inflation, when we go to the store.
Yeah, and you know, last important point to make, Kelly, is this is happening and we're continuing to see this rise after we were already seeing rising record high inflation just within the last couple of months.
I know, it's the reality. You know, we didn't see this war with, well, I suppose there were telltale signs, but no one expected, I think, to this extent. And so, you know, that is affecting everything from diesel to gas prices. And, you know, in a couple of minutes, we're going to see the president come out and ban potentially importing oil from Russia. That's going to mean more inflation. But, you know, it has to be done, right?
Yeah, well, Kelly, thank you so much for getting our viewers up to speed. Obviously, a lot of information to take in and really just reflect on how it's going to impact us as a whole. And then, like you said, we've got President Biden stepping up here very soon. So we thank you so much for your time, and we'll be checking in. You have a great day out there. Stay safe.
Thank you so much. You too, Regina.
All right, everybody, here is a live look we have of the White House in our nation's capital. A huge thank you to Kelly O'Grady with Fox Business and all of our Fox Business contributors. Like I mentioned, obviously a lot of information, a lot of numbers, and a lot of changing information to really sift through. Again, at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time, so in just about 5 minutes, we are expected to hear President Biden announce a ban on U.S. imports of Russian oil. He's received a lot of bipartisan pressure to do so, to continue imposing sanctions on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, amid this unprovoked invasion into the Ukraine, which has officially entered its 13th day. So again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We will be bringing you President Biden's remarks here when they come to us, when he steps up to that podium. So be sure to stick with us for those remarks. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us for more nonstop coverage of this invasion.
increasing?
That the threat is increasing generally, yes, I think that's fair.
Dr. Burns.
No, all I would add is I absolutely agree that the threat is increasing, and I think our role is to try to provide insight from the intelligence community into the plans, the ambitions, the pace at which, adversaries, whether it's China or Russia, can move on these issues. And all I would add is that I think it's very important for us not to underestimate either the scope of those ambitions or the pace at which they can move. I think China and hypersonics is one example of that.
Ranking Member, I do believe that the threat is increasing. We are involved in the study, and our role is to really provide the best foundational military intelligence we have related to these kinds of weapons, facilities, organizations, and doctrine that we can, so that policymakers can make the right decision.
Dr. Haynes and Burns, obviously people are very concerned about the negotiations ongoing with the JCPOA and the future nuclear threat from Iran. Concerns relate to re-entering an agreement that had some flawed provisions, including missiles were not encompassed in the original terms, and that some very critical terms of the agreement were expiring. Can you give us any information about the ongoing negotiations from the administration as to whether or not it's just re-enter the old agreement that has expiring terms and does not cover their ability to seek ICBM technology, or are we undertaking actual negotiations to try to reach a better agreement?
Thank you, Ranking Member. We obviously, again, provide analysis that we hope is helpful to the policymakers in the conduct of the negotiations. I don't really have more information beyond the fact that they're obviously engaged in the negotiations and looking to do, I think, what the President has indicated, which is to say, both to deal with the nuclear file, but also to deal with other issues that Iran has been a destabilizing factor in. I'll leave it to others.
The only thing I would add, sir, is that, having spent many years negotiating on these issues with the Iranians, which is probably where I got most of my white hair, my nostalgia is under control for those negotiations. They're incredibly difficult. And as Director Haynes said, we always have to be mindful of the fact that the threat that this Iranian regime poses is not only about the nuclear issue or even the missile issue, as you rightly emphasized. It's also a threat to our interests across the Middle East and the interests of our partners in the Middle East as well. And, regardless of how the negotiations over the JCPOA go, I think those challenges are still going to be with all of us.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here, and a big thank you to your people who are doing such great work all over the world. I'd intended to use my time this morning to explore the state of our cybersecurity, which is more important today than ever. But this weekend in Connecticut, at rally after rally and conversation after conversation, I was swept up in the tidal wave of outrage over Putin's illegal and unconscionable brutality in Ukraine. And my constituents want to know just one thing, which is, what more can we do? They understand that this is not just a fight between Russia and Ukraine. They understand that this is the bleeding edge of the war between free democracies and savage authoritarianism. And they also understand that we're late to this fight. Under the Trump administration, the world witnessed 4 years of attacks on NATO and its members, 4 years of coddling and believing and supporting Vladimir Putin, and 4 years of ridiculing Ukraine with a series of ever more bizarre conspiracy theories. As Russia tightened its noose around Ukraine, President Trump made it clear to Ukrainian President Zelenskyy during a phone call in July of 2019 that the military aid that Zelenskyy so badly needed would be stopped until Zelenskyy did him a favor. So my point is that we've got a special burden right now to make that right, because we're late to this fight. So Director Haynes, and I'd also like to hear from Director Burns, I know you have to answer this very carefully, but it's the question my constituents have. What resources, what dedication, what plan, what strategy are you applying in your entities to help us win this fight? I know it's very hard to be specific, but the more you can give the American people a feel for what you are doing in this fight, we'd be very grateful to understand that. Director Haynes, and I would like to hear from Director Burns as well.
Thank you. I suspect you'd get a lot from everybody actually on the panel on this issue. We are and I will try to find a way to characterize things, but I'm sure my colleagues will be better at this. We obviously, first and foremost, want to be able to provide as much information about what's actually happening. And I think one of the challenges in the context of what's occurred is the fact that Russia and President Putin is clearly promoting a particular narrative about what they're doing. And one of the values, I think, of the intelligence community during this scenario has been that we've been able to expose that narrative as false and ultimately indicate that what they are promoting as a pretext for their war of choice is in fact just that, a pretext. And I think as we...
Director, let me stop you there very quickly because I think this is an important point. Are they done with their false flag operations? What might we expect to see in that regard?
Yeah, I think, as I was going to say, I just think as this continues, we're going to continue to see them essentially spinning narratives that are false, and we hopefully can provide some credible voice of what is actually happening as we move forward. And I think that's both for their domestic population, but that's also for the international audience as well. And in many respects, as I indicated in my opening statement, one of the things that we are focused on is ensuring that we can provide as much information as possible to hold Russians accountable for the actions they're taking right now in Ukraine, doing things that I think are largely unacceptable to many. So I'll leave it at that and give it to Bill.
No, all I would add, sir, is that we have no higher priority as an agency right now than providing all the support that we can to the Ukrainians. Glad to talk about that more in closed session. In this session, I would just reinforce what Avril said, and that is that I think the work that we've done, and it's not without risk as an intelligence community, to declassify information has been very effective. I sat for many years on the policy-making side of the table, and I've seen us lose information wars. And in this case, I think by being careful about this, we have stripped away the pretext that Putin in particular often uses. That's been a real benefit, I think, to Ukrainians. It's been a real investment in the kind of actions that our allies have taken. The only other thing I'd add is that we've done intensive intelligence sharing, and we continue to with the Ukrainians, including when I saw President Zelenskyy in January in Kiev. We shared with him intelligence we had at the time about some of the most graphic and concerning details of Russian planning about Kiev as well. And we've continued to do that every day since then.
Thank you. So one of the remarkable aspects, historical aspects about the last couple of months has been the fact that the IC has in fact anticipated and shared with the world what spinning, what false flag might look like. In my very limited time, what might we expect to see? What would it look like if the Russians continued to spin or run false flag operations?
No, I think as Director Haynes said, they're going to continue to try to spin this and create false narratives. You've seen things that the Russians have said before, senior Russian officials alleging that there'd be chemical weapons attacks, for example, in the Donbass or elsewhere. And I think that just gives you a flavor of the kind of things that they could easily try to fabricate or float in the future, particularly as they get more desperate about, their own, at least up until this point, relative military ineffectiveness.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Dr. Winstrup.
Well, thank you very much. I view our role on this committee is to serve as partners in the protection of America and her citizens. Our role is to work with you on this committee, as we have many experienced and talented members here, and I want to thank most of you that I've been able to have one-on-one engagements with. It is greatly appreciated because it's been an opportunity to allow for some very frank exchanges. So I compliment you for that. And it's important too, as you know, that the intelligence community across America and within this committee has a trust because these agencies that you represent exist for the American people, bottom line. So I appreciate you being here today and presenting and actually having the opportunity in this open setting to present in front of the American people. Our goal in the intelligence community is to gather information so that we can be able to thwart damage or harm, to secure our nation, to provide for peace, and to deter our enemies. So I do want to take a second to praise the very excellent work that you all have done on the Ukrainian-Russian situation, the predictability of what Russia was going to do. I do have to take a little exception to what my friend Mr. Himes had to say, because under the Obama administration, we provided Ukraine with blankets and MREs. Under the Trump administration, we very much strengthened NATO and provided javelins. But our goal is for deterrence. Deterrence requires action, and actions, I haven't seen actions taken that really have deterred or thwarted the Russian offensive since this all began, since it became known what Russia was planning to do. I see actions speak louder than words, and actions require results. Aided and abetted the Russians, because energy and money are keys to the kinetic attacks and the capabilities of what Russia is now doing. So we've had this information, but in that same time frame, we have weakened our energy, we have enhanced Russians' energy capabilities and their monies. In essence, we paid them to become stronger. Now, this is sad news for Ukraine, and it's sad news for the free world. So again, I want to applaud what you do and what you have done. You've provided the intelligence. If I can shift a little bit and going to the annual threat assessment and look at advances in technology that could lead to novel biological weapons. There's global labs that have some of the deadliest pathogens in China and Russia, and the development of a novel biological weapon could certainly complicate detection, attribution, and treatment of such threats. So the assessment notes that novel weapons could complicate detection and attribution, but I'd like to point out that uncooperative nations also complicate things, as we've seen from Beijing when trying to investigate the origins of COVID. So my questions are, what have we learned over the last couple of years from our response to and preparedness or lack thereof for the COVID-19 global pandemic that could help inform our response in the future? And what steps are we taking either by ourselves or with our allies to ensure that we're able to fully investigate these matters should the need arise?
Thank you very much, Representative Wenstrup. I'll start, and others may have more to add, but I think, honestly, I think we've learned a lot, certainly in ODNI and in the intelligence community on this issue. Among the things that we've learned is the fact that we did not, and still do not, frankly, have the internal expertise that we want to have on essentially bio issues, and that is something we're working hard to promote. And we have developed things like experts groups and so on that allow us to tap into expertise more easily in academia and in the private sector and otherwise. But that is something that I think needs to be expanded, and recruiting the right folks is a critical aspect of this. You've also set up in legislation the opportunity for public-private partnership talent programs, and that's something that we're trying to effectively utilize. And I think having an opportunity for folks to go in and out is critically important. We have also established a national intelligence manager for health in this space, that health security, that helps in this area. And I think part of what we've been trying to do is make sure that we're drawing from across the IC, because in really an extraordinary number of elements, certainly everybody that you see here before you has expertise and knowledge, and making sure that we can connect it together and be more effective and proficient in ultimately providing policymakers with an understanding of what's happening, and also how it is that that may translate into biological warfare and other things that are obviously of great and core interest to us. So I'll stop there and let others say anything they have.
Representative Wenstrup, I would just say DIA's role in this is duty to warn. And so for the Department of Defense, we must have our eyes out, our ears out, and be able to understand this when it happens. For us and the lessons that we have learned, this is a really hard intelligence problem, and we have to be able to take advantage of all of the sources that are out there, and certainly open source tools to be able to get insight early has been very, very effective, and we're going to continue to develop those with our National Center for Medical Intelligence and continue to invest in those kinds of tools.
Thank you both. Yield back. Yes, sir.
Mr. Wenstrup, all I would add, as we've discussed before, is, we've created a new mission center at CIA, which is focused largely on the question that you raised of emerging technologies, designed both to help policymakers, anticipate the pace at which our adversaries are moving, especially on issues like synthetic biology or biotechnology, and also to deepen partnership with the private sector so we better understand the pace of innovation in that area as well.
Thank you very much. Yield back.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Haynes and Director Wray, one of the struggles over the past several years has been to detect and understand the nature of foreign efforts to influence U.S. politics, including and especially grassroots groups. The Mueller report, for example, identified dozens of U.S. rallies organized by a Russian troll farm. Director Haynes, is support to U.S. grassroots groups still a part of the foreign malign influence playbook and which adversaries use it? And Director Wray, how do we stop foreign covert influence on grassroots activist groups without silencing legitimate political speech?
Thank you. I'll be quick because I would say that the FBI's work in this area is obviously critical, but yes, in the sense that we do see with foreign malign influence efforts to support particular groups within the United States at times, and those are links that we obviously focus in on and try to provide to those parts of the government that are then able to act on issues.
I think I would say that it does continue to be a phenomenon. We should expect it to continue to be a threat. The Russians obviously were among the first to do it very aggressively, but we've seen other adversaries get increasingly interested in taking a page out of that same playbook. We, of course, have the Foreign Influence Task Force that we set up that's designed to try to address that. I think the key point to your question about balancing is that our focus is on the malign foreign influence, not on the resulting speech. So sometimes I think people get confused about that, and I think that if we see some kind of aggressive activity here, grassroots or otherwise, that we're somehow reverse engineering back to figure out if it could be explained by some foreign source, the Russians, the Iranians, whoever. We actually go at it in reverse. We're aggressively investigating foreign intelligence services, their proxies, their social media accounts, things like that. And then if that then turns out to manifest itself in activity here, then we're going after it that way. We are not, and we don't intend to be, the speech or truth police, but we are aggressively working with foreign partners to identify malign foreign influence sources, and where appropriate, we're sharing information with social media companies who can then reduce the bullhorn effect of fake accounts that are actually part of a Russian troll farm or in some other way inauthentic accounts. And we've actually done some of that in context of the current crisis with the Ukraine, at the Ukrainians' request to work with social media companies to take down fake Russian accounts that are spreading Ukrainian military disinformation.
Thank you all. I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all of you again, thank you for a lifetime of service. I look forward to the closed session where we can go in more detail on some of these topics, as I'm sure you do as well. But this is an important session because we can speak to the American people. You can speak to the American people about the threats that we are facing. It's a chance to remind them, although I think the last few weeks have clearly done the reminding for us about the threats that we face around the world. To talk about almost anything else seems quite tone deaf because of the focus of the American people on that. And that's why, although I have some questions that are unrelated to the current situation in Ukraine, I think there's some other work that we need to mention as well. But again, it gives a chance for you to highlight your agencies and the great work you do, and I'm grateful for that. And for the benefit of the American people as well, there are some other, as I said, other issues that I think we should talk about, although briefly. Then I want to reserve as much of my time as I can to come back to the Ukraine. Director Haynes and really all of you, in the last year we went through this thing that made several of us on the committee very uncomfortable, in the sense that there was a DHS and FBI mandate to report on domestic violent extremists or extremism. Director, that mandated that you chose to, at that point on March 21st, to release a standalone report, which is something quite unusual to take an issue, a single issue like that, with a standalone report from the DNI, talking again about domestic violent extremism. And there's obviously a lot of work, a lot of intense analysis, which again, the reason that I'm concerned about that, as I've expressed, I think all of you, is a sense we should never turn the awesome power of the CIA or the awesome power of the NSA on American persons. And I believe that you all agree with that. And it seemed like we were approaching that line. Interestingly, in this most recent report, do you know how many times DVEs are mentioned? 0. Not a single time. Which begs the question. I mean, there's a couple perhaps explanations. One of them is that we fixed the problem, which seems unlikely. I've never seen an example where one report highlights something as this is an intense area of issue for us, and the next year it's not mentioned at all. I'm afraid that the work last year was a result of political pressure. And I wonder if any one of you would like to perhaps offer an explanation for why it was so important a year ago and yet doesn't make it into the report at all in this most recent.
Sure, I can start. So it is mentioned, it's just under a separate name. You'll see we talk about racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, and that is a form of, in many respects, domestic violent extremism. Obviously can occur in other places, but it also occurs domestically. And it does remain a problem, but I will turn to Director Wray to talk about how much of a problem.
Well, from the FBI perspective, domestic violent extremism, of course, is central to our mission, separate and apart from authorities that others in the intelligence community might have, and we're aggressively pursuing it, and it remains a very significant high priority. And
Director, I agree with that you should, as the Director of the FBI, have that responsibility. What made us uncomfortable was we were doing it within the framework of many assets and the efforts of those within the intelligence community, which once again, we should have a very clear line between those two efforts. If I could, in the minute I have left, Director, according to some open source reporting, the FBI purchased NSO spyware Pegasus in 2019 and evaluated the program under a name called Phantom. Can you confirm that, if that's true or not?
What I can tell you is that the FBI has not and did not use the NSO products operationally in any investigation. I can confirm that we bought a limited license for testing and evaluation. So not used in any investigation of anyone, but rather as part of our routine responsibilities to evaluate technologies that are out there, not just from a perspective of could they be used someday legally, but also more importantly, what are the security concerns raised by those products. So very different from using it to investigate anyone.
So I understand that you did purchase a program and you tested it. Is that accurate?
We had a limited license for testing and evaluation. We've tested and evaluated, and that's over. It hasn't been used in any investigation of anyone.
Did the FBI ever notify Congress of their intention to test this product?
That I don't know the answer to. I can look into that.
Please do, because we're unaware of any notification. And then why would we test a product such as that if you don't have the intention to use it?
Well, we test, it's a good question, I'm glad you asked. We test and evaluate all sorts of technologies and products that, if in the wrong hands, can be used against our agents, for example, conducting their operations. So part of it is from a counterintelligence security perspective. We need to know what tools are out there that the bad guys can use against our people. So that's part of why we test and evaluate, because it allows us to inform our own countermeasures and things like that.
Okay, and my time has expired, but are you saying then that you would never intend to use that against U.S. persons only for counterintelligence? Is that true?
We decided not to use it, even before the current brouhaha, we decided not to use it for any purpose other than just the one I've already referred to.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your response. I yield back.
Representative Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard reference today that we were late to the game. NATO was late to the game. I do want to applaud the administration and NATO, particularly NATO, which is moving in light years for NATO to move and change what Germany has never done before, what Switzerland and others have never done before. But I think that begs the question is, are we still late to the key point here? I reference that because of the speech we saw Saturday by President Zelenskyy. It reminded me of Churchill during the Blitz, and here's why. Churchill wasn't just talking about his home country, as was Zelenskyy. He was talking about all of Europe. He was talking about the ideal of sovereign democratic countries and why you cannot let autocratic fascist countries take them over. But we've always had this discussion about what we should do, prefaced on the notion, well, they're not part of NATO, therefore. In the final analysis, Ukraine, what they represent, and what they have done so far represents the highest ideals, personification of what we wanted NATO to be. And for us to say, with the greatest respect, that we will fight for every inch of NATO territory, when Ukraine has done the real thing and face being wiped off the face of the earth, I think we need to think about getting to that final point and recognizing and treating Ukraine for that which they have earned. And I know that that's a big move, but if we're going to get there anyway, because of what we are about to witness in the coming weeks, do we still want to be behind the curve? But as we move forward, let me just ask a few points. In 2019, Director Coates said that Russia and China were more aligned than at any point since the mid-1950s, and the relationship is likely to strengthen. Director Haynes, let me ask you, do you believe that's still the case? Was it more the case before this invasion? Has this changed that calculus? And do we believe that Beijing is looking at this as surprised, perhaps, as Putin was of the Western response?
Thank you, Representative. I think Director Coates was exactly right. I believe that it continues to be the case that they are getting closer together. We see that across a range of sectors, economic, political, security, and expect it to continue. I think there's a limit to which it will go, but nevertheless, that remains a concern. And in terms of the impact of the current crisis, I'd say that it's not yet clear to me exactly how it will affect the trajectory of their relationship. I think it's clear that China has not come out and criticized Russia for their actions, clearly, and yet at the same time, they did abstain, for example, in the context of the UN Security Council resolution and in other scenarios. And it does seem as if they are potentially paying a price for not criticizing Russia, and that may have an impact on how this trajectory moves forward. But I think, in general, I think it does continue to the two countries get closer together. And others may have thoughts.
All I would add, Congressman, is I think Director Coates was right. And I think, if anything, that relationship, the partnership between Russia and China has strengthened since 2019. I would add, though, that I think the President Xi and the Chinese leadership are a little bit unsettled by what they're seeing in Ukraine. They did not anticipate the significant difficulties the Russians were going to run into. I think they're unsettled by the reputational damage that can come by their close association with President Putin. Second, by the economic consequences at a moment when, they're facing lower annual growth rates than they've experienced for more than 3 decades. I think they're a little bit unsettled about the impact on the global economy. And third, I think they're a little bit unsettled by the way in which Vladimir Putin has driven Europeans and Americans much closer together. I think they've, valued their relationship with Europe and valued what they believe to be their capacity to try to drive wedges between us and the Europeans. And so I think that's unsettling for them as well.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll address this to anybody on the panel that wants to answer the question or to discuss this, but China is investing billions of dollars, we know, in its domestic semiconductor industry in an attempt to achieve full chip independence by 2050. I'm wondering what the assessment of the likelihood of China fully indigenizing its chip industry by then. What sort of security threats would you assess China's increased chip independence creates? And how can the U.S. and its allies address those threats moving forward?
So, Congressman, this is a very timely question. And, you know, as we look at China increasingly become more indigenous in their production, this has great concern for us. In terms of the broader impacts, I would like to talk about this a little bit more this afternoon because I can provide a depth I think that's very important for us to cover.
Okay, thank you. Do you perceive a threat that the Chinese-made chips could also be exported abroad, or is this a topic that you just would rather discuss in the closed setting?
If we can talk in closed setting, that'd be great.
Okay, great, thank you. Let me shift gears then, and we'll revisit that topic in the closed setting. General Barrier, some experts have voiced concerns that Russia's invasion of Ukraine could embolden the PRC to pursue a full-scale invasion or military blockade of Taiwan. What's your assessment of the likelihood of a copycat effect, and what more can the U.S. do to prevent the crisis in Ukraine from being repeated in Taiwan?
Congressman, I think Taiwan and Ukraine are two different things completely. I also believe that our deterrence posture in the Pacific puts a very different perspective on all of this. We do know that the PRC watching very, very carefully what happens and how this plays out throughout the entire dime, and I would address more of this in the closed session.
Okay. Is there any evidence that other adversaries are taking advantage of global tension on Ukraine to undermine national security in the United States, such as possibly cyber threats?
I'm sure that there is a risk out there, and the gentleman to my right will no doubt want to answer that, but I have not seen specific intelligence that tells me that we are under a threat or attack right now.
Congressman, I'd concur in terms of not specifically tied to the Ukraine. We have obviously a high degree of vigilance right now just for a number of different threat streams that are out there, but they're not necessarily only predicated on what we're seeing with the Ukraine.
Okay. Let me shift gears over to Iran real quick in the time that I have remaining. If the Iranian regime's leadership secures greater access to cash in the coming months and years, what concerns would you have with respect to Iran's capability to conduct terrorism, destabilize the Middle East, and threaten U.S. forces or our allies and partners?
Congressman, I think the Iranians have done remarkably well considering the resource constraints that they're under with development of ballistic missiles, unmanned aerial vehicles, and destabilizing terrorist actions in the Middle East with the resources that they have. If they require more, if they get more funding, I think the threat becomes even worse.
Does Iran continue to be the leading state sponsor of terrorism? And if so, do you believe it would be harmful to U.S. national security if terrorism sanctions designations against Iranian entities are lifted or weakened while such entities continue to engage in terrorism?
I think that will be a decision for policymakers. We continue to see Iranian destabilizing actions.
Thank you. I'm going to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Stewart.
I don't know if we'll have time to explore this. In fact, we won't. But there's this interesting dichotomy taking place in the last year or so where you had China, who did very much the same thing to Hong Kong that we saw happen in Crimea and Donetsk in the eastern Ukraine, and now obviously with this full-scale invasion. Now, I understand I'm not equating the two. I understand there's a very different process that they went through. But I'm wondering if you assess that China watching this and the world's reaction to this, it seems to me it would give them extreme pause now when we consider their plans for Taiwan. I think the united response, private companies pulling out, banking, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have any analysis that would indicate that this is making China more reluctant than they would have been like 6 months ago?
Yeah, I'm happy to start on that, and I suspect others will have views. But our analysts have been looking at this and quite agree with you, frankly. The view is both that it is likely to reinforce China's perspective on the seriousness with which we would approach an infringement on Taiwan, and the unity that they've seen between Europe and the United States, particularly in enacting sanctions. And then not just that unity, but the impact of those sanctions, I think, are both things that are critical to their calculus and something that will be interesting for us to see how they learn those lessons.
No, I agree entirely.
Now yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Swalwell.
What a difference a week and a half makes. I would describe Russia's actions and its consequences over the last week and a half as how to lose your status in 10 days. Because of your work, you have been the glue in the international community that has brought together not only NATO, but other important countries to make sure that essentially, if you're a Russian, you are blocked from traveling. You can't use your Apple Pay. You can't stream your favorite video game. You cannot watch the latest Batman movie. You can't export your gas. You're isolated from the world. And I was hoping, Director Haynes, you could just speak briefly to what effect we are seeing practically, economically, that the sanctions are already having, knowing that it's going to take a protracted view as far as what the long-term consequences are.
Yeah, you should have the Treasury Department, Commerce, and others before you on this question, but I'll tell you, I mean, the free fall that we've seen the ruble in has been extraordinary, and one of the things, as Director Burns indicated, that's been very interesting about the way this is approached is that, President Putin knew that sanctions were a likely result of an invasion of Ukraine, right, and tried to prepare for it by creating essentially a national wealth fund that would give them the ability to defend their currency and manage some of the sanctions. And we've seen the Duma pass, for example, legislation that's intended to address some of the impact of sanctions, and yet the secondary actions that Europe has taken with the United States and that other partners around the world have done, I think really do mitigate essentially their ability to mitigate the impact that they're having on Russian citizens right now and seeing the kind of impact that you think.
Sure.
I'd also say that the other factor that we didn't spend as much time analyzing but is clearly important is the commercial piece, the commercial decisions that are being made by multinational corporations to actually join in this, I think, is going to have a pretty significant impact on
That's right.
economy.
And Director Burns, actually, look, there's probably a couple generations now who did not grow up spending their time under desks of a nuclear Soviet threat. And I would hope that we could unite in this country around the threat of Vladimir Putin. That's not necessarily been the case. Some people have cheered him on here in America. And I just want to go through this butcher of human rights who decapitates any opposition he has. Was the Russian government responsible for the 2006 poisoning and death of Alexander Litvinenko, a former intelligence officer? Yes or no?
Yes, to the best of our knowledge.
Who was the president at that time of Russia?
Vladimir Putin.
2018, the Skripal family, were they victims of a Russian government poisoning?
Yes.
Who was the president of Russia at that time?
Vladimir Putin.
2020, Alexei Navalny, opposition leader against the Russian government. Was he poisoned at the hands of the Russian government?
Yes.
Who was the president of Russia at that time?
President Putin.
Is the Russian government responsible for the deaths of multiple journalists who have been critical of the Russian government?
Yes, sir.
Has this included the reign of Vladimir Putin?
Certainly during the last 20 years, yes, sir.
Outside of Russia, he's also been a disruptor of democracy. Did Russia interfere in the 2016, 2018, and 2020 U.S. elections?
Yes, sir.
Did they interfere in the 2017 French election?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Did they interfere in the 2017 German election?
That I'll defer to my colleagues, I'm not certain.
Is it assessed that Russia was responsible for the downing of a 2014 Malaysian airliner flight over Ukraine where 300 innocent souls were lost?
I think that's the conclusion that many people have drawn, yes, sir.
So would you describe Vladimir Putin as a savvy genius or a ruthless tyrant?
I think ruthless tyrant comes much closer to the mark.
Thank you, Director. Director Wray, what is your message to the business community knowing that these ransomware attacks could be coming, and your field office's ability to work with them and help them if they are
a victim. Can you just update us on just what your posture is right now and how they could reach out to you if they are attacked?
I appreciate the question. Our field offices are in a position where they can have a technically trained agent at the doorstep of any company that's victimized within about an hour anywhere in the country. And time is of the essence, because that's what enables us. In some cases, you've seen us be able to claw back and recover the cryptocurrency that's paid in a ransom. It allows us to have a hot trail as investigators to be able to take action to disrupt the ransomware actors. So in order to be able to protect the companies, if they reach out, we can out in the field, we can have somebody there to help within about an hour.
Great. Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Stefanik.
FBI Director Wray, on October 6, 2018, the families and close-knit community of Schoharie County in rural upstate New York experienced the deadliest transportation disaster in the U.S. in almost a decade, when an illegal extended limo that shouldn't have even been on the road crashed and instantaneously killed 20 people. Are you aware of this? I know you have deep ties to upstate New York.
I'm very generally aware of it, partly because of my ties to upstate New York.
I'm asking about this at today's Worldwide Threats Briefing because the owner of the limo company, Shahed Hussein, was a longtime informant of the FBI for prominent anti-terrorism cases in the War on Terror, who testified publicly in numerous high-profile federal cases. And it is our job in Congress to conduct proper oversight of the FBI's activities, including the proper and improper use and handling of informants when it comes to
All right, President Biden coming out now to the Roosevelt Room. You're watching live right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Today, I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin. But there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelenskyy several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are, and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple. They've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about 2 other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. Let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment won't, let me expand, will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. When the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, President Biden taking no questions there, saying he's off to Texas there and is now leaving for Texas there as he made it official there that the U.S. will be banning Russian oil imports right there. And we are going to be talking about this for quite some time. We are going to see increase, no doubt about it, at the gas pumps. And we want to continue our conversation right now and bring in our guest. We had him on earlier today on Live Now from Fox, but we wanted to bring him back just for some more insight after we just heard from President Biden. Let's bring in right now Michael Pregent, former intel officer. So great to have you back on. What did you make here of President Biden's speech?
Well, he was forced to make this speech, right? Because over the weekend, he started hearing from Nancy Pelosi and Senate Democrats that they were going to support ending U.S. purchase of Russian oil and gas. So in two instances now, the Biden White House has had to catch up. The first instance was when Zelenskyy changed minds in Europe that forced the Biden administration to catch up. And we saw that hustle ahead of the State of the Union speech. We just saw that hustle again today with the Biden administration trying to catch up to where Americans already are. What I just heard is the United States is going to ban Russian oil, but we're not going to ask our European allies to do that. Biden didn't talk about the outreach to Iran and Venezuela. And then it kind of turned into a Green New Deal ad that the way to protect us from this in the future is to focus on green energy. Well, it doesn't exist at that capacity yet to be able to supplant hydrocarbons. So that argument doesn't hold with Americans. It doesn't hold with our allies. What it does is it continues to let Putin know that he has a lever to be able to put pressure on the West because of his oil and gas production.
Yeah, Michael, what does that say to the middle class, where we just heard that President Biden talking about, the best way to beat these high gas prices is go out and buy an electric vehicle when they're at 55 to anywhere 55,000 and up. What does that do to the middle class? Is there even a middle class anymore?
Well, exactly. If you look at the price of an electric car, I mean, it's way up there. It's about $10,000 to $15,000 more than a regular vehicle. But let's listen to what Elon Musk said about this exact topic. He said, even though it would hurt his own company and his product, Tesla, he believes that the United States needs to increase its oil and gas production. Elon Musk is saying that. Once again, the president is behind the private sector. The president is behind Americans. But what I think Biden's also saying is, this isn't my fault. Meaning gas prices are high because of the invasion of Ukraine. Well, gas prices were on the rise beginning on January 20th, 2020, or correction, 2022, 2021, excuse me, when President Biden took over. So it's just been steadily increasing. And now the Biden administration is using the invasion of Ukraine as an excuse to actually ask Venezuela and Iran to increase their production. Venezuela and Iran are Russian allies. They will be bypass mechanisms for Putin if we sanction Putin's oil and gas. Any reward that goes to Venezuela or Iran benefits Putin. So that strategy shouldn't be implemented. And that's why you hear senators on both sides of the aisle, from Menendez to Rubio, one a Democrat, one a Republican, saying this is an unserious, ridiculous, and dangerous position for the Biden administration to take.
And Michael, we were getting about 200,000 from a day from Russia here with the oil, but why are we looking though at Iran and Venezuela and not looking more from here? It's almost like it's setting up to be, if someone was a drug addict and they said, I'm done with this drug dealer, I'm done with you, but then just goes across the street and goes to another drug dealer. I mean, where are we at right now?
Well, what's interesting is if you look at who's financing these green movements, these get away from hydrocarbon energy, it's Russia and China. It's our adversaries that have hydrocarbons like Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and other countries that are pushing the green agenda because it gives them more of a stake in the oil and gas market. When the president is willing to help an adversary instead of helping North Dakota or Texas, it sends a bad message to Americans. He's not disguising this. Americans are very aware that Biden's trying to shut down U.S. oil and gas production and move towards green energy, which is probably 10 to 15 years away from being capable of actually, maintaining an equal balance at best with hydrocarbons. It just sends a terrible message. It tells our allies that the U.S. isn't serious. It tells Americans that the White House does not feel their pain. And it tells our adversaries that, hey, we have power here. We have leverage over the United States. We can use the threat of increasing the price of oil, and the U.S. will give us concessions, will give us sanctions relief. We'll look the other way. And it's benefiting the worst countries out there, Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. And China's a big deal here. China continues to help these countries skirt U.S. sanctions by buying oil on the black market, by facilitating the transfer of illicit oil and sanctioned oil. And the United States has to look at China also. Russia can't do what it's doing without Chinese financing. Russia can't do what it's doing without China in the Middle East. So we need to look at China as well.
And Michael, I also wonder, we heard the other day that Putin is also threatening Germany to shut off their energy supply. What would happen if he does follow up on that threat, and what would it do to the oil markets across around the world?
Well, it'll make everything worse, right? From an energy standpoint, it'll put pain on the German economy and pain on Western economies, as well as the United States. And he's hedging his bets here. He wants to increase that pressure, increase that pain, so that he can actually kill. He can actually occupy Ukraine. He can kill civilians. He can move in. And then if you're Moldova and Georgia, or one of these Baltic countries, or one of the non-NATO countries that are in the Moldova and Georgia camp, Putin is going there next. And if Putin sees that the world would rather pay $1 less for gas than to stop Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and wherever else he wants to go next, then he's going to use that to his advantage. He's going to use that as leverage.
And that's what a lot of people are definitely worried about when we look at these threats really from around the world. And we were listening earlier to, before President Biden, we were listening to that special hearing where we have the CIA, we have the FBI all together in Congress right now and talking about the threats that Russia could impose as well. And we were hearing from the CIA director that the next couple of weeks could be very, very ugly for Ukraine as they continue to make their push in bigger cities.
Yeah, I mean, Putin's able to make threats. He's even gone as far as saying there could be a nuclear response if NATO gets involved. And NATO was built to counter those types of threats, rhetorically, or at least through brinkmanship, positioning NATO forces to call Putin's bluff. But instead, Putin can use this very toxic and dangerous language and get the White House and our NATO allies to say, okay, we're not going to do anything. And anytime we do that, it advantages Putin. Now, with the intelligence assessment that things are going to get worse in Ukraine, what that means is the continued use of area denial weapons that are focused on the civilian population. That means cluster bombs. It means targeting with artillery, rockets, and missiles the civilian population centers. And that kind of pain that Putin's willing to put on Ukraine and hold the world hostage because of gas and oil prices and the threat of a nuclear response, somebody needs to stand up to that. We have a message of deterrence. We have everything put in place to assure that there would be mass destruction if Russia ever did anything on the Russian homeland. Those types of threats, I know they sound crazy, but Putin is making those types of threats. And no one in NATO or the White House is saying, President Putin, that kind of language is escalating this conflict. It's going to force us to move conventionally and to stop what you're doing. He's not hearing any of that. Anytime he makes a threat, the West backs down. And it's Zelenskyy that is staying in place that continues to change minds. He's changed European minds, and that made the White House change its position. He's there, and he's the number one target for the Russians. The one thing they want to do is either kill him or have the U.S. exit him from the country. Once he goes into exile, he won't be able to come back. It doesn't work that way without a NATO intervention. So that's the strategy. Hold the world hostage with energy, make these incredibly dangerous threats about using a nuclear capability, and then continue to move, continue to kill with impunity, to march on capitals, and Putin will continue.
And I think a lot of people are looking at all this, they're seeing what's happening, they're seeing the threats that Putin is making, and so far he has been really, he says what he's going to do, and then he actually does it. And he's been telegraphing that he was going to be invading. He said he wasn't going to do it, but then, of course, we know that he lies all the time. But I think a lot of people are looking at this, Michael, and saying, all right, what is it going to take for NATO and the U.S. to beef it up a little bit? I know that they have Article 5 and they have a contract, but do you really need a contract for humanity? I mean, how much more is it going to take to see Ukraine get decimated before there is some interaction?
I think Putin's even calculating that Article 5 won't be implemented. And what Article 5 is for your viewers, it's an agreement that if one NATO country is attacked, all of NATO will come to its defense. Putin doesn't believe we're going to do that with new members of NATO. He doesn't believe old Europe has the spine or the resolve to protect new NATO countries like Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. And he's pushing boundaries. He's pushing red lines. You're right. This is a 24/7 social media world where we're seeing war crimes and atrocities committed in real time, and we're watching the world do nothing about it. People will look at this in history, just like we did in 1935, 1945, 1940, and say, why didn't somebody do something about this before? We're seeing it in real time. We're not waiting to go to a newsstand tomorrow, buy a newspaper and huddle around one with 15 people and read the headlines. We can see it in real time, and the world's not doing anything about it. So I think the international community needs to put in a no-fly zone and call it an international community no-fly zone. It doesn't have to be NATO, but this sends a message to China, to Iran, to Putin, that they can get all they want over the next 2.5 years. If you're focused on this White House, you can get whatever you want until January 20th, 2025. And we're seeing Russia and China and Iran move in that direction.
And lastly, Michael, does these latest sanctions, does that scare Putin at all? Or, I mean, it seems like he really doesn't care at this moment at all. He doesn't care maybe even for his own Russian people. I mean, he seems like it's his way or the highway, and he's hell-bent on getting Ukraine at any cost.
Yeah, the ones that are going to hurt him the most are the ones that go after the oligarchs closest to him. We see that that's actually working. We also want to use other things like, covert operations, influence ops with his generals to replace him from within. These are all things. These are tools that countries use to deal with somebody like Putin. Sanctioning the oil and gas is huge. It's going to be very painful for Western countries that are dependent on Russian oil, but it is hurting Putin. And one of the things I would say as an intelligence officer, I was an intelligence officer for 30 years. And you have to reconcile the fact that Putin loves his $400 billion worth, and yet he's threatening nuclear war that would make all of that invaluable. So you got to put those two together and call his bluff and do something about this, because I don't believe his generals are going to allow him to conduct a nuclear strike. I don't think the yes men around him think that way. I think he thinks that way in this regard. He believes the United States will believe him if he makes these threats. And so far, we're not willing to call his bluff.
Absolutely. Well, Michael Pregent, thank you so much for your insight. As always, we really, really appreciate it. Thank you again for coming on and joining us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, it's a pleasure.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, the opportunity.
No problem. And of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us as we have much, much more coming up Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just about 7 minutes, we will have Zelenskyy talking to the UK Parliament, and that is going to be fresh for everyone at the top of this hour. Stay right here with us.
Right now that it just hit our desk. Germany has...
On Live Now from Fox, we are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have a vast range of options remain on the table.
The latest headlines that we are seeing. Oil and gas. Reporting operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
On Live Now from Fox, we are just getting started here for you.
Water, or how many days or weeks of food and water do the people of Kyiv have at this point?
I don't have a specific number for days of supply that the population has, but with supplies being cut off, it will become somewhat desperate in, I would say, 10 days to 2 weeks.
Wow. Director Haynes, what can Taiwan, the government of Taiwan, learn from the Ukrainian government right now about how to prepare and stave off an invasion of Taiwan?
That's a great question. I should give that some consideration. Let me come back to you on that.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, the Chinese government must have misjudged our resolve and our collective ability to inflict economic harm on those who would engage in malign aggression. Director Burns, do you think there's any opening whatsoever for us and the Chinese to have a more productive conversation about Taiwan or their malign intentions, given that they may have thrown in their lot with the wrong horse, the Russians, at this point?
Well, Congressman, I would just say analytically, I would not underestimate President Xi and the Chinese leadership's determination with regard to Taiwan. I do think, as Director Haynes said earlier, they've been surprised and unsettled to some extent by what they've seen in Ukraine over the last 12 days, everything from the strength of the Western reaction to the way in which Ukrainians have fiercely resisted to the relatively poor.
But you don't see an opening right now for
Taiwan?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think there's an impact on the Chinese calculus with regard to Taiwan, which we obviously are going to continue to pay careful attention to.
Last question. The president appears to be considering banning the import of oil from Russia. What impact do we assess that would have on the Russian economy, Director Haynes?
I'm trying to think. So it's roughly 8%, I believe, of our crude oil imports overall. And for them, I believe it's a relatively small amount on theirs, but I think it will have some impact on them. And certainly symbolically, it's an important move if that's something that's done. Leave it at that. I'll give you a more detailed answer if we can on the impact on the economy.
Okay, thank you.
And just for the committee's benefit, since we've been in the hearing for some time, the President announced a ban on Russian oil while we were in the hearing.
I knew it.
He was listening to Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Chairman, first to the Intelligence Committee community. You were spot on in your intelligence. Your decision to declassify both the form and the fashion in which you did so saved lives. Sleep well, and thank you for doing that. I'm going to pose a question, which I think the answer is more suitable for the closed segment, but I'm going to ask it here. We all have different roles to play. You are all investigators, intelligence gatherers, reporters, we're legislators, but I think it's still important that we analyze this question. I was on the Ukraine-Poland border. We just got back yesterday. On the Ukrainian side, the Ukrainian men were bringing their wives and their children, saying goodbye potentially for the last time. There were 100,000 just in one day when we were there. That was a record. The record was broken the following day. There's about 10 to 12 million Ukrainian men, age 18 to 60, who are not allowed to leave the country. They don't want to leave the country. They want to fight. And they could potentially be slaughtered in mass form. Vladimir Putin could be creating an entire generation of widows and orphans. And this decision not to intervene is largely based on Ukraine's non-NATO status. Finland's not a NATO member. They have roughly 5 million people. Austria, 9 million people. Sweden, 10 million. Switzerland, 8 million. None of them are NATO members. And I think what the American people have a hard time wrapping their brain around is how is it okay, granted we applied sanctions, granted we're providing defensive support, but to not intervene to the tune of potentially hundreds of thousands, millions of lives lost, and yet if one step is taken over the Romanian border and one Romanian life is taken, the full force of the military of 30 nations will come and intervene. I think everybody's struggling with that, particularly because we've had many, many non-NATO interventions in the past: Kosovo, Bosnia, Iraq, Lebanon, Libya, Cameroon, Yemen, Korea, Syria, Kuwait, just to name a few. But the one difference is the nuclear capability. So what we're getting asked a lot is, are we basically creating an incentive for a nuclear proliferation? Because the message that we're sending is if you have nuclear weapons and you're crazy, we're going to stand back on military intervention. I think we just need to wrap our brains around that because a lot of people are really struggling. And when you have Vladimir Putin bombing a children's cancer hospital, willing to go that length to cross those Rubicons, we have a program here in the United States, Make-A-Wish Foundation, that gives children dying of cancer their final wish to brighten their day at the end. These children in Ukraine who are suffering from pediatric.
Welcome, everyone, here to a new hour on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here, setting up to be a very, very busy day where we already heard from President Biden, where he has now banned Russian oil imports here. So we will be getting some new context coming up in the next hour from an economist to talk all about that. I want to go out to the UK Parliament right now because at any moment, the Ukrainian President Zelenskyy is about to address Parliament there in a video address. We'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's listen in right here as you can see they are getting ready for it. And look at that. We got Zelenskyy right now.
Mr. Speaker, all the members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm addressing all the people of the United Kingdom and all the people from the country with a big history. I'm addressing you as a citizen, as a president of also a big country with a dream and big effort. I would like to tell you about the 13 days of war the war that we didn't start and we didn't want it. However, we have to conduct this war. We do not want to lose what we have, what is ours, our country, Ukraine. Just the same way as you once didn't want to lose your country when Nazis started to fight your country. And you had to fight for Britain. 13 days of this struggle. On day 1 at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were attacked by cruise missiles. Everybody woke up, people, children, the entire Ukraine, and since that we have not been sleeping. We have all been fighting for our country with our army. On day 2, we have been fighting airstrikes, and our heroic military servicemen on the island Zmyny have been trying to fight. When Russian forces demanded that we lay down the arms. However, we did continue fighting, and we did feel our force, the force of our people that will oppose the occupants until the end. The next day, the artillery started fighting us. Our army showed us who we are, and we have been able to see who are people and who are beasts. We have not been torturing them. We remained humane even on day 4 of this terrible war. On day 5, the terror against us was going on against children, against cities, and constant shelling have been taking place around the country, including hospitals, and that didn't break us. And that gave us feeling of big truth. On day 6, the Russian rockets fell on Babin Yar, that is the place where the Nazis killed thousands of people during the Second World War. And 80 years after, the Russia hit at them for the second time, and even churches are getting destroyed by shelling. On day 8, we have seen Russian tanks hitting the atomic power station. And everybody got to understand that this is the terror against everyone. On day 9, there was a meeting of NATO countries without the result that we were looking for. Yes, we did feel that. We did feel that unfortunately that the alliances don't work properly always, and the no-fly zone cannot be enforced. And on day 10, the Ukrainians started protesting en masse, stopping the armored vehicles with their own hands. And on day 11, the children and cities were being hit, and hospitals as well, with the rockets and constant shelling. And on that day, we realized that Ukrainians became heroes. The entire cities, children, adults. And on day 12, the losses of Russian army exceeded 10,000 people killed. And also including the general, and that gave us hope that there will be some kind of responsibility for those people in front of the court. On day 13, in the city of Mariupol that was attacked by the Russian force, a child was killed. They do not allow any food, any water, and people started panicking. I think everybody can hear that people do not have water over there. Over 13 days of this situation, over 50 children have been killed. These are the children that could have lived, but these people have taken them away from us. The United Kingdom, Ukraine were not looking to have this fall. The Ukraine have not been looking to become big, but they have become big over the days of this war. We are the country that are saving people despite having to fight one of the biggest armies in the world. We have to fight the helicopters, rockets. The question for us now is to be or not to be. You all know this Shakespearean question. For 13 days, this question could have been asked, but now I can give you a definitive answer. It's definitely yes, to be. And I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. I would like to add that we will fight on the banks of different rivers like Dnieper, and we are looking for your help, for the help of the civilized countries. We are thankful for this help, and I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. And please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done and what is stipulated by the greatness of your country. Best of all to Ukraine and to the United Kingdom.
A powerful speech there, no doubt, from the Ukrainian president to UK Parliament, saying that Ukrainians will never, ever back down. And he is pleading with members of the West, including UK and the US, to send more aid, to send more weapons. And look at this, a standing ovation. Let's listen in again.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to thank you for speaking to us and for giving us very clearly.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Ukrainians. We have debated the situation in Ukraine numerous times in recent weeks, and I know that we will continue to do so, and that when we do so, your words will be resonating with us. I want to express the solidarity of the House of Commons with you, your compatriots, and we salute the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, and our prayers are with you.
Mr. Speaker.
Just let me say. We will now resume with the formal sittings of the House. Order, order. I will take the points of order from the leaders of the main parties before we return to the opposition day. I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of order, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. May I say that never before in all our centuries of our parliamentary democracy has the House listened to such an address. In a great European capital, now within range of Russian guns, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is standing firm for democracy and for freedom. In his righteous defence, I believe he has moved the hearts of everybody in this House. At this moment, ordinary Ukrainians are defending their homes and their families against a brutal assault. And they are, by their actions, inspiring millions by their courage and their devotion. And I think today, one of the proudest boasts in the free world is "Ya Ukrainets." I am a Ukrainian. So this is a moment for us to put our political differences aside, Mr. Speaker, and I know I speak for the whole House when I say that Britain and our allies are determined to press on with supplying our Ukrainian friends with the weapons they need to defend their homeland as they deserve. To press on with tightening the economic vice around Vladimir Putin, and we will stop importing Russian oil, Mr. Speaker, and my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will update the House on that tomorrow. And we will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, every one of us has been moved by the bravery, the resolve and the leadership of President Zelenskyy. Shells rained down on his people, an assassin seek. No one would have blamed him for fleeing, but instead he has stayed in Kyiv to lead the Ukrainian people and to fight. He's reminded us that our freedom and our democracy are invaluable. He's prompted the world into action where too often we've let Putin have his way. He's inspired the Ukrainian people to resist and frustrated the Russian war machine. He has shown his strength, and we must show him and the Ukrainian people our commitment and our support. Labour stands for the unity at home and abroad that will isolate the Putin regime. Labour stands for the toughest sanctions that will cripple the Russian state. Labour stands for providing Ukraine with the arms it needs to fight off their invaders. Labour stands with President Zelenskyy, with Ukraine, with democracy. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your forbearance, if I can make a point of order. President Zelenskyy, we salute you. We stand with the people of Ukraine on the basis of the act of aggression, on the act of war of Putin. We must do all that we can to send support to Ukraine, to send the weapons that they need to defend themselves, to make sure that we sanction the regime in Moscow, that we deliver the clearest message to President Putin, that this will end in failure for him, that he will face justice at the International Court. We must stand in this House, throughout these islands, throughout the Western world, in defence of democracy, in defence of sovereignty. Peace, justice and the sovereignty of Ukraine must prevail. Let's make sure that we stand with our friends. We stand against those that have been bombed. We make sure that those that need our support, that need our sanctuary, will find a welcoming hand in these islands. Mr. President, we thank you. We salute you. Slavia Ukraine.
Ben Davey.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Hearing the words of President Zelenskyy should embolden us all. They serve as a reminder of all that we stand for, of all which so many Ukrainians are so bravely fighting for, a bravery exemplified by President Zelenskyy himself. That we should never take for granted our values of democracy, of freedom, and of our security. And though we in this House may disagree on many things, we stand together for those values, and together we stand together with the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, it is right that we strengthen our support for Ukraine with military aid, with toughest of sanctions. And it's in that support that we should also recognise the people of Ukraine and indeed President Zelenskyy. I'm sure the whole House would agree that President Zelenskyy should be granted one of our nation's highest honours, an honorary knighthood. And I look forward to the day when we welcome back to this House President Zelenskyy in person.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, we commend President Zelenskyy and the people of Ukraine, and we stand with them in this their time of strife. But our response will not be judged by the volume or strength of our applause for President Zelenskyy. It will be judged by the volume and strength of our response to his request for help, for practical military support, and for humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine. We pray for their success. We dare not let them down.
Can I also like to thank the staff and the contractors for making this happen? And when you leave the chamber, can you please hand in your headsets on the way out? Where you got them from? I will now let the chamber clear. Thank you, everybody.
UK Parliament wrapping up there after the special guest, the Ukrainian President Zelenskyy, saying and urging the West to consider that make Russia a terrorist state. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Our death. Germany has
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have evacuated. Range of options remain on the table.
The latest headlines that we are seeing. Oil and gas. Supporting operations are active.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
I'm Live Now from Fox. We are just getting started here for you. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. You are seeing a Dow reversal going high into the green as we are seeing up 328 points there. That is as the Dow entered a correction earlier. The NASDAQ in a bear market here after the reversal from President Biden saying that they will put a ban on importing Russian oil. We are going to be talking in about a half an hour to an economist break it all down for us and what we're seeing and really what we could be seeing on a daily basis right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you live events after live event right here. And one of the great things about us, we are the anti-soundbite show. We don't show you about a 20-second soundbite and then a next story, another 20-second. No, we'll play out things for you in full, just like we played out President Biden in full from his 10-minute speech there. So we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to another live event that continues
the lead
to go
negotiator
on right
is it
now. This is the hearing that is going on right now with the CIA, the FBI, talking about the worldwide threats, including Russia as they continue their all-out war against Ukraine.
With Iran going forward, should we view that as bluster then?
No, I take that seriously. I mean, it's something we have to take seriously as well, and I don't think we can just assume that that's bluster. So, no, that's something that we can't minimize.
Maybe to put it a little bit differently, would it be have the negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program been affected by any other issues, such as the sudden need to backfill Russian oil supplies on the global market, or the remarkable fact that one of our P5+1 partners has made the sudden decision to arm Ukraine? Have the negotiations been affected in any way by those developments?
I'm not directly in the negotiations, Congressman, but I don't think they have. I think this is being done on the merits about, whether it makes sense from the point of U.S. national interest to go back into the JCPOA, recognizing, as I said earlier, that we got lots of other problems posed by this Iranian regime, quite apart from the nuclear issue as well.
And given that you've been one of the leading sort of envoys for this administration, is the plan, if there is a deal in Vienna, to bring that plan to the UN Security Council for some sort of vote?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know? Okay. I think the concern, at least the concern I've heard from a lot of my constituents, is that the president has gone out and made an explicit promise, one that I agree with, by the way, to turn Vladimir Putin into an international pariah. But at the same time, if we have the State Department, who's not represented here today, saying we're going to continue to cooperate with Iran on the with Russia on the P5+1 negotiations over Iran's nuclear program, well, those two things don't necessarily add up. Now, I get diplomacy is complex. You've literally written the book on it, and we have to manage multiple crises. But it seems obvious to me that the Russians are at least trying, in a public narrative, if nothing else, to connect the two issues, though you have just said that they remain unconnected, if that makes sense.
Now, what I said, Congressman, is from the point of view, as I understand it, of our approach to the negotiations, they're not connected. We're doing this on the merits with regard to the Iranian nuclear issue. How the Russians try to play that question of leverage that you mentioned is a genuine concern. We have to pay careful attention to that.
And then quickly, going to the question of the lessons that China might derive from the Ukraine crisis with respect to Taiwan. You've both said that they, or at least Director Burns, you said, I think Director Haynes, you said the same, that they are unsettled by what they've seen in Ukraine, and you laid out an argument for that. But is your assessment that they're unsettled, is that based on any information we have, or is that just based on your experts sort of projecting?
Well, I mean, it's assessment based on how our experts see this, but I'd be glad in the other session to talk a little bit more about that.
Very much look forward to that. And then finally, Director Haynes, the New York Times reported that over a 3-month period, senior administration officials shared U.S. intelligence with the Chinese related to Russia's troop buildup in Ukraine, and then the Chinese then shared that information with Moscow. Have we done a damage assessment of our decision to share that intelligence with the Chinese?
I don't know about the article that you're talking about. We shared, obviously, information with NATO and with our European allies and other partners around the world. What we shared, to the extent we shared much with China, was not something we expected would not be handed over.
Okay, perhaps we can follow up because I'm out of time. But so you dispute the New York Times article
I'm sorry, I just haven't read the New York Times article. I'm just answering the question as I understand you proposing it.
I'll print it out and we can look at it in classified.
Representative Demings.
I want to thank you all for what you do for us every day. I have to say thanks for being the good guys, because we are pretty clear-eyed on who the bad guy is, bad guys in today's world and in today's situations. I just want to thank my colleague Eric Swalwell and for Director Burns for just not letting us forget just who and what we are dealing with. Ms. Haynes, Director Haynes, I'm going to direct my questions to you, or anyone else can answer them if they feel better suited. The Freedom House 2022 report noted that the present threat to democracy is the product of 16 consecutive years of decline in global freedom. Does the IC community believes that Putin's heinous assault on democracy empowers the people of the not free countries to challenge authoritarian leaders, or do you believe it empowers those leaders to double down?
So I think that from our perspective, Putin's approach to cracking down essentially on dissent and on civil society in Russia certainly is looked upon by others who may wish to do the same as a kind of a model for how to do it in many respects. And so I think in that sense, it is likely that others learn from that. I hope that the heroic resistance that we see in Ukraine and that our efforts to really expose President Putin for who he is and for the choices that he's made help to promote and empower populations to speak up in dissent from such authoritarian efforts. But I make sure that this question of others would like to add to this.
Director Burns?
Oh, I think I was someone, just as Director Haynes said, this depends on how this turns out. I mean, I think if Ukrainians demonstrate the hollowness of what Putin and Putinism represent, then I think it sends a very strong message. I think if the Western resolve that we've seen in response to this helps to demonstrate to people the resilience of democracies at a time when there's been lots of speculation about them not being so strong and not so resilient, I think that carries a message that goes even beyond, what's unfolding in Ukraine today. So that's really what's at stake.
Thank you. Could you also do an assessment of the threat to democracy in Latin America, for example, and the effectiveness of China and Russia to supplant the U.S. as the partner of choice to countries that have been reliable allies?
Yes, we can absolutely provide to you an assessment on that.
Great. And does the IC observe the anti-democratic heads of state in Latin America amplifying Russia's malign influence messaging in the region designed to sow distrust in the U.S.? Is that a part of their plan?
I think, as your question indicates, many countries in Latin America, and as our assessment indicates, are essentially under pressure, economic pressure, political pressure, a variety of different forms of pressure, and as a consequence are being forced to make decisions about whether or not they accept what is frequently an open hand from Russia or China, but with a price tag, essentially, for a variety of different projects that might be useful to those leaders in the context of their work, but nevertheless are expected to buy influence, in effect, within their countries. And so we do see that.
Do you believe the use of surveillance technology is likely to increase in Latin America for the same purpose?
I think the likelihood of surveillance technology to increase around the world is likely.
I know, I believe you all spoke about this earlier. I'm sorry I was out of the room, but there was a question about foreign anti-democratic groups collaborating with extreme groups in the United States. If you could just touch a little bit more on that, or again for me, please. Director Wray?
What I would say is we certainly have seen foreign groups, sometimes non-state actors, but who have relationships of their own with foreign governments, seek to amplify discord and divisiveness here to provide essentially gasoline on the fire of various demonstrations and things of that sort, but then also potentially to have that boil over into violence if necessary. And certainly we have also seen domestic violent extremists here in the U.S. seek to connect with like-minded groups overseas through travel, in some cases training, et cetera. So that's another part of, another dimension of this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I just have one follow-up question. To what degree, Dr. Haynes or anyone, are you concerned that the Russians may use cryptocurrency to evade sanctions? What capacity is there to do that?
Yeah, we've seen, obviously, cryptocurrency as a concern in relation to trying to avoid sanctions, and I think there may be some of that. We should get you an assessment so that you get an educated perspective from the analyst, but I think our assessment generally has been that it would be challenging for them to be effective at completely undermining the sanctions using cryptocurrency.
Mr. Turner? Thank you very much for your testimony today. And again, I think the profound thanks of Congress, but also the American people for the extraordinary work you do to keep us safe and the extraordinary degree of fidelity you had in your anticipation of Putin's moves. Let me just reiterate our request with respect to the 9/11 documents, which are being redacted and made public. We still have not been able to obtain the full unredacted documents, which we would like to see to be able to evaluate and make sure that the redactions are properly based. So we would like to reiterate our request to see the full unredacted 9/11 documents as well as the justification for any redactions. With that, I thank you, and we will see you in closed session shortly. We're adjourned.
All right, as you can see, that wraps up right there. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. Everybody, you're taking a look at the markets here, going a big now, up 460 points there in the green. Just moments away from talking to an economist to break it all down for us. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. Everybody, let's take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Happening now, right now, live on LiveNOW from Fox. We take you out to the United Nations hearing Let's listen for a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox for this news conference.
It was 2 sentences. Couldn't we get a fuller readout than 2 very short sentences?
I understand. I understand your need for more sentences with just about anything that we put out. Secretary General is dealing with an ongoing situation. When we're ready to use more sentences, we'll be happy to use more sentences.
And my question was about humanitarian corridors. Can you give us an up-to-the-minute or late update on what is happening with opening humanitarian corridors?
Sure. So we're aware that there are evacuations that are starting in certain areas. Our colleagues at OCHA are liaising and advocating with the 2 sides to facilitate safe passage for civilians out of these conflict areas to ensure humanitarian aid can go in. What just needs to be clear is that these corridors were organized bilaterally by the Russians and the Ukrainians. The ICRC has also been involved. But for this evacuation that is going on today, the UN is not directly involved in the organizational aspect or the guarantees aspect. Madame.
Just to follow up on that, Martin Griffiths was pretty specific yesterday in the kinds of things that he felt were necessary for a safe passageway, things like a specific route and contacts on the ground. Has any progress been made since he talked about that yesterday, since the meeting, and moving into these that you can tell us about, and as we hear of these?
I mean, yes, in a sense, there's been progress in the sense that there is continuing dialogue with the Ukrainian authorities. The colleagues that we've mentioned that are in Moscow had discussions today that focused on further information sharing and standard operating procedures for the humanitarian notification system as part of the overall engagement to ensure there is the necessary dialogue between us and between us and the Russian Federation and the Ukraine, and this important interaction between civil and military actors in any conflict zone. I mean, it's critically important to ensure the safety of civilians and to ensure the protection of humanitarian workers and humanitarian operations. Martin said, I think yesterday that they were looking for contacts in the field with Russian military leaders. I don't know if there's been progress in the last 12 hours on that. This is a system that is being put in place as quickly as possible, but it is a critical part of our humanitarian architecture in Ukraine. Abdelhamid.
Thank you, Stefan. On Libya, there was an initiative introduced by Ms. Stephanie Williams, and we don't know what happened to that initiative. However, I'm asking also in relation to that, the SG called Mr. Dbeiba and called him Prime Minister. Is that the official position of the EU, and now the Prime Minister is Mr. Abdelhamid Dbeiba?
The UN is not in the business of recognizing governments. He had a conversation with him. The initiative that was announced, we've been keeping you up to date. The invitations were sent out for a March 15th meeting. Today's been a crazy morning, but I don't think it is March 15th yet. So Ms. Williams is doing exactly what she should be doing, which is talking to all the parties and trying to move this process forward to ensure that Libya doesn't slip back and that we don't lose the gains that have been made for the benefit of the men and women and children of Libya.
And my second question about Palestinian women. There are 32 Palestinian women in jail. Since the occupation, 16,150 women had been put in Israeli jail. They issued a statement, a strong one, calling for Israeli to treat them with, according to international humanitarian law. They're asking for more blankets, more winter clothes, more other special needs for women, and they've been complaining on that. So do you have any comment on that?
I will check with our colleagues. We always believe everyone should be treated according to international law, but let me check with our colleagues on that. Philippe, and then Carrie.
Thank you, Stefan. Coming back on this email, you proposed to send us this email, and I say yes for me and probably yes for everybody. Yesterday, we asked you the MOU on Yemen and the tanker Safer. You send it also. Is it possible when you have a question in this room and you send something later, not only to the people who asked, but to everybody, because it's interesting for everybody.
We'll send it to share as widely as possible.
Thanks, Steph. A quick follow-up again on the story published by our colleagues from the Irish Times. You told us twice that it was not concerning a global email sent to the staff globally. Could that have been sent by a division in particular? And if so, could it be concerning enough for the UN to launch an inquiry, especially at a time when one particular narrative can be seen as disinformation?
Well, I mean, listen, the Irish Times put online and I think tweeted an email, from someone in the UN. I didn't see there's no name to it. I don't doubt the veracity of that email, right? But what I'm saying is, it looks like someone, like in a regional office, may have taken upon themselves to send out an email as instructions. That should not have been done, because there are no official instructions on what words saying those things. And the only proof that I can give you is that those words have been used, right? I mean, Rosemary DiCarlo used those words yesterday. As far as I can tell, she still has a job this morning.
But it's always easier when it's top UN officials compared to the rest of the staff.
I disagree with you, because I think when top UN officials, I'll speak just for me personally, when the Secretary General says something, it's a signal to me that I can say the same thing, right? That's the way instructions flow in an organization. It flows from the top. So if the senior leadership of the UN are using those words, then those words can clearly be used. I mean,
so do you know who sent this email regionally?
Listen,
you know.
It's a regional office, and it's an email that what I'm saying, this email was posted. I don't doubt the veracity of this email. It is in no way official UN policy. All I can tell you is, as the spokesperson here for the Secretary General, who I think represents the Secretariat, there was no email sent out globally to staff saying, you can't say purple, you can't say blue, right? You can't use those words.
Have you warned this particular regional office?
Yes.
Can you share with us who it is?
No, I'm not going to share with you who it is. It's just, it is clearly something that should not have been sent.
Thank you.
Okay. Edward.
Hi, Stefan. I have some other issues. On JCPOA, the Iranian nuclear talk, because we know there are reports that it's imminent. It seems like everybody agreed to reach a deal very soon. So does the UN have any information about this? What's the evaluation? And plus, the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov demanded a written guarantee from the Western countries about not hindering the Moscow from trading and cooperating with Tehran. Does the UN also share the worry that this might cast some doubts or shadow on the JCPOA, the new Iranian nuclear deal? Thank you.
You know, we are not a party to the JCPOA. It is clear, and we've said this since the beginning of the deal, and also when the deal, when the U.S. pulled out of the deal, that we strongly believe in the JCPOA. The Secretary General is following this very closely. He's being kept up to date. We just hope very much that the parties will come to an agreement and revive this deal, which we believe is very critical. Sorry, Maggie, please.
You have.
Oh, sorry, Edward. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just like there's too much stuff going on.
Multitasking.
Go ahead. Yes, exactly.
No. Actually, you didn't answer my second part. Do you think to put the now Ukrainian crisis to the JCPOA, the new Iranian nuclear talk would be it would be relevant to each other?
Look, I've seen a lot of the coverage relaying the positions of different parties. I think it is challenging enough to get all the people at the table to agree. I don't think they need comments from me to make things more complicated. Our message is we encourage all the parties to come to an agreement. Margaret.
Hi, Steph. On the humanitarian corridors in Ukraine, is there any possibility that some of the Human Rights Office's monitors who are on the ground in Ukraine might be present at some of these points to see what's going on, since both sides were blaming each other yesterday for violating the agreements?
I will check with our Human Rights Office. I do not believe they're on the ground monitoring this movement of people, but I'm happy to check. Alan.
Thank you, Stefan. I have a follow-up on the corridors issue. The Russian Defense Ministry says that Ukraine is opposing the people leaving towards the territory of Russia through these corridors. Does the UN have any position on this? I mean, do you object the moving of people through these corridors towards Russia or not?
Our position is simple. People should be able to go where they want to go. Oscar.
Yes, thank you, Stefan. Stefan, my question today is regarding the situation in Haiti. So on efforts for reconstruction and recovery, in what priorities is the UN working in the country? And also the two countries in the island, Dominican Republic and Haiti. They share the island in 2 worlds apart in terms of development. In this regard and migration, the Dominican Republic started construction of a...
Sorry, Oscar, I'm losing. Oscar, I'm losing. Can you just repeat the question on the Dominican?
The Dominican Republic started construction of a wall on the border with Haiti. Do you think the wall will have any implications in the region when Haiti is one of the poorest nations in the Americas? And the other one, the last question is regarding the COVID-19 and why the COVID-19 vaccinations rates is still low in some countries, especially in the most vulnerable, like in Haiti, that has the 0.9% of people being vaccinated.
Well, that's pretty simple. We've been decrying the inequity in access to vaccines since vaccines were first rolled out, that it's not the same in every country, and that the developed world, the rich countries, frankly have a moral obligation to support those countries that cannot afford it to get the vaccine, and that includes through COVAX or bilateral agreements. We are working in almost more than 160 countries to support governments in getting access to COVAX, in helping with all the technology that comes and then the logistics that are necessary for the distribution of vaccines. So.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to listen in to Representative Adam Schiff. He is speaking all about the Russia threats there, just getting out of a hearing with the CIA and FBI. Let's listen when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. Live Now from Fox comes right back at you right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I want to listen in because we got Representative Adam Schiff. He is still speaking right now, but I want to play it out for you from the beginning. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, talking about Russia threats.
We got a good survey from the intelligence community about the whole range of challenges facing the United States, but obviously had a very particular focus on Ukraine. The intelligence community, I think, did extraordinary work to inform policymakers, the president, the cabinet, but also our friends and allies, what Putin was intending. And the decision by the administration to make so much of that intelligence public prior to the invasion, I think, stripped Putin of any disguise. This was a brutal and naked act of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. I think Putin seriously miscalculated in many respects, miscalculated the resolve of the Ukrainian people to fight back. They're fighting back with great heroism, but also miscalculated the response of the rest of the world, which was to come together on a very punishing set of sanctions. Was very pleased to see the president today banning Russian oil and gas, and we're following up with legislation which we expect to be on the floor as soon as later today. And we will explore other steps to further isolate Russia and its economy and raise the costs to Russia and the Russian people for this monstrous act of aggression. So I think we're doing what we should do. I think we're doing what we can do, and we're going to just continue to ratchet up the pressure. And happy to respond to your questions. Yes.
Chairman Schiff, ahead of the hearing, the report made clear that intelligence suggests there's no intelligence to suggest that Russia wants direct conflict with the United States. Do you feel like that intelligence still holds? Do you think things have shifted since then?
I think it's certainly the case that Putin understands how much he has taken on with Ukraine. I think it has been a brutal realization, not just how well the Ukrainians are fighting, but how poorly his own troops are doing. So I think he feels, or should feel, that he has his hands full more than his hands full. At the same time, we have to be very careful, and I think the administration is, to make sure that we don't get in a shooting war between the United States and Russia. And the nuclear saber rattling by Putin, I think, is destabilizing and dangerous. And obviously, we're taking whatever statements that he makes seriously. But I think the Russians have taken on more than they can handle with Ukraine in and of itself.
I was struck by how many times people said things about how Putin's thinking seems to have hardened, he's kind of locked in, he's isolated, whatever the case may be. Do you think people who talk about this need to kind of retire the idea that there's an off-ramp for Putin? And I guess how else does this end? It's hard to see if he can't win, but he also can't lose, how this ends.
Well, sadly, that's true, and I asked Director Burns that very question. Indeed, I think every briefing I've had since before the initial conduct of the war, I asked the variation of that question: how is this supposed to end? Because even before the initiation of this war of choice by Putin, it was unclear how his expectations could possibly be validated by the facts on the ground. And in fact, I think he's been deadly wrong, and yet our expectation also was that if he was wrong and he met stiff resistance, he would only double down and treble down. And that's what he's done. That's what we expect he'll continue to do. And so it is very hard to figure out what's the off-ramp. I think what we can do is just continue to escalate the price that he and Russia have to pay for this. And I think the Russian people are starting to feel the real brunt of this as they see their savings wiped out, as they see the cost of basic necessities go beyond their reach, and as they see their increasing isolation in the world. And one thing Putin does fear is the ability of the Russian people to rise up against him. It's why he reacted so harshly to the color revolutions, and particularly the Orange Revolution in Ukraine. I think until he feels that his own regime is at risk, it's hard to see him looking for an exit ramp. And so we have to continue to increase the pressure.
Mr. Chairman, you used the phrase escalate the cost, that the U.S. has to continue to escalate the cost. Is there a risk of escalating too far, of pushing too far, and putting Putin in a place, a point of no return, to use a phrase?
I mean, there is, I think, already a terrible humanitarian disaster in Ukraine, with millions of refugees, thousands and thousands of casualties. And so we're already there in terms of a terrible outcome. There is really no good outcome except Russia getting out, and even then it's been catastrophic. I think that the bigger risk with Putin is always to show weakness rather than strength. So I think we have to continue to strengthen the cost to Russia. One thing he is, he was wrong in a lot of his expectations. There is one expectation that I believe he has that only time will tell whether he's right or wrong, and that is he expects that the United States and the West will lose its resolve. He expects that he cares more about dominating Ukraine than the rest of the world cares about Ukrainian democracy or sovereignty, and we have to prove him wrong in that. And so I think we are off to a very powerful start in terms of our cohesion, and we have to keep it that way.
Chairman, to that point, you're making clear that the U.S. needs to be strong in its resolve in terms of punishing Russia and make them feel, on the worldwide stage, how they're going to continue to be punished for these actions. With legislation you mentioned that's coming to the floor today to ban imports of Russian oil, how can we see how this is going to affect our oil at home? We're already seeing oil prices go up. Do you have a concern there in terms of how this could affect America's resolve to continue to support this kind of pressure?
I certainly have a concern over oil and gas prices here at home, which were already high before the conflict, which are going higher still, and that's obviously putting a real hardship on many Americans. I think the Biden administration and Congress will do everything we can to reduce that pressure at home, reduce the impacts that we feel. But I also think, and this is what I hear from my constituents, and I know on a bipartisan basis, it's what my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are hearing, that is they want us to do more. They see these images of horror from Ukraine. They want us to do more. And I think people are willing to understand that there's a cost to the freedom to live our lives as we would and support other democracies in their aspiration to live free. And so I think that there's enormous public support for turning the screws to Russia in any way we can.
Chairman, General Nakasone testified that there have been between 3 and 4 cyber attacks by Russia on Ukraine and tracking. Is this at all surprising or concerning to you, and are there any more details you can give?
It's not surprising. We've been briefed on what Ukraine has been doing. I think the surprise has been that the Russians haven't done more to attack Ukraine with cyber means. But the conflict is still early, and we don't underestimate Russia's willingness to use cyber to go after Ukraine and to go after us, for that matter. And one of our profound concerns, as General Nakasone expressed, is that the Russians have a history of using malware to go after a target and having that malware escape into the wild and cause global damage. So I think that risk is profound. I think it is every bit as profound, frankly, as the risk of Russian cyber criminals attacking U.S. businesses, which we are all also deeply concerned about.
Mr. Schiff, you mentioned weakness, and a lot of Republicans have been accusing Biden of weakness. I wonder if you could just respond to that briefly. And also, is there any sense at all that when the Senate refused to convict President Trump of meddling in Ukraine, if that perhaps showed there was not a solid, unified United States willing to defend Ukraine?
Yes. Well, it certainly is rich to hear many of the same Republican colleagues criticize Biden, who refused to hold President Trump accountable for withholding military aid to Ukraine. And what Americans need to understand about that sordid chapter of our history is Ukraine was even then at war with Russia. It was a long, simmering, but bloody conflict in which Ukrainians were even then dying every week, sometimes every day. And President Trump withheld military assistance approved by Congress on a bipartisan basis, did so because he wanted to pressure Zelenskyy, the same now wartime hero, into trying to smear his opponent. And I think what that told Putin, tragically, is the United States doesn't care about Ukraine, it doesn't care about its people, it doesn't care about its democratic aspirations, it doesn't care if Ukrainians get killed by Russians. I think that's the message Trump's conduct sent, that we would use Ukraine as a political plaything. And I also think that Putin anticipated that that were he to invade Ukraine, he could count on President Trump either to praise him or to criticize Biden, and we've seen tragically both. And so I think that chapter which resulted in the former president's impeachment sadly was an encouragement to Putin and weakened Ukraine even in this fight.
Mr. Chairman, this crisis has already sparked a once-in-a-generation refugee crisis. 1,000,005 people as of a few days ago have left Ukraine. There has been, with Belarus going back a few months, the weaponization of refugees to challenge borders in Poland. If you could speak broadly to what are the global security challenges and the challenges for us here of these refugees leaving Ukraine, and what is the U.S. responsibility here in alleviating the suffering of people that are fleeing their homes and fleeing violence?
Well, thank you. And this will be the last question. I think the world has to respond and help these refugees, and we're taking up a package that I think will just be the beginning, frankly. As my understanding is, it'll be a $12 billion package that will provide economic, military, and humanitarian support, but there will be more to come. I know in my home state.
That was Representative Adam Schiff from earlier. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, taking a look at the Dow right here. You're seeing it pop up a big time now. We're up 540 points in the green. When we come back, we'll be talking to an economist, breaking it all down, what we are seeing with oil prices and stocks as they continue amid this Russian invasion. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll be with you in just 2 minutes.
Can you hear me, Mike?
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we're breaking down all of the big news today. We had President Biden issue the Russian oil ban on imports there to the U.S. You're taking a look now at the Dow. We are seeing it surge here close to 600 points in the green. So what does this all mean? Why are we seeing it go higher today after the president's speech? We're going to get a little insight right here. My next guest joining us here live from Chicago is Stan Smith, the president of Smith Economics Group. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. All right, so Stan, can you give us a little bit of insight of why we're seeing now these stocks take a rebound right now?
All right, so I think what we've seen over the last couple of weeks is Russia continuing to be additionally aggressive. We put in some sanctions. There was some bite. The continuation of oil from Russia to Europe and to the U.S., the purchases, helped really Russia finance the war by signaling to Russia that we are standing up more strongly than before. And this is a Cold War we have with Russia. We are signaling more safety to Europe, more safety to the rest of the world. We are willing to be a bit stronger as world policemen. And by telling them we're not buying your oil, it's a stronger sign to Putin than ever before about the unacceptability of his behavior, and the markets are reacting positively to the U.S. with other countries, leading to a stronger world order against a dictator.
Thanks, Dan, for that. And a lot of people want to know, we heard about this news that it was going to happen before the market opened. How come we didn't see in the early trading hours it start surging? And why did we have to wait for the president to make that official announcement before we saw the market reaction?
Well, I think people are looking at his tone to see whether there would be additional comments about whether there would be some term limits placed on it. The extent or whether there would be additional sanctions to that. I don't have any further explanation than that.
All right, and let's also talk about, of course, we're seeing gas prices continue to go up and up. And with this latest ban now, this new sanction, what will we see with gas prices continuing to go as we're seeing oil prices surge as well?
Well, we can expect that. The policy in Europe has been to move away from fossil fuel, and same in the U.S., making us more dependent upon importing fossil fuel from others, which was primarily Russia. The longer-term solution, France has already taken the lead in building nuclear reactors, seeing that it's a clean long-term solution that is not dependent upon the weather, as is wind and as is hydro, and as is solar. So the fact that we have signaled to Russia we won't buy their oil anymore and the fact that prices are going up, the world sees as pressure to loosen up the U.S. and European restrictions on fossil fuel recovery. That's fracking and oil pipeline, et cetera.
Another thing I think about, too, we heard about the threats from Russia on Germany to almost close up and stop the valve when it comes to their energy getting from Russia. What would happen if that were the case, and what would we see really on oil markets around the globe if that were to be in place?
Well, that will create a spike. On the other hand, oil and natural gas will flow to where the money is, and when prices rise, as they will spike, supplies will flow there. So it's pretty much a supply and demand market. There's plenty of fossil fuel in the world. The question is getting it to the right place in time. And loosening up supplies domestically in the U.S., as well as allowing those to be created in Europe, will be a longer-term solution to the current short-term spike. The world sees that perhaps we were premature on relying on alternative energy sources beyond the tried and proven fossil fuel. And they're also saying that nuclear is increasingly being considered as an option that used to scare people. But factually, Nuclear has been the cleanest source of energy compared to any other source. Fewer deaths, fewer problems with nuclear than anything else, although it is somewhat more mentally scary than, say, a coal mine explosion.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You definitely have that key word there, nuclear, that scares a lot of people. And it's that word, too, that we're hearing about so much as well. Now, Stan, a lot of people during these times when we're seeing the markets the way they are, they want to peek at their 401ks and maybe try to do something. A lot of people always say, that to not do anything. But is there anything that people can do at this moment to kind of, I don't know, protect themselves in their own money ways?
Well, look, a lot of different people give a lot of different advice. The issue is whether it's short-term, medium, long-term. I'm a long-term believer in the markets, and I'm a long-term buy and hold investment philosophy. If the markets go down and people need to sell something this month and are looking at, liquidating because they have to, maybe they're in retirement, they got to pay the rent and food, and they're liquidating a certain amount. Presumably they already have some of their assets in safer securities such as bonds that have not been hit as much. And so personally, I'd hold on to stocks. I expect recovery. I expect long-term increased wealth in this country and in the Western world in general. Over the short, medium, and long run. So I'm a long-term believer in the markets.
And what would you say that, say just in about a month from now, the situation gets increasingly better and it looks like Russia will stop their strikes against Ukraine. If that were to come ahead, would we see even bigger jump in stocks and maybe get back to some of the levels that we saw before?
I believe so, and oil prices will attenuate and moderate. Yes, we will, as you suggested, revert to not quite where we were, but hopefully as close to where we were. Exactly how Putin might live with a Ukraine stalemate is hard to say.
And a lot of people also want to know is, how much more, I mean, when we're talking about the economy there in Russia, where the ruble there is less than a cent compared to the dollar. I mean, how much more can the Russians take from all of these deep sanctions that not only from the U.S. but other countries as well that are stepping in?
Right. So the ruble has fallen by, I don't know, maybe half or more. It always was close to a penny. It was a bit above a penny. Now it's a lot. It was, somewhat more than a penny now, a bit less than a penny. But in percentage terms did fall a lot. The Russian economy, well, look, it's run by Putin and his oligarchs. And frankly, until there is more uprising in the streets as there is now, Putin will punish the common Russian citizen to achieve his dictatorial personality cult goals. There is no doubt. There is little that he may stop at, and the possibility of even limited thermonuclear has been discussed by savvy world observers who know his personality. So I don't know that we should discount anything.
Great point right there. And lastly, can you make some sense to our viewers? When we see the oil prices, the price of crude oil for a barrel at the price that it is today, does it sometimes take about maybe 20 to 30 days until we see that reflected in our gas prices at the pump?
Yes, there is some stickiness to that. And the pump prices, I think, will continue to rise short term, even if barrel oil prices remain the same.
Okay, and is there anything else that you'd like to add or maybe mention to our viewers here?
Well, I think that we need to understand that we have never faced this level of post-World War II risk, even during the Cold War, perhaps at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, but this is as risky as it's gotten in decades. I think the silver lining in this is that Xi Jinping, who has a hunger for Taiwan, has seen how Putin has shot himself in the foot, and maybe we've created just a bit more greater security for Taiwan against a Chinese invasion by Xi Jinping seeing how the world has isolated Putin, and that isolation is economically punishing to his oligarchs and to the common Russian. And the question is, would Xi Jinping be willing to suffer that level of economic isolation and punishment of the ordinary person in China? It seems perhaps not. So the long term for Taiwan, I think, looks better in view of this Russian-Ukraine failure.
That is a great point right there, Stan. Thanks for bringing that to our attention, as well as we are always now watching as we are on day 13 here of this invasion and seeing just what we are looking at from across the globe and right here in our own country as well when it comes to gas prices and so much more. So thanks for giving us some great insight on money as well as economics across really around the world. We appreciate it, Stan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
No problem. And of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We truly appreciate it. I want to go and play back just from a little bit ago where we had the Ukrainian President Zelenskyy address the UK Parliament. This was a big moment here, and he got the respect that he deserves, a standing ovation. You'll want to see it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of this House about the situation in this country. That is why I have suspended the formal business of the House in order to hear the President's address. We have also been joined by the Ukraine Ambassador. President Zelenskyy, we have watched the situation unfold in your country with increasing concern, but also with increasing admiration for the courage, the fortitude displayed by you and your fellow Ukrainians. Mr. President, you are welcome to address members of the House of Commons and the Lords. You now have the floor. President.
Mr. Speaker, all the members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm addressing all the people of the United Kingdom and all the people from the country with a big history. Addressing you as a citizen, as a president of also a big country.
І великою боротьбою. Я хочу розказати вам про наші 13 днів.
To tell you about the 13 days of war. The war that we didn't start and we didn't want it. However, we have to conduct this war. We do not want to lose what we have, what is ours, our country, Ukraine. Just the same way as you once didn't want to lose your country when Nazis started to fight your country. And you had to fight for Britain. 13 days of this struggle.
Перший день, о 4 ранку, на нас полетіли крилаті ракети. Так, що всі прокинулись.
Everybody woke up. People, children, the entire Ukraine, and since that we have not been sleeping. We have all been fighting for our country with our army. On day 2, we have been fighting airstrikes, and our heroic military servicemen on the island Zminy have been trying to fight. When Russian Russian forces demanded that we lay down the arms. However, we did continue fighting, and we did feel our force, the force of our people that will oppose the occupants until the end. The next day, the artillery started fighting us. Our army showed us who we are, and we have been able to see who are people and who are beasts. On day 4, we started getting people captive. We have not been torturing them. We remained humane even on day 4 of this terrible war. On day 5, the terror against us was going on against children, against cities, and constant shelling have been taking place around the country, including hospitals, and that didn't break us. And that gave us feeling of big truth. On day 6, the Russian rockets fell on Babin Yar, that is the place where the Nazis killed thousands of people during the Second World War. And 80 years after, the Russia hit at them for the second time. And even churches are getting destroyed by shelling. On day 8, we have seen Russian tanks hitting the atomic power station. And everybody got to understand that this is the terror against everyone. On day 9, there was a meeting of NATO countries without the result that we were looking for. Yes, we did feel that. We did feel that unfortunately that the alliances don't work properly always, and the no-fly zone cannot be enforced. And on day 10, the Ukrainians started protesting en masse, stopping the armored vehicles with their own hands. And on day 11, the children and cities were being hit, and hospitals as well, with the rockets and constant shelling. And on that day we realized that Ukrainians became heroes. The entire cities, children, adults. And on day 12, the losses of Russian army exceeded 10,000 people killed. In the city of Mariupol that was attacked by the Russian force, a child was killed. They do not allow any food, any water, and people started panicking. I think everybody can hear that people do not have water over there. Over 13 days of this situation, over 50 children have been killed. These are the children that could have lived, but these people have taken them away from us. The United Kingdom, Ukraine were not looking to have this fall. The Ukraine have not been looking to become big, but they have become big over the days of this war. We are the country that are saving people despite having to fight one of the biggest armies in the world. We have to fight the helicopters, rockets. The question for us now is to be or not to be. You all know this Shakespearean question. For 13 days, this question could have been asked, but now I can give you a definitive answer. It's definitely yes to be. And I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end, at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. I would like to add that we will fight on the banks of different rivers like Dnieper, and we are looking for your help, for the help of the civilized countries. We are thankful for this help, and I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. And please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done and what is stipulated by the greatness of your country. Best of all to Ukraine and to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Commons, I want to thank you for speaking to us and for giving us very clearly and powerful perspective of the tragic situation facing you and fellow Ukrainians. We have debated the situation in Ukraine numerous times in recent weeks, and I know that we will continue to do so, and that when we do so, your words will be resonating with us. I want to express the solidarity of the House of Commons with you, your compatriots, and we salute the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, and our prayers are with you.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Just let me say. We will now resume with the formal sittings of the House. Order, order. I will take the points of order from the leaders of the main parties before we return to the opposition day. I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of order, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. May I say that never before in all our centuries of our parliamentary democracy has the House listened to such an address. In a great European capital, now within range of Russian guns, President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is standing firm for democracy and for freedom. In his righteous defence, I believe he has moved the hearts of everybody in this House. At this moment, ordinary Ukrainians are defending their homes and their families against a brutal assault. And they are, by their actions, inspiring millions by their courage and their devotion. And I think today one of the proudest boasts in the free world is "Ya Ukrainets," I am a Ukrainian. So this is a moment for us to put our political differences aside, Mr. Speaker, and I know I speak for the whole House when I say that Britain and our allies are determined to press on with supplying our Ukrainian friends with the weapons they need to defend their homeland as they deserve. To press on with tightening the economic vice around Vladimir Putin, and we will stop importing Russian oil, Mr. Speaker, and my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will update the House on that tomorrow. And we will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Every one of us has been moved by the bravery, the resolve and the leadership of President Zelenskyy. Invading troops march through his streets, shells rain down on his people, and assassins seek his life. No one would have blamed him for fleeing, but instead he has stayed in Kyiv to lead the Ukrainian people and to fight. He's reminded us that our freedom and our democracy are invaluable. He's prompted the world into action where too often we've let Putin have his way. He's inspired the Ukrainian people to resist and frustrated the Russian war machine. He has shown his strength, and we must show him and the Ukrainian people our commitment and our support. Labour stands for the unity at home and abroad that will isolate the Putin regime. Labour stands for the toughest sanctions that will cripple the Russian state. Labour stands for providing Ukraine with the arms it needs to fight off their invaders. Labour stands with President Zelenskyy, with Ukraine, with democracy. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. President.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your forbearance, if I can make a point of order. President Zelenskyy, we salute you. We stand with the people of Ukraine on the basis of the act of aggression, on the act of war of Putin. We must do all that we can to send support to Ukraine, to send the weapons that they need to defend themselves, to make sure that we sanction the regime in Moscow, that we deliver the clearest message to President Putin, that this will end in failure for him, that he will face justice at the International Court. We must stand in this House, throughout these islands, throughout the Western world, in defence of democracy, in defence of sovereignty. Peace, justice and the sovereignty of Ukraine must prevail. Let's make sure that we stand with our friends. We stand against those that have been bombed. We make sure that those that need our support, that need our sanctuary, will find a welcoming hand in these islands. Mr. President, we thank you. We salute you. Slavia, Ukraine.
Ben Davey. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Hearing the words of President Zelenskyy should embolden us all. They serve as a reminder of all that we stand for, of all which so many Ukrainians are so bravely fighting for, a bravery exemplified by President Zelenskyy himself. That we should never take for granted our values of democracy, of freedom, and of our security. And though we in this House may disagree on many things, we stand together for those values, and together we stand together with the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, it is right that we strengthen our support for Ukraine with military aid, with toughest of sanctions. And it's in that support that we should also recognise the people of Ukraine and indeed President Zelenskyy. I'm sure the whole House would agree that President Zelenskyy should be granted one of our nation's highest honours, an honorary knighthood. And I look forward to the day when we welcome back to this House President Zelenskyy in person.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, we commend President Zelenskyy and the people of Ukraine, and we stand with them in this their time of strife. But our response will not be judged by the volume or strength of our applause for President Zelenskyy. It will be judged by the volume and strength of our response to his request for help, for practical military support, and for humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine. We pray for their success. We dare not let them down.
Can I also like to thank the staff and the contractors for making this happen? And when you leave the chamber, can you please hand in your headsets on the way out? Where you got them from? I will now let the chamber clear. Thank you, everybody.
Once again, we were able to listen in to those remarks. President Zelenskyy addressing UK Parliament. Of course, they continue to show their support, and Zelenskyy still asking for a message of putting stronger sanctions on Russia, especially when we continue to see and hear those reports of more civilians being attacked as the troops continue to push through the country. Thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have some of our Republicans on Capitol Hill who are speaking about the recent ban of Russian oil, keeping our energy resources from right here at home. More to come right here again in just 2 minutes.
Let's green light pipelines that safely transport oil throughout the United States, that would safely transport Canadian oil into the United States rather than bringing tankers of Russian oil. These are the decisions that are having devastating consequences. And again, Putin was making $700 million a day selling his oil to the United States and Europe. And so while you get rid of Russian oil, you don't send that $700 million to other dictators around the world. Keep the $700 million here in America every single day. Create those jobs here. There's no doubt why Americans today are paying the highest price for a gallon of gasoline in the history of the United States. Over $4 a gallon. It's because of Joe Biden's anti-American strategy. His anti-American energy strategy. We here, as members of the Republican Study Committee, are calling on Joe Biden to reverse his anti-American energy strategy. Stop calling foreign dictators for oil and utilize the great resources of the United States of America to produce low-cost, high-security energy. With that, I'm going to bring up the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, Bruce Westerman.
Thank you, Whip. I'm Bruce Westerman from Arkansas's 4th District. I want to say thank you to Chairman Banks and his leadership with the Republican Study Committee. The Republican Study Committee has always been a voice of reason and common sense, and we need reason and common sense right now. This administration, the left, has planted these seeds of an energy crisis, and they've grown, and we're experiencing the fruit of that right now. We were in an energy crisis long before Putin invaded Ukraine. Gas prices were continuing to increase. Energy prices were increasing. Domestic production was decreasing. The unfortunate events of Putin invading Ukraine have brought that, I think, to a head, and it's getting more media attention right now. But we need solutions. We need to fix a problem instead of making the problem worse. And we have the resources, we have the technology, and the innovation here in America to fix those problems. We can supply our allies with energy. We can supply our own energy needs, but we can't do it when we have an administration that's locking up resources on our federal lands, when they hate fossil fuels and they're trying to block not just production on federal lands and federal waters, but on private lands and private water or private ownerships. When they're putting policies in place that create uncertainty so that investors won't invest in energy anymore. That's why Representative McMorris-Rodgers, the ranking member on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and myself filed a bill called the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. It unlocks the potential that we have so that we can provide our energy needs here at home, plus produce the cleanest, safest, most reliable energy to send to our allies around the world. And it needs to be all kinds of energy. There seems to be an attack on nuclear energy here. There's an attack on fossil fuels. Somebody got the bad idea that if it's not wind or solar, it's bad. But we need all forms of energy. If we could increase nuclear power production, that would provide us more clean natural gas to send to our allies. So it needs to be an all-of-the-above strategy, and it needs to be a strategy that promotes domestic energy, domestic production. And those are the kind of strategies that RSC supports, that these members that are here with me today support, and it's the kind of policy that our country should put in place to have the most reliable, the most affordable, and the cleanest energy on earth. And we can get there if we'll have the will to do it. Speaking of the chairman of the Republican Study Committee, I want to now invite him to the podium, Representative Jim Banks from Indiana.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you very much, and thanks to all of you for joining us here today. I first want to thank August Pfluger for his leadership on these issues. It was his work that brought us together today to talk about important legislation that he's introduced. Whip Scalise, Ranking Member Westerman, Ranking Member Kathy McMorris-Rodgers, to the rest of our leading members from the Republican Study Committee, thank you for joining us today. The Republican Study Committee must and will continue to lean in to this effort to support American energy workers and consumers around the country, because Americans are hurting, and because Putin is afraid of America's energy industry. He called it the great threat to Russia. He called America's energy industry the great threat to Russia. Putin knows that an energy strategy that puts America first puts Russia last. That's why we must put Midland over Moscow. Now today, Joe Biden actually did something good. It just took him several weeks to get there, and prodding from Nancy Pelosi and members of his own party to push him to do the right thing. He banned Russian oil imports. But Joe Biden is still attacking American energy and doubling down on the Green New Deal radical agenda. It will continue to send gas prices sky high. I can tell you I'm hearing from Hoosiers all over my great state about how much more they're paying for gas and energy costs. Right now, Hoosiers are paying over $4 a gallon at the pump, and it's only getting worse. Oil prices have already risen 60% before Putin's invasion. So let me tell you, unless the Biden administration changes its tune at home, things are going to get a whole lot worse for American consumers and for the rest of the world. This week we learned that Joe Biden hasn't just put Moscow ahead of Midland. Joe Biden plans to put terrorists ahead of Texas, before Texas. We need oil and gas, but instead of producing it cleaner and cheaper here, instead of creating more American jobs, the Biden administration plans to turn to Iran. That's why today I introduced the No Oil for Terrorists Act to ban Iranian oil. But the Biden administration plans as well to buy oil from Venezuela, too. Democrats' plan is to crack down on one bad guy by enriching two other bad guys. It's insane. It doesn't make sense. Apparently, to Democrats and Joe Biden, anywhere is better than the United States of America. This is the result of a White House that always puts America last. It means putting dictators first. And it means fewer jobs and a higher cost of living for hardworking American families. Joe Biden intentionally weakened America's energy industry, and that has destabilized the entire world. It isn't pretty. But with that, I'd like to turn to my friend, one of our great leaders in the Republican conference and in the Republican Study Committee, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris-Rodgers.
Thank you, Chairman. A big thank you to August Pfluger and RSC Chairman Jim Banks and everyone for being here today. Energy security is national security. We need energy for everything that we do. You cannot be a diplomatic power without being a military power. You cannot be a military power without being an economic power, and energy is foundational to all of that. This morning, the Republicans continue to echo what we did on day one of this administration, when the Biden administration chose to cancel the Keystone Pipeline. On day one, canceling this pipeline that would have allowed us to import from Canada, our neighbor, our friend to the north, rather than being dependent upon Russia. And in fact, Russian imports have doubled in the last year under this administration. Congressman Bruce Westerman, the lead Republican on the Resources Committee, mentioned that we've introduced legislation that was blocked last week by the Democrat majority, but we're going to continue to press it, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This legislation would require that the administration first submit a plan as to energy security, which has to be at the forefront. It also means that we would say yes to more pipelines in North America, yes to the Keystone Pipeline. We would lift the restrictions on exporting LNG from the United States. Europe currently gets 40% of its natural gas from Russia. We should be giving them a choice where they could be receiving LNG from the United States. We need to start the leasing on federal lands. This is how we shut down Putin's war chest. This is how we stand by Ukraine and protect our national security and create jobs here in America. as others have mentioned, Americans are now suffering under the highest gas prices ever. It's driving up the cost of everything we do. It's estimated that it's a $1,300 per year increase for every American. So I join Congressman Pfluger. I think he got it right. The president needs to be prioritizing energy production in Midland, not Moscow, not Iran, not Saudi Arabia, not any other authoritarian regime. We have the resources, we have the ingenuity, we have the creativity, we have the jobs right here in America. So instead of considering a trip to Saudi Arabia, I suggest the president go visit the Permian Basin or the Bakken region in Montana and North Dakota. And we certainly shouldn't be looking to OPEC to bail us out of this mess. American workers are eager to produce a lot more energy right here at home. It's time to flip the switch on American energy. And the president could do this and unleash American energy, unleash jobs, bring down the cost of gas, and push, and that would be the greatest resistance to President Putin that we could do, and stand by Ukraine. So with that, is Jody here? I was going to introduce. Okay, well then I'll introduce a star from New Mexico, Yvette Harrell.
Star?
Yes.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
Well, okay. First off, let me be very, very clear. Midland over Moscow. We've talked about Texas. Let's just remember, everybody, New Mexico has two of the largest oil-producing counties in the nation. So I don't want to get left out. I'm not sure if this shouldn't say New Mexico over Moscow. Just a suggestion. But you can tell we're all on the same team here. And why it matters is because the American people are getting it. They understand these are failed policies that are causing them to pay more at the pump. This isn't about energy independence anymore. It's about placing the problems of this White House and this administration square on the backs of the American people. It's awful. And I could stand up here forever, and I could, because we could talk about energy, and we can talk about the border and masks, and we can talk about supply chains. But right now, the best thing we can do for the American people and for our allies around the world is to tap into our energy resources. And not only
once again, we are listening in with Republican leaders on Capitol Hill. They are trying to make a push for not only have they successfully now helped the president put a ban on that Russian oil, but now want to tap into more resources we have right here at home. We are going to be sending viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
That is made at home, that is more affordable, that is cheaper, that is cleaner. And with all this uncertainty around the globe, can't we for a minute think about the American people first? Can't we for a minute think about the communities, the investors, the jobs, the budgets, the national security that really is an effect of our energy independence? And it is a sad day that while this president has taken, and I will say, 1/2 of a baby step to shut off purchasing Russian oil, don't wait for the other shoe to drop. Just be the man you were elected to be and go ahead and open up energy independence in America. That's what we need to do, and that's why we've introduced the American Energy Security and Transparency Act. We're compelling this administration to stop with withholding these permits on leasing on federal lands. We're asking the Department of Interior to have at least 4 sales a year in 6 different states so that we can bring stability back to the industry, so we can give our industry producers the stability they need. The communities, they'll have that stability as well. It is time we put, how about this, Americans over Moscow. Let's get the job done, and let's bring America back to energy independence. And thank you for being here today. And with that, I'm going to introduce my great friend, Garrett Graves.
Thank you.
You just didn't know what I was going to say. I have so many friends.
And I didn't know you were going to introduce me. Hey, Garrett Graves from Louisiana. Many folks have expressed shock and surprise by what's happening today. Expressed shock that energy prices are skyrocketing like they are, that they're having such an impact that just transcends the American economy. People are expressing shock that they've suddenly learned that we're so dependent upon Russian energy and energy from other countries that don't share America's values. It is absolutely incredible to me that people are expressing that type of reaction. Leaders here, Bruce Westerman from the Natural Resources Committee, August Pfluger, Kathy McMorris-Rogers, and others, we have been predicting, we have been saying, we have been calling for this exact scenario, not for weeks or months, but for years. We've offered amendments to say that if gas prices exceed $4 a gallon, then this can't happen. Then you've got to produce domestically. We've said you cannot implement this legislation if it's going to cause a greater increase on dependence on energy from Russia, from China, or other countries. All of this has been predicted, and I'll tell you who's opposed our efforts every single time. It's been Democrats. This isn't political. That's just a fact. They're the ones who have opposed these efforts, not for weeks, not for days, not for months, but for years. We've been offering up these types of amendments, these types of policy solutions. I want to remind you, the last time that Ukraine was invaded was during President Obama's time. You know what else was going on at the same time? Another coincidence was that we had reached peak dependence upon Russian energy. Vladimir Putin knew in 2014 that he had us. He had leverage over us because we were so dependent upon them for energy, and he invaded Crimea. Now, once again, increasing our dependence, tripling, nearly tripling our crude oil imports from Russia last year. They knew that they had us again. And so none of this should have been a shock or surprise to anybody. History is going to repeat itself, especially if we keep making the same stupid mistakes that we made and should have learned from years ago. Now, I'll say it again, people expressing shock and surprise. Do you know that in the president's budget request to the Congress, there's an explicit provision in there that says that they won't make investments that result in a reduction of the cost of oil and gas? Let me say that again. In the president's budget request to the Congress, there's a provision in there that says they will not make investments in projects that result in a reduction in the cost of oil and gas. Congressman Scalise and I have been fighting this since we first saw it. Let me translate it another way. We want higher energy prices. They've clearly succeeded in that objective. Coming out of 2019 and 2020, we were at a point to where we were energy independent. We were energy secure in the United States. This own Biden administration's documents under the EIA, they showed that you are going to have a surge in global energy demand. You've heard the members talk about, if we're going to have a surge in energy demand globally, why not produce it from the place that does it cleanest? I'll give you another shocking fact, shocking because people aren't paying attention to facts or science. Under the previous administration, we reduced emissions on average 2.5% a year. Reduced emissions. How many of you think that under President Biden's administration last year, we reduced them even more? They actually went up 6.3% last year. There's not a strategy for energy out of this administration. It's higher prices, it's energy insecurity, and it's higher emissions. You're not achieving any objective that makes any sense whatsoever. They came out of the gates with an executive order banning additional leasing on public lands and waters in the United States, again, off the coast of Louisiana, where Congressman Scalise and I represent, giving our people pink slips in effect, yet employing more and more people in places like Algeria, in places like, obviously, Russia, in places like Saudi Arabia. Shame on us for repeating these same mistakes of the past. They came out and under the Build Back Better Act. Do you know that they imposed severance taxes on energy? They imposed up to a $10,000 a mile a year fee on pipelines. They increased royalty rates. Who's surprised that this is happening right now? This was entirely part of their plan. And now, as Congressman Scalise said, the highest gasoline prices in American history. The problems that they're causing within American families across our country right now, people calling our office telling us they can't even afford to refill their gas tanks to get to work. This is appalling. It was preventable. We have 38 billion barrels of technically proven reserves in the United States. 38 billion barrels. But instead, we're importing energy from Russia. And you've seen the latest. The administration's now going to talk to the Saudis, going to cut a cruddy deal with Iran, and they're in Venezuela negotiating with them. Going from bad to worse. I'll say it again. We have the reserves here, and this is preventable. No leasing, no exploration and production. That's not an energy policy. That's completely flawed strategies. They're impacting Americans across the board. And unfortunately, while I commend the administration for coming out and putting a ban on Russian oil, we proposed bans on Russian oil dating back 3 years ago, and they have fought us. So now they're going to ban Russian oil without any opportunity, without a plan to backfill. It's like quitting your job without a plan to figure out how you're going to pay your rent, your car note, or get groceries. Doubling down on stupid. We have the ability to produce our own energy security in the United States, and shame on us for continuing to repeat the mistakes of the past.
I'd like to thank my colleagues for joining. Obviously, the leading experts in this conference, people who are passionate, not only represent the area, but also have the experience. So I think we have time for 2 or 3 questions.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Kelly Lunny from Bloomberg Government. Some of you have talked about the fact that there's no leasing going on in federal lands. There is leasing going on in federal lands. Energy production is happening on federal lands. There are a lot of permits that are being sat on by companies. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I think the example I gave was there are 6 companies right now with export terminals that could increase the capacity, our export capacity, by 20% for LNG right this second. That does not include pipelines that are out there that are in existence that either FERC or DOE is sitting on and is not approving. And just several weeks ago, the president came out and placed another ban on federal lands, federal leasing, and permitting. And so the assault, the weaponization that's happening is coming directly from the White House. If we were along the Gulf Coast and along the eastern seaboard to approve these terminals, this is not new. These are increasing capacity for LNG terminal, LNG export facilities that are already in existence. It's just increasing that capacity for them, and the permitting is not happening. So this is the weaponization we've been talking about.
But the permitting is happening in certain places.
The permitting is being slowed down by a regulatory posture that is very aggressive against these companies, against the pipelines. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this represents clearly inexperienced energy policy. Yes, there are 9,000 permits. A permit doesn't mean that a well is actually producing. It may be a dry hole. It may not be economic. It may be a stripper well. You may have challenges, as Congressman Pfluger talked about your ability to actually get it to market because the administration is opposing pipelines. So a permit doesn't necessarily just mean that folks are sitting on energy. In addition to that, I just ran through and you heard all of these people talk about the regulatory actions of this administration. They're talking about ESG objectives. They're limiting access to capital. They have put bans, including, again, in the offshore Gulf of Mexico, blocking the lease sales. All of these things are creating uncertainty. If you're an investor, are you going to go in and invest when you have this incredibly volatile time out there like we're seeing right now, where you don't know if prices are going to be $60 a barrel or $150 a barrel? The volatility and the flawed energy strategies by this administration are causing the problems we've had today. We've all offered amendments and solutions to fix these things, not in recent weeks, but over years' time. This is what inexperienced energy strategies look like.
If I can just add to that, the administration keeps putting this talking point out about 9,000 permits that are out there that are unused, and like Representative Graves said, there's a lot of reasons, and necessarily unused doesn't mean that it's or unproductive doesn't mean unused. Also, it's a lot more in the details than just having the permit. A lot of times you need a series of permits to go in and develop a field. There's 4,600 permits that this administration is sitting on, permits dating back to the Trump administration. And if this administration hasn't been clear about their war on fossil fuels, I don't know anything else that they've been clear on. The bottom line is there have been zero leases on federal waters under this administration. A judge in Louisiana said that the DOI had to do their job and do leases. They finally put one up for sale. It had a very high price on it, and then another judge stopped it, and the Biden DOJ wouldn't even appeal the ruling. So there's a big goose egg on how many leases this administration has approved. With prices at however much they are today, $120, $130 a barrel, if people could drill, they would be drilling. We have supply chain shortages and labor shortages that are affecting that too. The president's spokesperson needs to understand the difference between a lease and a permit and what's really happening instead of just throwing out this number of 9,000 permits.
I'm Randy Weber from Texas 14th District. I am the upper Gulf Coast of Texas. We are those export ports that we all talked about, 7 of us. LNG, almost 90% of it comes out of our district. Congressman Dr. Brian Babin and myself have more pipelines in our districts than any other member in the state, probably, and we export a lot of fuel. I had lunch today with a guy that's probably the CEO of one of the biggest pipeline groups around, and he told me personally today that FERC is giving them HELL. He said that FERC has moved the goalpost so many times on their regulations, on the amount of CO2 that they can produce, either on the up end, coming out, I'm talking about in the refining end and the production end.
All right, guys, we've been listening in once again with some of those leaders on Capitol Hill coming after the Biden administration. President Biden himself spoke to banning Russian oil. I do want to let our viewers know coming up later this afternoon, we are going to be speaking with one of our senators who had also introduced this bill a few days ago, trying to get that ban on Russian oil, bring things back home here. It would only not only help with that oil that it would be missing from the Russian side, but also help increase things right here at home. So we are going to be speaking with Senator Hoeven later this afternoon about his bill, as well as how to continue to move forward, bringing our energy resources back here at home. So that will be coming up a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But with that being said, I do want to let our viewers know ahead of just after this 2-minute break, we're going to be speaking with Samaritan's Purse, who is in Ukraine at this time. They are using a lot of efforts to try to help bring some relief to the crisis that is happening. We'll be giving you much more on that with the president of Samaritan's Purse coming up again in just 2 minutes after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have so many organizations who are answering the call for help, as we do have millions of Ukrainians who are fleeing the country. Again, at this time, a number of people trying to lend a hand, but right now we want to be speaking with one of those organizations. Samaritan's Purse is not only helping with food, clothes, and medical supplies, but also they have now been building and airlifting a emergency field hospital that is being set up in Ukraine at this time. So we do want to bring in the president of Samaritan's Purse. He's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We have Franklin Graham here with us, and we really appreciate your time. I know there's so many things that you guys are doing. Let's just go ahead and kind of talk about some of the remarkable efforts you guys are doing in Ukraine, and especially for those refugees who have crossed over that border.
Thank you, Krista. We've got right now a field hospital set up in Lviv. This will be operational by the end of the week. We also have a clinic set up at the train station. You have tens of thousands of people that pass that train station every day, and there's no medical care. And some of these people come off the train wounded. Some of them are women have had babies on the train. And so we've got to be able to do all that we can to help them. And those that need to be hospitalized, we'll take them straight to the hospital. We're there for the long haul. We're also doing some food distribution. We'll be doing a lot more of that, I believe, in the days to come, as the need will get even greater, I think, especially in these villages or towns that are going to be maybe cut off from the rest of the country. We've got our second cargo plane landing tomorrow with more supplies and equipment for the hospital. We'll be working up on the border as well. The need there is endless. They need everything. But more than anything, Krista, they need our prayers.
And I like how you're saying, too, obviously there are more than 2 million people who have fled the country. There's such a huge need for food, drinking water, hygiene. So many thousands more still trying to make their way across that border. Obviously, as you mentioned, things moving so fluidly. How much work does it take to get everything organized, to set up these tents, to set up the field hospital to help in this response?
Well, I have about 100 people on the ground that are working right now, but we also have a network of churches. This would be Baptist and Pentecostal churches. They have a tremendous network. We have been working with them since 1996 with over 3,200 churches in the country. So we've got a lot of contacts and a lot of ability for distribution through the local churches. The local churches are, in my opinion, are just the best way to go. They know the need of the community better than anybody else. They know that, of course, they've got the language, the culture, and so we just partner with them and work with them. And we'll be doing quite a bit of this, I believe, in just the next few weeks.
And one thing that we've seen, and I know that you had touched on it too, is a lot of hope and prayer seems to be something that the Ukrainian people have continued to lean on. How important is it to have faith part of your mission, especially at a time when so many people had to leave behind loved ones, as there was that mandate for men to stay behind in the country to help fight?
Well, I think, Christy, our prayers not only are needed, but the greatest hope we have is that God has not forgotten Ukraine. I want people to know that God has not forgotten them, and God hasn't turned his back on them. And this storm that they're going through, I believe God will take them through that. The people there in the Ukraine have suffered immensely. They're going to suffer, I'm afraid, much more as this war continues. But this is a country of deep faith, and they have over 1,000 years of church history in this country. And so I think their faith is strong, and the nation is strong, and the nation's going to survive.
And as we just continue seeing some of these pictures and videos of all of the equipment that you guys have helped provide, obviously everything you're still continuing to do to get things set up, what is still a need? What are you asking for people who are watching back home in America to lend a hand? How can we help you?
Well, first of all, finances are always a big issue. It takes money to get this equipment in place, to buy it and set it up. But more importantly, again, in this, I don't want to underemphasize the need for prayer. For people that are watching, what can you do right now? Just pray. pray for the people of Ukraine. And I believe God hears prayer, and I believe God can answer prayer. And I believe the only way this war is going to come to an end is if God intervenes. And that's my prayer, and I hope people would join me in praying for this nation and its people.
And have you been able to get in touch with some of those teams down on the ground? What have they been saying when they've been seeing these refugees make their way across the border and they're receiving this help right away from organizations just like Samaritan's Purse?
Well, first of all, the people, as they come to the border, of course, it's very chaotic. And most of our work is inside the country before the people get to the border. That they're very appreciative of everything that we are able to do. Just giving a bottle of water means everything in the world. A smile on your face, the encouragement that gives them when you can just smile and tell them, God bless you, means everything. But we've been meeting with church leaders. We're wanting the churches to know that we're there to support them and we're there to help. Being a war zone, it's very difficult getting money into the country. And so that's a challenge. Just how do we operate in a country where most of the banks now are closed? So we got some challenges in front of us that we have to work out, but the people are very grateful for everyone who's there to help them.
And finally, Mr. Graham, if I could, I just want to ask, obviously with a little bit of the background I've been reading about Samaritan's Purse, you guys have been doing work in Ukraine. Has that helped you guys be some of those leaders who have been out there helping ever since this invasion started?
We've worked there since '96, and we have a network of 3,200 churches. We just delivered to the Ukraine about 6 weeks ago over 660,000 shoebox gifts to be distributed to the children. And we already distributed 400,000 of those before the invasion, and we hope to get the other 200-some thousand when we can, hopefully soon. But we've got a long history of working there. I've preached there. We've held large meetings in the capital and also in Lviv. And we hope to be able to go back and preach there again one day. But right now, we're there to help the people. And we're going to do it until we're driven out of the country.
And I know, obviously, as you mentioned, thoughts and prayers going out not only to the Ukrainian people, but also all of those teams you guys have also helped provide in the country who are giving that aid, setting up those hospitals that are much needed at this time. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Any final words or thoughts you want to share with our viewers here as they're looking to help in any way that they can right here at home?
Well, thank you so much. And again, our prayers, we need your prayers.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people really praying for the entire country, of course, here during this time. So again, President of Samaritan's Purse, Franklin Graham, we appreciate your time here today. We look forward to getting more updates from your team in the future on how your mission is continuing along.
Thank you. God bless.
And don't forget Samaritan's Purse, a great organization, as you just heard there. You can always look into their website to find out more ways how you can help. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll be jumping more into the developments here today at home. Russian oil now banned. President Biden making those remarks earlier here today. We'll replay those out for all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to give you the latest happenings surrounding the Ukrainian refugee crisis, as well as the invasion as Russian President Vladimir Putin's troops do continue to push through the country. We've been getting so many different reports in at this time. Also, the United Nations saying that there is more than 2 million people, half of those children, who have fled Ukraine since this invasion happened. So we just checked in with one of those organizations who have been out there trying to lend a hand in any way they can when it comes to helping those people who have escaped the country, but also those who had to stay behind and fight. I do want to let our viewers know a couple more things coming up a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in about a half hour, so at the top of the hour, we're going to be speaking again with a Ukrainian parliament member. So Marian Zablotsky is someone who we've had on previously. He's going to be speaking with us once again, giving us an update on not only how he's doing, how talks are continuing to move forward between Ukraine and Russian delegates, but also let's get his latest thoughts on these new bans that have been happening, as President Biden had banned that oil from Russia. Again, it's just a small supply that we use, but it is one of the biggest paychecks Russia gets from their distribution of oil. So we do have him who will be joining us again at the top of the hour. Then also later today, we do have a senator joining us. We've been hearing from so many of our Senate leaders about this recent ban on the Russian oil. It seemed like, as we'd heard from some of our experts, that the Biden administration slow to move on that. So we'll be speaking with North Dakota Senator Hoeven, who will be speaking about what else needs to now be done. Now that we've put that ban on it, what's our next steps to continue to move forward? So speaking of our senators, we do actually have some of our Republican senators speaking live right now on Capitol Hill. Let's go ahead, jump into those remarks as they are speaking about President Biden's announcement earlier here today.
All gimmicks. It's all designed to draw attention away from the real problem. What was it that the former senator from Massachusetts said the other day? The energy czar. He hopes that Ukraine doesn't distract from their energy policies. What Ukraine really does is call attention to the results of energy policies that don't make common sense.
First, I want to share my condolences to the families who lost loved ones over the weekend in Iowa's tornadoes and devastating storms. Next, I want to, of course, pray for the people of Ukraine, and they are holding on. They are doing the absolute best they can in a very difficult situation as we are trying to navigate through the congressional process to provide them lethal and non-lethal and humanitarian aid. So please, our hearts and minds go out to them. To the point that has been made by a number of my colleagues, energy security is national security. And while I do support the president's decision not to allow Russian oil to enter into the country any longer, this decision is long overdue, and one that came after pressure coming from Congress, both Democrats and Republicans coming together. The president decided to go ahead on his own and ban that oil. But in his comments today, what we saw were very flippant comments that now we need to turn towards electric vehicles. Never mind, we should be producing our own energy right here in the United States of America. Again, all of the above energy resources at our fingertips. And yet we're not utilizing those resources. Instead, the president's plan to move towards electric vehicles will not be realized anytime soon. We don't have the infrastructure for EVs. And mind you, we're turning from one adversary's energy sources to another adversary's energy sources, because many of the rare earth minerals and components that go into electric vehicles are mined and manufactured by China. So we're turning from Russia now to China. And add in now the Iran nuclear talks that are going on, being brokered by Russians. between Iran and the United States, and the United States is willing to lift sanctions on Iranian oil in order to fill the gap in the United States. I have yet to understand this president's foreign policy when we are enabling our near-peer adversaries and ratcheting down on our own energy independence right here in the United States.
I'll just add two points. First, I mean, Chuck Schumer's heartless. We all know that we need to do Ukrainian aid. What's he want to do? He holds it up. We could do a separate bill right now, just on Ukrainian aid. It would pass overwhelmingly today. Yesterday, we were all been willing to come in over the weekend after we talked to President Zelenskyy. Come in here and get something done. But he sits here and he holds a big liberal spending bill hostage over this Ukraine aid. It makes no sense and it makes you mad. Second, I'm from Florida. We have a lot of people from Venezuela and Florida. You know, some of those people, they've lost their loved ones because of Maduro and Chavez. Some can't go back to their country. They're in this country struggling to make ends meet because they can't go back to their country. Millions of people have had to flee Venezuela to go to Colombia and other countries just to survive. And the Biden administration goes and meets with this illegitimate government to talk about importing their oil. That is completely wrong, and it's heartless to all the individuals that Maduro has impacted.
Can you clarify whether these loan guarantees that you mentioned are intended to help Poland and other NATO allies purchase F-16s to backfill any donations of Soviet-era aircraft to Ukraine? And if not, is there something?
Yeah, I think I just heard, as you may have, the Poles have decided to transfer the MiGs to Ukraine. That's excellent. We need to provide them loan guarantees and assurance that they will be able to get a way to backfill the loss of those MiGs for their own security. That's my understanding as to where we're headed.
So that will be in the Omnibus or in
It's my expectation, yeah.
You've been pushing for more assertive efforts by the Biden administration in dealing with Ukraine. Do you believe that there should be some sort of no-fly zone imposed to try to protect innocent lives there?
Not by American aircraft. There are a number of ways to potentially have an impact in the sky. Stingers, drones, and airplanes. And we just discussed the possibility of getting these Russian-era MiGs out of Poland and into Ukraine. I think all of those have an impact, but I don't think any NATO country, certainly not ours, is prepared to directly engage with the Russians over Ukraine.
On oil production, lots of more production would take a long time to come online. I know Secretary Granholm told members in a closed-door briefing that she's asked oil companies to increase their production of available leases that are already being used. So is this just a political response to the oil issue and the rising gas prices?
Well, I hate to repeat absolutely everything every one of us has said, but the policy from the beginning has been completely wrong-headed. We were exporting oil in 2019. We were energy independent in 2019. Just the fact that it may take a little while to ramp up is no reason to not do it. We need to be ramping up. We need to be ramping up right now.
All right, so senators there on Capitol Hill reiterating some of these same messages that we had heard from some of our Republican House leaders as well, that we need to find ways to bring this back here home, especially since we don't want to be resorting to some of those other resources that we've been reporting as far as getting oil from possibly countries like Iran and also Venezuela. So we'll continue to talk about that a little bit later here on Live. Live Now from Fox again. North Dakota Senator John Hoeven going to be joining us, speaking about some of these issues. Just a reminder for our viewers, we are about a half hour away. We're going to have our Ukrainian parliament member speaking, giving us an update on how everything is going down on the ground in Ukraine. He had spoke with us earlier on and said his family's still staying behind, supporting him, helping others who are still trying to make their way out of the country. So that will be a big update again coming here at the next top of the hour. So since this big focus of today has been on the ban of Russian oil imports for the United States, we'll replay President Biden's remarks as well as one of our experts weighed in right after President Biden spoke. We'll have all of that coming up right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. And thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us. For our viewers who are not in that commercial break, of course, we always like to bring you out to live content. We do have Chuck Schumer as well as other Senate leaders stepping up to the podium now. Let's listen into their conversations and remarks here.
The Democratic Leadership Etymology course. Okay, well, I'm proud to be joined by Senators Durbin, Murray, and Stabenow. And as you know, a lot's happening this week. It's a busy week. Last night, we passed the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Hopefully later today, we will pass the Postal Reform Bill. It looks pretty certain. And before the end of the week, we are aiming to pass a government funding omnibus bill. Republicans and Democrats are very, very close to finalizing the agreement. I expect there will be text released in a few hours, and we're working very hard on a few last-minute issues, cyber and VAWA. On VAWA, I am pushing very hard to get it in. I'm hopeful that it will, and I think there's a real good chance that VAWA will end up in the bill, which will be another significant legislative accomplishment of this Senate in a bipartisan way. And Joni Ernst has been very, very helpful on that issue. The omnibus has 3 major parts. One, more than $12 billion in assistance for Ukraine, as Ukrainians fight bravely off Putin's illegal invasion. More than $15 billion for COVID preparedness funding, and many policy changes that are included in the omnibus, including the President's moonshot for cancer research and an increase in Pell Grants. The omnibus comes at a crucial moment. With the war in Europe and the return to normal after the pandemic, we have to confront challenges that we haven't seen in a very long time. The events in Ukraine have necessitated action, and we need to get this done and get it done very fast. The proposal that we've made on Ukraine is strong. We also have $15 billion in COVID preparedness funding. That is a really smart investment. That is just as important as any part of this bill, even though it doesn't get the attention. The odds are that we cannot discount the fact that a new variant can come. And if we have learned a lot from the 3 variants, but we've also learned if we're not prepared, it can return to the days of lockdowns and closed schools and life not being normal. So there's a real obligation of the Congress to make sure we're prepared, which means immediately having an adequate supply of vaccines, of therapeutics, of testing, so that if, God forbid, the new variant comes, we can go at it right away, go after it right away. Woe be us if we haven't learned the lessons of the previous 3. As you know, many of us felt the Trump administration was totally ill-prepared. He was saying, it's not real, it'll go away, and look what happened. We should not repeat that mistake, and I'm very glad on a bipartisan basis we're going to see $15 billion in COVID-prepared funding. It's a really smart investment. We cannot be unprepared if or when the next variant hits. Okay? Across the country, life is returning to normal, thankfully. We want to keep it that way. We want to keep it that way. And only with preparedness can you make sure that happens. We're also addressing another threat, of course, to our way of life. I'm really pleased we're including a robust aid package that will help the people of Ukraine. There is a large chunk of it is humanitarian relief. They lack food, they lack clothing. The Ukrainians lack food, they lack clothing. They lack shelter, electricity, medicines. We must get them these things. There's a Holocaust going on. When you see that people are lined up on buses to just leave a conflict zone and Putin's artillery shells those buses, that is just below humanity, below dignity. We also need to give the brave Ukrainian fighting forces, who are doing much better than anyone ever imagined, the arms they need, whether it be javelins or stingers or anything else. They need these arms simply to defend themselves against brutal Russian aggression. So between the Omnibus itself, a whole lot better than a CR, COVID relief, and aid for Ukraine, this Omnibus in many ways meets the great challenges that we live in and must confront right now. Senator Durbin.
Let me say at the outset, congratulations to my colleague from Illinois, Bobby Rush, who introduced the Emmett Till anti-lynching statute. Any student of the Senate can tell you that this was one of the most controversial racial issues after the Civil War. This chamber was filled with debate on this, and the filibuster was used over and over again to stop the establishment of a federal anti-lynching law. Bobby Rush passed it in the House and sent it over to the Senate. It had the cooperation and co-sponsorship of Cory Booker, Tim Scott, and Raphael Warnock. And last night, I want to thank Senator Schumer personally for this. They were able to move the bill on the floor and bring it to passage. It is named the Emmett Till anti-lynching law because of a tragedy which occurred in 1955 when a 14-year-old young African boy went down to Mississippi to visit his family and was brutally murdered. They brought his corpse back to Chicago, and his mother bravely, with great courage, opened it so the public could see what they'd done to her son. That, I believe, was the beginning of the modern civil rights movement. And I want to thank all those who were involved in this. It was a great moment to know that at this point in our history, we have acknowledged the obvious, that lynching was one of the darkest chapters in the American history books. Let me speak to the issue of the moment when it comes to the Senate Judiciary Committee. We have a great nominee for the Supreme Court, thanks to Joe Biden. She's met with many of us already, and I can tell you she's extremely impressive. I knew her from her previous appearance before the Judiciary Committee just last year. She's been on the D.C. Circuit Court for less than a year. She comes to us now and is making the rounds as we expected her to, and she is going to be able to visit with every member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Democrat and Republican, who wishes for a meeting, I think they all do, before the March 21st hearing date. In the meantime, we have requests for documents. We are providing those following the normal course of discovery, which we've had with Supreme Court nominees. There have been questions raised about the Sentencing Commission. Luckily for us and for her, it is a completely transparent operation. She is producing 12,000 pages from the Sentencing Commission, all of the transcripts and all of the minutes of all of the meetings while she was there in her capacity as a commissioner. I think that's a remarkable disclosure. It goes beyond what many disclosures have in the past. We are bound and determined to start this hearing on March the 21st and then to move on her nomination in a timely fashion. We want it to be a fair and respectful hearing. I believe it will be. Senator Grassley and I have that same goal. We may have a difference on the starting date, but March 21st is the date.
Senator Murray.
Thank you. Well, it should be clear to everybody that at a moment when the stakes are so high throughout the world, the last thing we need is a shutdown or cuts to programs that our families rely on, which is why I'm really glad that we are making progress on the bipartisan agreement to maintain critical investments that support families, workers, and our communities across the country. And I'm very hopeful that we can include in that agreement the much-needed relief and support to the people of Ukraine as they face a war and a humanitarian crisis, and resources to make sure our hard-won progress against the pandemic is not reversed. So as we work to get this bill across the finish line, Democrats are continuing to push to address the challenges that families face in their daily lives, especially when it comes to bringing down the costs that they are faced with. We have laid out very specific plans to bring down health care costs, like capping the price of insulin and letting Medicare negotiate prices, and plans to bring down child care costs and transition to lower cost energy and more. And I want to say one other thing on costs as well. The Biden administration, as we know, is taking action today to ban the Russian oil in the U.S. But with that, I want to send a message to big oil and gas companies. This is no time to be profiting off a crisis or the sacrifice of the American people. As people are coming together and standing with Ukraine and standing up for democracy, I do not want to see big oil executives raking in cash while families in my state, in Washington State, or anywhere in this country pay more at the pump to support our allies. So that's something that I and others will continue to be laser focused on. Thank you.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you very much. And first, let me just say amen to what Senator Murray just said. This is not the time for taking advantage of a situation around the world for price gouging or in some way artificially raising prices on Americans at the pump, as we are working so hard to support the people of Ukraine in their fight. Democrats know what's important, and it shows up in our budget. That's what budgets are, is a statement of our values. And we're supporting families and small businesses and farmers and schools and communities, preparing our country to meet the challenge of COVID, wherever it comes, standing with our friends around the world in their defending of democracy. I'm so inspired, I know we all are, by the bravery of the people in Ukraine. And I just have to say, today is International Women's Day, and when you look at the women in Ukraine, the moms, the grandmas, you know, standing up and fighting with their husbands and brothers and sons for their freedom, it is an incredibly inspiring sight. They're fighting to protect their country, their people, and we're going to continue to do everything we possibly can to support them. This aid package is going to help fight back against Putin. But he's not the only foe that we have to worry about. We're still seeing around 1,500 deaths every day because of COVID. Everyone's tired, but COVID is not done with us yet. And now is the time to follow the advice of the Girl Scouts. Be prepared. We don't know when the next variant will arrive, but when it does, we know we need the tests, the treatments, the vaccines, and the healthcare workers to defeat it. And I want to thank President Biden for leading us in the effort to focus on what we need to be prepared for the future. And I want to thank Senator Schumer for leading our fight to make sure that that happens. Through this budget, we will stand with the people of Ukraine, and we will stand strong on behalf of the American people against COVID. It's time to get this done.
Okay, questions? Yes.
How much of an impact do you expect that the cutoff of Russian oil will have, given that we import so little Russian oil? The Europeans are not all on board. The president said the Europeans.
I think it's.
And thirdly, the Chinese could be a potential buyer.
Well,
the Russians
okay.
can sell
the bottom line is, for many in our caucus, and I think on the other side, it's a moral issue. We don't want to fuel the Russian war effort with dollars from their oil. Second, I think it'll have some effect. And third, it may send a message to lots of oil producers and oil buyers that we are against this, and they may not want to indulge to finance them and other things simply because there are American sanctions. Yes.
What do you make of the White House having discussions with Venezuela? Some Democrats have spoken out against that. And then just a point of clarification, I think you said $12 billion in aid for Ukraine. We heard
said
leaders
more than
12. Is it 14? Because
you'll see the number. It's a little. It's a little less than that, and a little more than
Leadership.
Okay.
But on Venezuela.
On Venezuela, I haven't heard about the discussions yet from the administration, so I'm not going to comment.
Leader
Yes,
Schumer,
yes,
Leader
yes.
Schumer. So it should, Republicans and even some Democrats say that American oil and fossil fuels are cleaner than other countries' oil and fossil fuels. So should the U.S. increase domestic oil production?
The bottom line is the administration has said that they are not holding back on domestic production, and we produce more oil than just about anybody else. Next.
Do you intend to put legislation on the Senate floor that would implement the Russian oil ban?
Well, we
like the
first
House
have
is
to
doing?
see what the House passes, and then we'll discuss things with the administration and find the best way to make sure that the oil export ban, oil import ban is tight and tough. Yes.
Republicans have criticized you all for not moving quickly enough with the Ukrainian aid. They say that it should have been in its own bill. Do you think you're moving fast enough? And are you confident? Can you say with certitude that the omnibus will pass this?
First of all, the quickest way to get this done is through the omnibus. You put a separate bill on the floor. If our Republican friends know the way the Senate works, any one person can delay it for weeks. The omnibus is the quickest way to get the aid. And in fact, if we had listened to some of our Republican friends or the administration had weeks ago and passed sanctions before the invasion, we never would have had the unity we would have had with Europe and the Western world, and the sanctions would have been much diminished and less effective. So the administration's done a great job here, and there are always people, taking shots at them figuratively. They're wrong. They're just wrong. On the omnibus, yes, I'm very optimistic that it will pass. Hopefully the House sends it to us tomorrow. We can then move it and hopefully certainly pass it before the midnight Friday deadline. Yes.
Economists Joseph Stiglitz and Lawrence Lindsay have talked about.
I don't answer economists. No, it's a joke.
They say it would be a
it's
good
the
idea.
dismal science, Bolton.
They say it would be a good idea to send out cash to Americans to help them deal with inflation.
I'd have to look at their. I'd have to look at
$1,000 or $1,200 checks.
We pushed it very hard last year. It was effective. I'd have to look at what they're saying. Yes.
So Poland has said that it's ready to deploy all its MiG-29 jets to Ramstein for the U.S. to do what it wants with them. So my question to you is, what is in the omnibus? Is there loan guarantees in the omnibus to help allies like Poland and NATO?
There's ample money for the administration to do what's needed to help protect the Polish, to help protect the Ukrainian people. I haven't seen this proposal, so I wouldn't want to comment on it, but I've always felt we should try to help Ukraine protect its own airspaces. It's utterly amazing when everyone thought that Russia would control the airspace over Ukraine within a few days that they still can't.
Are you prepared to pass
Last one.
Are you prepared to pass a super short CR if the omnibus takes a little
We
bit
believe
more
we're going to
time?
get the omnibus done in time for the deadline. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you have it. Live remarks coming from our Senate Democrats there. Do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to always bring you the latest right here. I want to remind our viewers what to expect coming up here very soon on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be speaking with Marian Zablotsky. He is one of our Ukrainian parliament members who has joined us here on Live Now from Fox just last week. We'll be checking in with him again, as this time we will be hearing how things have progressed over this past week, what his thoughts are as far as some of the new equipment that's being brought in to help Ukrainian forces fight the Russians. So that will be coming up again here at the top of the hour. So do want to let everyone know we will, of course, continue to keep our eyes on Capitol Hill, see if we do have some more remarks being made by some of our leaders. This at a time after President Biden again had announced a ban on U.S. imports of Russian oil. So that was one step forward. We'll be asking also Marian about that as well, if that's going to be helping them with this fight. I know earlier here today, we did have President Zelenskyy, who was asking for sanctions, more sanctions to be put on Russia. And of course, calling out for more help to be provided with their fight. And one of the quotes I wanted to just remind everyone of what he said was saying, "We will not give up. We will not lose." So he said, "We will fight to the end," and this coming at a time when everyone is fighting for their country. So we'll be again speaking with Marion here at the top of the hour. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here with more content for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Do want to remind our viewers coming up here at the top of the hour. Again, we are going to be speaking with our Ukraine Parliament member, Marian Zablotsky. He's going to be joining us here live, giving us an update on what he's been seeing as far as troop movement goes. Ukrainian forces keeping those Russian troops at a standstill. So they've been continuing to put up a fight. But of course, we always like to bring you content that is happening here and now. So let's go ahead. I do have this shot here for you. Miss Ukraine 2018 is speaking out after her and her son had to flee the country when this invasion happened. So she is sharing her story with Gloria Allred. This is a women's rights attorney. So this happening on International Women's Day. Let's go ahead and bring you this press conference from the beginning right here on Live Now from Fox.
Veronica, move over here, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. It was a touching message, heartbreaking and touching message, and I'm grateful to you for saying all of this. It's so important for all of the Ukrainian women and their children, and for the whole Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Veronica Didusenko. I'm from the besieged city of Kyiv, from the war-torn Ukraine. On February 24th, my 7-year-old son and I were awakened by sirens and explosions. Kyiv, a city of more than 3 million people which was asleep, without any formal declaration of war, without any hope for its inhabitants to take shelter, was hit by an enemy bomb. In between raids, we, along with tens of thousands of families, of other families, tried to get out of the city. Thousands of cars formed a traffic jam on the highway on the way out of Kyiv for many hours. Directly above my head, dozens of Russian helicopters with troops were bombing the Hostomel airfield in their effort to take it. The airfield was formerly famous for being home to the largest aircraft in the world, the Ukrainian Mriya. But now, in this war by Putin against Ukraine, the Russian military burned it down. Today, however, that airfield is famous because a handful of 18, 19-year-old Ukrainian boys, conscripted soldiers, stopped the so-called unstoppable Russian special forces. As I was fleeing with my young son, I could see that there was a real air battle above our heads. On my many-way journey to the border of Ukraine, there was no place where sirens would not sound, where rockets and bombs would not explode. In order to get out to this safe place with my son, at a home of friends who could help us, we had to travel through 4 countries: Moldova, Romania, Luxembourg, and Switzerland. I had hoped to fly to Los Angeles with my son for a temporary trip. I went to the U.S. Embassy in Luxembourg to apply for a visa for my son. I had a visa which has been issued to me some time ago. But when I applied for a visa last week for my son, the visa for him to travel with me to the United States was denied. Therefore, I had to leave my son with my friends in Geneva until I return at the end of this week. I was forced to choose between staying with my son in Switzerland or coming to Los Angeles. It was a difficult choice, but my son was safe with my friends in Geneva. Consequently, I went to Los Angeles to be with Ms. Allred, because a few months ago we planned to be together on International Women's Day to discuss women's rights around the world. After I arrived, however, Ms. Allred and I decided that most important was to discuss what is happening to mothers and their children in Ukraine as they are forced to flee. Right now, millions of Ukrainian children and their mothers are trembling at every sound in the subway stations and bomb shelters. Even more heartbreaking is that women are giving birth in such conditions in these shelters. Right now, Russian aircraft, missiles, and multiple rocket launchers continue to strike at dozens of Ukrainian cities. The Kremlin called the invasion of my country of 40 million of people not a war, but rather a special operation against the Nazis. They invented this story, and it is nothing but Russian propaganda. It is Putin who behaves like a Nazi in every war crime he commits in Ukraine. Putin said he would not bomb civilian targets, but then why did he bomb the maternity hospital of Zhytomyr city, the orphanage in the city of Vorzel in Ukraine, the kindergarten in the urban village of Stanitsa Luhanska in Ukraine, the school of the Ukrainian city of Okhtyrka, the university in the city of Kharkiv, and the hospital in the city of Chernihiv in Ukraine. I don't have the latest figures, but this past weekend, 34 hospitals have either been fully destroyed or damaged to the point of having to shut down. Putin's military attacked the citizens of Mariupol and Irpin, who were being shot at as they tried to evacuate using an agreed-upon humanitarian corridor. Looked at the museum of the Ukrainian artist Maria Primachenko, burned down by the invaders in Ivankove. Where the Russian soldiers pass, there remains a strip of fires, looted shops, pharmacies, and broken ATMs. And of course, the shooting of the largest European nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, the shelling of the experimental nuclear reactor in Kharkiv city, and the holding hostage of Chernobyl workers without letting them have access to the storage of nuclear waste there, puts not only Ukraine, but Europe and the whole world into the danger of the threat of a new nuclear catastrophe. And most importantly, Putin does not hide his goal, which is the eradication of everything Ukrainian and of Ukraine itself. The leadership of Russia, the Russian president himself, has repeatedly called our country a historical mistake. In 2014, 8 years ago, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians came out to the Independence Square of Kyiv and said no to President Yanukovych, who instead of the promised association agreement with the European Union was preparing to give the country to Russia, having paid with more than 100 lives within one. Unfortunately, though, we were not able to stop the occupation of Crimea and most of the Donbass. However, for all these long 8 years of war, students, managers, IT workers, and all Ukrainians have been learning how to fight. Therefore, the new Russian invasion in 2022 was met by a completely different country. Ukrainians now have a steel will and courage which was strengthened because of Putin's actions against our country. From the very first days of the Russian invasion, the myth about the invincibility of Russians' weapons and about the effectiveness of their military strategy was debunked. Not only professional soldiers are fighting. In addition, hundreds of thousands of civilians, men and women, have signed up for the territorial defense. And where they don't have the organized territorial defense, the inhabitants of villages and cities, unarmed, stand in the way of the tanks columns of the invaders. In the first week of the war alone, 2,000 civilians were killed. Over 100 children have been killed and more than 800 have been injured. As President Zelenskyy said just today, the day before, in the besieged Mariupol, where the Russians have been promising but not opening humanitarian passages for several days, the first child died of dehydration. Also among the fallen heroes who defended Ukraine, there are women. I will name just a couple of names. The first Ukrainian fighter pilot, Natalia Perakov, and volunteer veteran, Irina Svila. Over 2 million Ukrainians are forced to leave their homes. Besieged by the Russians, but stubbornly fighting, cities are on the verge of a humanitarian catastrophe. But they are not giving up. In the occupied cities of Kherson, Melitopol, Novakhovka, and other cities, people are going outside to protest daily, despite bullets flying over their heads. Ukrainians absolutely have the courage to defend their land and homes, but in order to stop the endless attack from the east and north, they are in desperate need of weapons and ammunition. We will fight for our freedom and yours. We will fight and we win. We appreciate and thank our allies and friends for their help, not only governments, but hundreds of thousands of regular people and celebrities. Everyone is helping however they can. Those remaining in Ukraine need this help the most. Those who are under fire from the Russian fascist bombs are begging our allies to close the skies over Ukraine. Unfortunately, their pleas are falling on deaf ears in Washington and Europe, just like the warnings of Putin madness over the past 8 years. We're fighting for our land and our freedom. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now going to show you a short video that Veronica took, and also some photos of her journey with her son from Ukraine. So, do we have the monitor to show? Oh, here. Yes.
Yeah.
It's Russian helicopters.
Yeah.
Russian helicopters.
they're flying to bomb the Hostomel airfield. It was 50 of them. Yeah. Yeah. It was.
And then we'll show the photos.
And thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. This is story being shared by the 2018 Miss Ukraine. Now, I do want to, of course, continue on here for you. There's been so many stories of people who've had to leave the country, and of course, so many who've had to stay behind to help with the fight. So what we want to do is continue to give you those updates happening here on Live Now from Fox. We are bringing in our Ukraine Parliament member, Marian Zablotsky, and you're joining us here live. I know it's late in the evening for you, so let's just go ahead, get an update on the latest. Since we've spoke to you a week ago, what kind of changes have you been seeing as far as the fight goes in your country?
We're getting increasing number of interceptions from the Russian military, and we see that a lot of them are writing reports to flee the army because of the low morale. So the average salary of Russian salary dropped just to $500 per month, also thanks to sanctions from West. And they seem to be badly motivated to continue to fight.
So when you are getting these updates from some of your folks down on the ground, what else have they been seeing as far as the fight goes? What kind of equipment continues to be used? And we're hearing reports as well that the Russian troops continue to kind of be held back, that they've been in a standstill. Is that because of the people who are out there helping out to fight for fighting for Ukraine?
Yes, well, the morale of Ukrainian soldiers is obviously very high because they actually, most of them have their families still in Kyiv and in other cities behind them. So this is why they are standing strong. On the other side, from the hundreds of Russian soldiers that we managed to capture, and there are at least over 200 of them now, we are seeing reports that they were often told at the last minute that they are going to invade Ukraine without any reasonable justification why. So a lot of them, seeing that the salary is just $500 a month, give up to our army, hoping that they would be treated well. And they are, of course, treated as good as can be in these conditions.
And we've been getting reports now, more than 2 million people have left the country. Who is still behind helping you? And of course, are there still people who have been trapped there trying to get out during this conflict?
Well, my wife is just next to me, so is my 2-year-old son. Me and my family, we do not plan to leave Ukraine. But of course, men between ages 18 and 60 are not allowed to leave Ukraine, although they can if the military proves that they are not useful for military service. So I'm sure some will get out. But what you will be seeing is the biggest refugee crisis since the World War II. You may remember how much agony caused the refugee crisis when the Syria war happened, when Russians were dropping bombs on Syrian cities in order to help the Assad regime. Now it will be 6-10 times bigger. So this is the crisis that Europe will unfortunately face due to Putin's actions.
You know, President Zelenskyy today got a standing ovation from the UK Parliament members after he had given an address to them. I know there's so many people around the world who have really just reiterated the same message that he has just shown so many people his confidence in his own troops, in his own people who have stayed behind. What are your thoughts on those who are continuing to help that good fight? Are these sanctions that we've been putting on Russia today, President Biden also implementing a ban on Russian oil imports, are these helping contribute to your efforts?
Of course, I believe that currently Ukrainians and the Western world are feeding each other. Unfortunately, Ukrainians are paying high price, but Ukrainians are now an example what it means to be free, what it means to have freedom. Because since the World War II, there may have been discussions, why do we need NATO? Why do we need other institutions? Why do we need United Nations? This is why, because after Second World War, people understood that changing borders by force leads to huge disasters. And now there is another attempt to do that. And I believe with people are now seeing abroad that a nation which spends $4 billion on its military is fighting Russia, which spends $40 billion on its military. And people tend to like the underdog, and people tend to like those who are being mistreated. And that's currently us. And we are showing great courage. And not only that, we are actually winning on the ground. We are standing strong. And we know that inspires a lot of people. And we know that currently roughly 3,000 Americans signed up as volunteers to fight within our army. So we know that we are inspiring people abroad, and I've never been more proud to be Ukrainian.
And hearing that so many people want to come and enter Ukraine to help you fight for your country's freedom, we also heard Poland is sending jets to help. What kind of other equipment have you guys been hearing that's being donated? Because at one point we were speaking about how there's more volunteers to help fight than there is actual pieces of equipment to use against the Russian troops.
Well, what's been very public is that we have been receiving quite a lot of rocket launchers, which can help us easily repel the Russian tanks, and we are supposed to be getting Stingers. This is not very public, and even if I knew, I couldn't share how many of those weapons are in Ukraine and under what circumstances. But we know that Russian tanks are no match for the Javelin rockets. So the more we receive from US government, the better. And we are extremely grateful for every single piece of equipment that can be sent to us so that we can defend our freedom and the freedom of Europe.
And as you have been speaking about, these sanctions and now U.S. finally putting that ban on Russian oil, what more are you guys asking for when it comes to lending our hand in this fight?
I think that the decision has to be made for Ukraine, for Europe, and for US is that as long as you have people from any country, doesn't matter even whether it's Russia or any other country, do not make any deals and investments with them unless they are a democracy, unless the ruler of that country respects at least some basic decency of human rights. I think that no investments should have been poured to Russia as long as you saw the poisonings of Litvinenko, the killings of Anna Politkovskaya, and other opponents of Putin. As long as the leader of any other country does that, ban on all investments and stand on your principles, because it will cost much more money to get out of this country. And you can see this from McDonald's now today announced that they are closing 150 restaurants. Most of them are owned by McDonald's at a huge loss, etc., etc. It's just better to stand by your principles and not let them down, not in relation to Russia and not in relation to other countries.
And we've been hearing also of some of these humanitarian organizations trying to make their way into Ukraine to help set up airfield hospitals. What kind of efforts have you seen that are being set up at this time in Ukraine?
Well, as soon as you go to the border, you can see that there are a lot of foreigners who are volunteering, providing food to refugees. We have seen tremendous amount of from US, from Great Britain, of bookings inside Ukraine for which they do not intend to use. It's just for other people traveling. So we are extremely grateful to Europeans, to people from the United States who are helping us. And we do expect that, unfortunately, this crisis will get worse. So this will be, unfortunately, tough times for not only Ukraine, but for Europe.
And just speaking with you, Marian, I know that we've checked in before. You just mentioned it too to our viewers that you do have your family still there with you. What keeps you going each and every single day? Because it can be tough to be seeing some of those sights that I'm sure you're seeing day in and day out at this time.
I am extremely angry at the invaders. I now understand that the rest of my life will be spent one way or another protecting my country from them. And every day when you see the shocking images of my citizens getting killed in horrible fashion, that motivates me strong. Just today and in different Telegram channels, we see constant videos from cell phones, from security cameras. Just today, I saw a very graphic video of Russian armored vehicle shooting at a regular car and killing 2 elderly people. This is extremely shocking, and every time I see something like that, it gives me the energy to work 18 hours a day to supply our army, to help other people, and to plan further retaliation towards those who wronged us.
I mean, you hear those reports coming in, as you said, you see the images, it just makes you rightfully so more upset. So anything you would want to finally say to those who may be watching, who may be in Ukraine, who may be wanting to maybe go over to Europe, help with the refugees who have fled the country, or even those here in the United States looking for ways to help? Any message you want to share with them during this time?
We are extremely grateful for any support. Anything that you can provide is very helpful. I just want to remind that no human tragedy is too small, so no help that you can provide to alleviate at least some of the suffering that people have in Ukraine would be too small of a help. I think this is the fight not only for a nation, but it is the fight for principles. This is a principle that every nation should have its borders that were defined, at least after World War II, and they should not be changed. Every nation has the right to choose its own path. It's not just attack against Ukraine. It was never the issue. It is attack against those principles. Putin wants to show that he can change borders by force, and he wants to put an end to this world order that we have after World War II. This is why this fight is extremely important. If we do not contain it here, it will spread to other countries. If Putin goes unpunished, then crazy leaders around the world will think, okay, we have a precedent, we can do this in other countries, and the world will be in mayhem and World War III. We have to stop this now.
And do you think that President Putin is trying to hurt the morale? Because that has, of course, been something that you even said, you know, your spirits, although you're seeing some of those images, you're hearing some of the stories, you still have so many people who have stayed behind to help fight for your freedom.
Yes, he was obviously completely delusional. He actually honestly thought that when he would invade, he would be greeted with flowers in many of the cities. I think he actually believes with some of his own propaganda, but the polls show that 95% of Ukrainians support Volodymyr Zelenskyy, and that is actually the poll against Russian invasion. So 95% of Ukrainians do not accept that. We will fight to the bitter end. There is absolutely no way that this 150,000 force, even with jets, even with tanks, can capture a 40 million people country.
And as you said, of course, there's so many people willing to fight to the end. That's something you've just said. President Zelenskyy also has said today. And we've certainly seen that from your people who have been proving it day in and day out as they continue to hold off Russian troops. We do appreciate you checking in here with us and hope that you and your family, as well as others, can continue to stay healthy and safe. And of course, we're going to be keeping you in our thoughts and prayers here as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your support.
All right, and thank you, Marian. We do appreciate your time. We will continue to, of course, keep all of our viewers covered on the latest happening in Ukraine after this 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to keep you in different live content right here. We, of course, wanted to pop up that big board. We've had quite a swing in the market here today, especially as President Biden had announced that ban on oil imports to the U.S. from Russia. So we do continue on that topic here, especially surrounding all the developments happening in Ukraine as Ukrainian troops continuing to fight the good fight, keeping those Russian forces at a standstill. We just spoke with Marion, who is saying, again, they have their people in their country devastated by what they've been seeing, but it's only continued to fuel their efforts as they have been fighting those Russian troops. So thank you again to everyone who's been here with us on Live Now from Fox. That's just an example of what we do here. We bring in all of these different interviews right here to you at our Live Now from Fox stream. We bring you all the way into Ukraine, as well as some of our experts here at home weighing in after some of these next steps have been moving forward to help Ukrainians worldwide. So President Biden making that announcement earlier here this morning. I want to replay those remarks so that we can listen in to what he had to say about banning that oil, as well as also an interview we had afterwards. Speaking with one of our former U.S. intelligence officers, Michael Pregent, he gave us some breakdowns of what President Biden was speaking to. So let's go ahead and replay those remarks right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Today, I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelenskyy several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear that the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut the Russians' largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple. They've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Now, let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about 2 other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. Let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment won't, let me expand, will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine, both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. And when the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of questions. I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Live look right now. Let's see. You are looking at a really volatile day on the markets here. Up, down, up, down. It just keeps on either going up or down here. We're just down about 52 points there in the red as we continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you.
Breaking news right now that has just hit our desk. Germany has
here on Live Now from Fox. We are
reporting now 1 million people, Ukrainians, have a range of options remain on the table.
Headlines that we are seeing.
Oil and gas.
boarding operations are active with the operation.
Okay, so here's what we're learning.
On Live Now from Fox, we are just getting started here for you. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the very latest that is happening live, raw, and always direct here to you. Unfiltered news, bringing you the very latest with the Russia-Ukraine war that continues out on this 13th day right now of the invasion. We're going to go out live right now to a Senate hearing. This is all about talking about the different types of sanctions that have been put forth against Russia. We're going to listen a little bit more here on Live Now from Fox.
Actually do business with the Russians. The secondary sanctions need to come into play. They can be used surgically. They can be used in a targeted fashion so that we don't injure somebody through collateral damage, either us or one of our partners. That can be done easily with the waivers. So I would urge again that they keep that tool at the ready in case they need to use it. And if you want to respond to any of that, you got a minute and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Ranking Member Risch. Let me just say, with regard to the weapons that we are sending to Ukraine, as you know, we talked about some of this in classified session yesterday, and we generally don't talk in specifics in an open session. But with regard to other systems that we might be able to send, we are working very hard and fast on that now. And we can speak further about it in another setting if you'd like.
That's good to hear.
With regard to secondary sanctions, I think you know that some of what we have done already, particularly the export control constraints, has global impact in the sense that anybody seeking to transfer American high-tech, anything at all to Russia that has American high technology in it, whether that country is Singapore or China or Germany or whatever, has to have a license. So that is our effort to create a global regime here. But as I said, we are also seeking to get more and more countries to join us in as much of this regime as possible. But we'll continue to look at all of these things that you raised. Look, we're not having a hearing about the JCPOA. I will simply say that there was extreme concern that this is not an issue that can wait, given Iran's acceleration of its development of technology towards a weapon. And the last thing we need is this war and Iran with a nuclear weapon. Thanks.
Senator Cardin.
Secretary Nuland, first of all, thank you very much. And
We certainly appreciate the unity that the Biden administration has been able to achieve with our allies and the global community in isolating Russia and providing needed help to Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So we talk about that there is strong agreement to supply Ukraine with the defensive lethal weapons they need. And we've done that, and our allies have done that, countries have done that, and we've been pretty effective in getting that type of equipment to the Ukrainians. So I'm a little bit baffled as to why it's taking so long in regards to aircraft getting into Ukraine. President Zelenskyy has made it clear he needs it. There is strong unity among all of us that we should be supplying that. And I know that you're not up to date as to the most recent announcements made by the Poles in regards to the aircraft being delivered to Germany. But I would ask that if this is not going to be handled quickly, to please advise this committee. Time is of the essence, and we would like to see those planes there yesterday. So if there's additional bureaucratic delays in making this available, I think we want to know about it, because we would like to be helpful in getting it to the Ukrainians as soon as possible. We mean like today. So if you could just make a commitment to let us know if there's going to be any delays in accommodating those aircraft, I would appreciate that. I know the committee would appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I did convey the strong bipartisan sentiment of the committee yesterday with regard to these aircraft, and will do so again based on this hearing. Thanks.
Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about Moldova and Georgia. If it were not for the Ukrainian resistance, and if Mr. Putin was able to overtake Ukraine in the time frame that he thought he would be able to do it, I dare say that there would be real concern that Mr. Putin may be on his way to Moldova and Georgia, non-NATO countries. So what steps are we taking today to help Moldova and Georgia, recognizing that if the circumstances change and Mr. Putin believes he has the ability, he would not hesitate to cross those borders. He already has, and he's already in Moldova and Georgia in contested areas that are not contested, but only by Mr. Putin believing they're contested. What steps are being taken so that those countries are going to be in the best possible position to defend themselves in the event that Mr. Putin decides he's going to move more aggressively in those two countries?
Well, thanks, Senator Cardin. First, with regard to Georgia, as you know, we have a long security relationship with Georgia. They have also contributed regularly to all kinds of NATO operations and NATO exercises, and have received lots of U.S. military training and equipment over the years. And that program accelerated quite a bit after President Putin's invasion of Georgia in 2008. So that relationship is strong and continues to be strong. With regard to Moldova, as you know, Secretary Blinken was in Moldova, I can't remember, Saturday, maybe Friday or Saturday, and he went with the intention of showing U.S. support and seeking to understand better what their concerns are in the context of this war. And as you know, were Putin's troops to make that landing in Odessa, it's just a short hop up Transnistria, and Moldova would be next. We, in response to the president of Moldova's requests, we are looking at increasing not only our humanitarian support to Moldova, because they are also hosting lots of Ukrainian refugees, but border security and energy security and other things that that government has asked for, and we will continue to be responsive as we can.
So let me ask one additional question. As early as Thursday or Friday, we're going to pass an omnibus appropriation bill. It's going to contain a significant amount of funds for humanitarian assistance. Is the State Department prepared to be able to implement major supplying of humanitarian needs in regards to the refugees that have fled as well as the people within Ukraine that need help, are we have the capacity to make sure those relief funds and relief efforts are implemented immediately?
We are, Senator. In fact, as we saw these troops mounting on Ukraine's borders, we began working with UN agencies, with the Ukrainians, with neighboring states to stockpile humanitarian support. So much of what was initially available was the result of that stockpiling. We are now continuing to push humanitarian support into Ukraine, as are the UN agencies, and into Moldova, as I said. And Poland is also getting a huge amount of international support, as are Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, other countries on the front line. And we will do more together with our partners at AID and in the UN agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rubio.
Secretary Nuland, does the United States recognize Juan Guaido as the president of Venezuela?
We recognize his leadership in Venezuela, yes.
Do we recognize him as the president of Venezuela? Is that not our official position?
It is.
So why would we meet with a dictator, Nicolas Maduro, without telling Juan Guaido or the ambassador here in the United States that it was happening? I know you told him afterwards. Why wouldn't we coordinate with them beforehand?
We did coordinate with them beforehand. We met with the opposition before that meeting.
You met with the opposition after that meeting?
I will take that. I think it was the other way around, Senator.
Well, I assure you it was after that meeting, and certainly the ambassador feels that way. He was not aware of it until after that meeting. You are aware that the Venezuelan oil industry is in shambles after years of mismanagement, corruption, to personal piggy bank. They produce on a good day, about a quarter of what they're used to produce, what we would all remember as Venezuela. And every informed person in oil industry will tell you that if we were to buy all of it, and we can't because some of it's already contractually committed, it would be an insignificant impact on the U.S. economy. So but it would be a huge benefit to Maduro. It would be millions of dollars for his personal piggy bank. So is this meeting, the secret meeting that occurred this weekend, which is published everywhere, is this part of a Russia strategy, or is it part of a general pivot in the broader Venezuela matter?
There's zero pivot in our Venezuela strategy, Senator. First and foremost, and I can only talk about it to some extent in this setting. I'm happy to talk to you about it in another setting if you'd like, or after.
Well, it's not you, not because it's classified, but because it's confidential with another government, another country.
For a number of reasons, but first and foremost, the mission was about visiting and checking on the welfare of our incarcerated Americans, the Citco 6 and the other 2. And as you know, we have made regular visits to Caracas for that purpose. We were also seeking to get the Venezuelan government back to the table with the opposition in the internationally monitored peace talks. And then there were a number of other things that we discussed that I can talk to you about in another.
Why did they leave those negotiations? Do you recall?
They left them because they objected to the extradition of one of
Alex Saab.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
one of
the guy that was
right.
helping them to steal gold and sell it to Iran.
But I think you'd agree that if they were willing to come back to the table with the opposition, that would be a good thing for the opposition's goals.
Actually, I don't really think it would matter. Maduro's he's a habitual negotiator, but he never leads to anything. That's why the Vatican won't even host him anymore. Other countries don't even want to be involved anymore. He uses negotiations the way Putin does, habitually, to divide and demoralize his opposition. I just don't understand why we think that cutting a deal with Maduro now to lift sanctions, as he yesterday bragged on television about that meeting and how it's the end of, and as they mocked Guaido, that meeting did tremendous damage to the person that we recognize as the president of Venezuela. It's incredibly troubling, and it would mean nothing. We would notice nothing. He's more than happy to agree to negotiations. He uses them to divide the opposition and demoralize them habitually, the way Putin has done as well. I only have a minute left. Let me ask you, does Ukraine have chemical or biological weapons?
Ukraine has biological research facilities, which, in fact, we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to gain control of. So we are working with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
I'm sure you're aware that the Russian propaganda groups are already putting out there all kinds of information about how they've uncovered a plot by the Ukrainians to release biological weapons in the country and with NATO's coordination. If there's a biological or chemical weapon incident or attack inside of Ukraine, is there any doubt in your mind that 100% it would be the Russians that would be behind it?
There is no doubt in my mind, Senator, and it is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
Last question. I am certain that the Russians were looking at their reserves as a way to buffer sanctions. Do you know how, now that we've sanctioned the central bank along with others, do we have an idea of what percentage of their reserves are frozen or inaccessible to them?
Virtually all of them are now frozen. You notice that the country's been under currency controls for almost 2 weeks now, and the whole point of putting so many of these top 10 banks under sanctions is to make it impossible for them to get access to their cash in hard currency.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and for everything that the State Department and the administration is doing to help Ukraine. As I'm sure you're aware, I weighed in with Senator Portman over the weekend on the importance of providing jets through Poland for the Ukrainians after we heard from President Zelenskyy that that was his #1 request. And I understand that we are still working on that issue, that we had not coordinated with Poland before they made their announcement. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, and I was in a meeting where I ought to have heard about that just before I came, so I think that actually was a surprise move by the Poles.
And that one of the challenges is being able to backfill any planes that are provided to Ukraine. Is there a willingness on the part of other of our European allies to help support this effort?
Well, Senator, I think what's most important in the short run with regard to Poland is that they benefit from full air security from the NATO alliance. And as you know, the U.S. has increased our support to Poland, as have other NATO allies. So, and we're also looking at putting some Patriot batteries into Poland. So I think the main issue is to evaluate together what Poland's immediate needs are in the context of being a neighbor of this conflict.
And I certainly agreed with the line of questioning that you heard from Senator Rubio about the disinformation and what, if you want to know what Russia's planning, look at what they're accusing us of.
Exactly.
To what extent are we working with our allies on the responding to the disinformation that is out there that Russia's putting out? Because obviously the Baltic countries, Poland, a number of our Eastern European allies have long experience with responding to disinformation on the part of Russia. Are we coordinating that effort in any way?
Absolutely, Senator. I think you know the State Department's Global Engagement Center, which you all helped us stand up and supported, works 24/7 with other allies and partners, not just in Europe, but around the world, to bring to light Russian disinformation campaigns and who is pushing them. We also work with the tech companies to try to take down false stories, and we are working very assiduously on all of that now. We're also working to try to get truth into Russia in the context of a complete freeze on independent news going there, and that is an issue that is of paramount concern to all of us.
So how are we replacing the information that might have been shared through social media that is no longer operating in Russia? Are we looking specifically in that area?
So what I would say to you, without getting into it in too much detail, there are a large number of Russian independent journalists who are now active outside the country, who make use of the internet and Telegram and other channels to get truth into Russia. There are huge numbers of influencers and vloggers and videographers who are themselves working to push the truth into Russia, and I think that is partly why the Kremlin came down so hard on independent media. We ourselves were doing interviews at all levels with what was left of Russian independent media and any Russian state media that would have us, but we are continuing to work with lots of the journalists that we already had been working with, as have our allies and partners, and trying to find as many creative ways as we can to get truth into Russia.
Thank you. And finally, as you're aware, the European subcommittee did a hearing on the Black Sea region a month or so ago. And one of the things we heard is that the administration was working on a strategy for the Black Sea. Can you talk about how what Russia has done affects what that strategy might look like in the future?
I think the greatest concern is the fact that as Putin has installed more and more weapons and more sophisticated weapons onto the Crimean Peninsula, he has used that weaponry to threaten freedom of navigation and to claim greater and greater parts of the Black Sea well beyond territorial limits. You will remember from the fall, I can't remember the name of the British ship that came under fire when it was well in international waters. So we have a regular rotation of NATO exercises and U.S. exercises into the Black Sea to show presence and try to keep the Black Sea open. But we are also working on the capability of all of those states on the littoral, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey. And I will say that Turkey has taken some very strong moves since this conflict began under the Montreux Convention to deny warships access. So we are working on all of those things. And then the strategy will, of course, also look at cyber collaboration, economic integration, fishing, clean Black Sea, all of those things.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Undersecretary Nuland, welcome. I've done a fair amount of negotiating in my private sector life. Generally, when the negotiations proceed and I realize the negotiating partner is not negotiating in good faith, I walk away. Actually, always. If I'm not perceiving a good faith negotiation, I walk away. I've never, ever tried to negotiate with somebody who would refuse to even sit down and talk to me. But in fact, isn't that what's happening with the JCPOA negotiations right now? Iran refuses to meet with our negotiators?
So, Senator Johnson, we don't sit face-to-face with Iran, but we have nearly completed this agreement on the basis of the face-to-face negotiations that they do have with our European partners. So, you know, it's not ideal.
But it's true, Iran refuses to meet with us, correct? Isn't that an automatic admission that they're not good faith negotiations? Why would the administration, why would President Biden participate in something like that? That's a charade. It's not a negotiation.
Senator Johnson, I will say that I, too, have done a lot of negotiating in my life, and whereas it's not ideal not to sit in the same room, it can work, and proximity talks have been known to produce very good agreements over time. We will see if we can get there on this one.
Okay. Following up on Senator Rubio's questioning on Venezuela, it sounds like you really weren't talking about buying their oil. Is that true?
Senator, I'm happy to talk in some detail about all the contours of that trip in another setting, or perhaps in a little while. We are still in the process of working on a number of things there, but the primary purpose of that mission was to go see our 8 Americans who are incarcerated.
So again, Senator Rubio's more familiar with what their oil capacities are, but it sounds like they really couldn't add much to anything we would do. So, I mean, can you just state categorically that we will not be buying Venezuelan oil? We won't. If we're going to buy oil, we'll buy American oil. We won't buy from a tyrant like Maduro.
Senator, let me try to put this whole oil issue in some context, if I may. When we ban Russian oil, as the President very clearly did today, that has an impact on all kinds of things. You know, we already have a situation, thanks to the international efforts that we have galvanized, where 70% of Russian fuel is stuck. But the particular kind of Russian fuel that the U.S. imports, or had been importing, was heavy fuel. And that is only produced in a couple of countries around the world. So whereas, you know, we want to ban Russian oil, we also need to find a way, if we do not want to have major economic impacts as a result of this war and this squeeze on oil around the world, we have to find a way to get more capacity into the system.
So again, you're not ruling out buying oil from the tyrant Maduro in Venezuela. You're not ruling that out.
I will come back to you on that question.
Okay. We have seen some protests in Russia. It seems like they're being suppressed pretty effectively. People are being jailed. What information are those individuals getting? How are they getting it? And what is the U.S. doing to make sure that the Russian people get more of the truth and less Russian propaganda?
Well, again, President Putin is scared of what we were already doing, so scared that he had to choke off the rest of what was left of the free press in Russia. But as I mentioned to Senator Shaheen, we and our allies have broad and deep relationships with lots of Russian journalists and lots of Russian brave influencers operating outside of Russia, who are able to push their information into Russia by various means. We also have RFERL, which, though it has been closed down in Russia, has a relatively sizable listenership and viewership through the web, through the internet, which President Putin has not yet closed down in Russia. So we're working on lots of different ways to try to get truth into Russia. I will say that brave Ukrainians, whether they are individual citizens with their cell phones or Ukrainian journalists, have documented the same pictures that we are seeing on our TV are now being packaged by some of these Russian journalists to get back into Russia and to get the truth to them, despite President Putin's effort to blind his own people.
I hope part of the truth we're going to be broadcasting to Russia is just how much of the oligarchs Putin has stolen from the Russian people. I hope as we confiscate that wealth, which I hope we do, I hope we lay it out for the Russian people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Menendez. Thank you, Undersecretary Nuland, both for this hearing and for last night's classified briefing. I wish the American people could see the determined and strong and bipartisan engagement that I'm at least experiencing from this committee and from Congress. Over the weekend, more than 280 members of Congress participated in a call with President Zelenskyy. And if anything, I have been encouraged, even surprised at times, by the unanimity within Congress of support for stronger and stronger measures against Putin and Putin's Russia for his unjustified and immoral invasion of Ukraine. You've served for 32 years at least our nation and our public in the State Department and in other roles, and your advice and your insight is greatly appreciated and welcome. And I believe that President Biden's forceful leadership, the decision to proactively release intelligence in order to make it clear to Russia we knew what they were planning, to proactively invest time and effort and diplomatic resources in rebuilding our ties with the EU, with NATO, with other vital partners, laid the groundwork for what has been, in just 12 days, a striking, swift, broad action by the West to impose crippling sanctions on Russia and Russia's economy. I'm very concerned about the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. The United Nations is planning for 5 million refugees and 7 million internally displaced people. There are, as of today, 2 million Ukrainians who have fled the country, 1 million of them children. That's more in 12 days than fled Syria in 3 years. And I'm hopeful that this week we will pass an emergency supplemental for Ukraine that will be no less than $12 billion, and that more than half of that will be dedicated to the humanitarian crisis. Please help us understand the UN's playing a key role. The World Food Program, UNHCR, as well as, of course, USAID, and some other impressive private groups like World Central Kitchen are responding quickly. Our partners and allies like Poland, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, as you've mentioned, are responding. What more can we and should we do to meet this humanitarian crisis, which is coming on top of refugee and food insecurity crises in a dozen other countries around the world?
Senator Coons, I think you put your finger on it, that unfortunately, at 2 million refugees now, we may not.
We've been listening to the Senate hearing there amid new sanctions just on Russian oil. And speaking of that, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here, everyone. And when we come back, you can see how the market ended for the day. Dow down 184 points. We're going to be talking all about gas prices as they went up more than 50% just from a year ago today. We'll get the very latest on what we are seeing across the board here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. So great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country and, of course, around the world. We're hitting new records, the type that we do not want to hit. We're talking about gas prices as they continue to surge up and up. So we now have a new national high here that we are seeing across the board. To get a little bit more updates on all of that, let's go out to Fox 13's Josh Cassio joining us here live on Live Now from Fox with the very latest. Josh, how you doing?
Hey, doing well. I'll tell you what, those gas prices affecting everyone right now from Florida all across the country. And, you know, one thing a lot of people are thinking about is how can I save money at the pump? How can I stretch my gas tank even further? And the reality is you don't have to drive an electric car to save money at the pump. We've got some tips for you. The first thing I want to tell people, and this is an easy thing you can do, you might want to think about taking your car in to make sure it's running as efficiently as possible, because if not, you're certainly going to be burning excess gas. Number two, you've probably heard this before, but it's a good time to remind folks, make sure your tires are properly inflated. If they're underinflated, again, you're going to be burning excess gas. But here's the real key, and this is something everyone can do the minute they get in their car tonight, and that is pay attention to your driving habits. Minor changes can have a big impact on how often you're filling up. So Slamming on the gas, that is wasting gas. Speeding, wasting gas. Idling your car for a long time, watching a YouTube video, wasting gas. Weighing your car down with luggage or perhaps golf clubs. That's another way you're going to be slowing and affecting your fuel economy. These are little things that when you put them all together really can save you money. Remember, cutting off oil from Russia, that is going to have a direct impact on gas prices, sending them even higher. So you're going to want to get as much out of each fill-up as you can.
Fuel economy peaks at around 50 miles per hour. So if you're speeding, then that's going to reduce your fuel economy. In fact, reducing your highway speeds by 5 to 10 miles per hour can actually increase your fuel economy by as much as 14%. It's really hard to know where we go from here. You know, this Russian conflict is ongoing. We don't know when that will be resolved, and then what the fallout will be from that. So it's just a situation where we just have to cross our fingers and hope for the best, and hope that best comes soon.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that can't come soon enough. All right, so that mostly covers gas prices, but there's another fuel cost having as big or maybe even a bigger impact, and right now that is the cost of diesel fuel. They say diesel fuel is what drives America's economy because it's what powers our truckers, and of course when diesel prices go up, just about everything else goes up, from food to lumber costs. Right now, diesel is $4.75 a gallon nationwide. That's just 10 cents less than the record high set in 2008, so there's yet another layer to these high gas prices that we're all paying. So high at the pump, high for truckers, and again, us as consumers, we're just paying a lot more for everything, and certainly none of this makes it any better. Back to you.
All right, Josh, what's the price you got right behind you there? What are you guys looking at there in Florida? Looks like what, 4?
Yep, some look right. Yeah, directly behind me there, that is $4.19 a gallon. I've seen higher, I've seen lower, so it's about the standard right now. I've heard it could go as high as $4.50 as we stop this flow of oil from Russia. So brace yourselves, it's going to go higher. But again, if you do a few things to your driving habits, you maybe don't drive angry, you can have a big impact on your overall bill. Back to you.
Absolutely. Josh, thanks so much for all the tips. We appreciate it. Right here live on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the very latest. We are moments away from President Biden remarks, and this is a live look right now as he is going to be talking at the VA clinic there in Fort Worth. Just moments away. It looks like he's getting a demonstration right now, and we will keep an eye on this and give you the very latest coming up. We are being told that his remarks are just moments away, and look at this. Wow, that is amazing to see that wheelchair. All right, we will take a quick 2-minute break. Everyone stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
President. I am...
I'm going to take you out right now. We have President Biden. I'm just going to roll back this tape here so you'll see it from the beginning in Fort Worth, Texas. They're talking to the VA clinic right here.
Wearable robotic device with motorized hip and knee joints to assist those with lower extremity weakness, including paralysis with standing and walking. It is FDA approved for use in those with spinal cord injuries and stroke. It is also FDA approved for home use. Some of the benefits of using an exoskeletal assisted device include, of course, just being able to stand and walk in and of itself. Additional benefits include potential improvement in bone mineral density, pain, and bowel bladder function. One of the first questions, and perhaps the most common question that a person who sustains a spinal cord injury asks is, will I walk again? And of course, some will naturally recover and regain the ability to walk unassisted, and some realistically will not. But tools of this nature and having these tools in our armamentarium assist us with accomplishing that goal, improving functional independence, and successful reintegration into the community. Mr. President, would you like to see a walking demonstration?
Whatever you want to do, boy. I'm down.
All right. We got to tighten up that corset so he's secure.
This will be kind of limited because the space he needs to turn around and get back is a little bit large for this device. So.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go.
But this is part of the thing, the technologies that we're able to test and then field for our veterans. And these were devices that were donated to the VA.
Okay. Footing down. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So without this device, John wouldn't be able to take steps, but with this technology, he can do so. You want to take a few steps? Sure. Here we go. We'll just go out towards the camera. Here we go. Good. And turn right here. Good. Yeah, go ahead. Take a turn. Nice. And we'll stop. Good. Right step. Excellent. And pivot back. Nice. Very good. 4. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Go. And we will sit. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Very good. Nice job.
Hey, John, how long have you had the injury?
Sorry?
How long you had the injury?
12 years.
12 years?
12 years in July this year.
And when did you get fitted?
I've been walking in these since 2014 in different ones. So this isn't mine. This is owned by the Dallas VA. I don't own one. I don't really see the reason to own one until I can get one until I can do it unassisted.
Yeah.
So, but I use it for therapy weekly at the VA, so.
I'll be darned. Yeah. You know, I think one of the things we're going to try to do is, when in fact it's even made more usable, it should be available for free to you.
Maybe.
No, I'm telling you. It's going to be.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
At any rate.
Mr. President, may I show you another piece of technology over here?
Yes.
Yeah, this is another piece that was donated to us that we were fielding out, made by a small, I believe, veteran-owned company.
So this is a power wheelchair. It has multiple functions. Again, this is available at the Dallas VA. We have a donated device that we're going to issue here soon.
If I want to go into an off-road mode, I can. So I can use this out on my land or outside, you know, with the kids. It's it's made for rough terrain, go up to about 8 miles an hour, so you can keep up with those kiddos. And then if I want to access something in my room, somebody's behind me, my kitchen or bedroom, you can elevate and get even higher if you need to. So then we're face to face. So there we go. So for a vet, that's a big deal to be face to face. And if you're not able to utilize an exo, you can utilize a power wheelchair that will get you to that portion. And again, these were
do we have any of these or just donated?
We have this at our facility, sir, and we can issue them through the Dallas VA when a patient comes in for an evaluation. Yes, sir.
And what does one of these cost from?
This one is around $30,000. Yes, sir. That our prosthetics department, who funds the equipment for our patients, assists in paying for the devices. So we just have to prescribe it as professionals, and then it's available to the veterans.
I'll be damned.
I should point out, this also will do unique things. It'll go over curbs, it'll climb stairs. And somewhere we have some footage of Congressman Allred running around and demo.
He has been in this one. When we were issued this demo device that we could evaluate patients, he was in it. So it does work. And then if I want to go down, I can transition back down. And it's not a large device, so you can fit it in your house, and it's wonderful.
Well, that's great. That's
and
great.
They're making an even better off-road version with bigger tires for exactly to allow people, our spinal cord injured veterans, to better enjoy nature and have a more fulfilling life. Any questions, sir?
No, you know, one of the things I was able to get past when I was a senator was any prosthesis, and it should be applied here, that someone is given, if there's a more modern version of it, they get it for free, get it upgraded.
Great.
So this idea of having to use whatever you were first given, and now, because so much is happening technologically, that is going to change things for veterans.
And you're absolutely right.
You deserve this and a hell of a lot more. A hell of a lot more.
Okay, sir,
all right.
Let me take you over here.
Thank you, man. Well, thanks for your service.
Well,
thank you.
I'll introduce you to the rest of the team. And this is Miss Deborah Chatham.
Hey, Deborah, how are you?
It's an honor to meet you. And Mr. Fairlight. And I'll let you take over.
Okay. I'm Deborah Cheatham, and I am the program manager for the Post 9/11 program. We work with both non-combat and combat veterans. We work with both severely and non-severely ill. And what we do, we help when a veteran is new back into the civilian world. We assist them getting their medical care, behavioral health, whatever community resources they may need, anything they need to link back into the civilian world. And we provide a lot of brief solution-focused counseling, education resources. And I know the interest of yours is burn. We do link them with the online website to register for the burn kit. And then we assist them with getting those appointments at our VA. And linkage to whatever other services they may need.
Let me ask you, do you have difficulty responding to calls for help for suicides in terms of timing?
We are fortunate. One, we have a large, I think we have 6 suicide prevention coordinators currently, and I think we're getting an additional one due to VACO providing extra funding specifically for this program, VA Central Office. We are able to get back within 24 hours with over 90% of the veterans who call the suicide hotline prevention. And the VA has standards. We have always beat those standards in the North Texas area. But again, we have a very aggressive suicide prevention coordinator. It's a very aggressive program. And that program reports directly to me as the director of the healthcare system.
Do you have enough nurse psychologists?
Well, then we plug them in. There are social workers who actually do the contacting and plugging in, and then we plug them in. They may be plugged in with an advanced practice nurse, they may be a psychologist or a psychiatrist, depending on what their needs are and what their preferences are. And a lot of this we can do through telehealth now. We've been very, due to the VA getting ahead of COVID by mandating the year before COVID hit that every provider in primary care and mental health and specialties was trained to be able to do telehealth and had to conduct a number of visits. We were well positioned when COVID hit because we had the staff already trained, we already had the equipment up and running, and we'd solved some of the technical issues like bandwidth that came with that. So,
well, I've been to an awful lot of VA centers, and it's been one of my concerns. And one of the things I find in many places is that a family will call and say, Johnny needs help, he's really in trouble. And they'll say, well, come in 24 hours, and he's dead in 24 hours.
So that's an interesting thing. So the hotline will connect whether you're a veteran or not. They will get the individual connected with services. Yeah. We really push hard for people that know a family member or a friend, colleague who's having problems to be fast about reporting it so we can do something. Don't wait, because people know.
But the question is, when they call, how much time can they come straight in?
Yes, we have 24-hour access. Okay, good. Not at this clinic, because this is
I get it. Emergency room. Yeah, okay, that's what I meant.
Plus, they can go to a private ER or an urgent care if it's in network.
Yeah. And to let you know, part of my program, we screen all new veterans coming into the system, and the suicide assessment is something that we do on all veterans. And if they need elevated care, then we're able to link them with mental health, or we put them directly into our program. So we try to cover all bases.
Well, still way high, 17 a day.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you. You're doing, my mother would say, you're doing God's work, kid.
Thank you.
No, you really are.
Ortiz?
You really are.
Mr. President.
Yes.
He's been understudies care about 7 years. He's been casing I think he's officer before.
Oh, you were a doctor?
No, just a soldier, a veteran.
You're not just a soldier, man. Come on.
I'm a veteran, OEF veteran. And I actually met this lady about 7 years ago when I first came in. She helped me navigate the VA system. It's been my biggest support and advocate here. It's been 7 years, so it's been a good experience for me.
He's being bashful. He will start the master's program in social work in the fall.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. What area of social work are you interested in?
I actually wanted to work for veterans. Veterans in the future. So I'm a clinical social worker and hopefully work at the VA or open up my own nonprofit organization to help future veterans.
Good for you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So our last gentleman is Mr. Carmichael, who is a veteran, who is in our burn pit registry and is also a VA police officer. I should point out real quickly that we are a participant in your Apollo program, your Cancer Moonshot program, and also our main VA has all the diagnostic capabilities to diagnose and treat cancers. So, with that, sir?
Thank you. Tell me about you.
I spent, I was over in Iraq 2005, 2006, again 07, 08. First time, Camp Taji and Al-Assad. Second time, I was a truck driver. I was all over the place. While I was at Camp Taji for the first 6 months, my first tour, my barracks was it was between a quarter to half a mile or less from where they burned from where the burn pit was located. And our
same with my son.
Excuse me, and our motor pool, with me being a mechanic, was even closer than that. So, I mean, every time the wind was blowing the wrong way, it was, it was all over us. And then when it comes to the VA and the treatment, last year, the beginning of August, I was diagnosed with esophageal cancer. They very quickly got me in there, my 6 weeks of radiation chemotherapy. Started my job at the Big Spring VA, West Texas VA healthcare system as a police officer in November. In January, the very end of January, I had surgery, and I just returned back to work yesterday. All right. Thank you, sir.
And that was President Biden from just moments ago. We are waiting for his full remarks. That'll be happening live right here on Live Now from Fox. When it happens, we'll bring it to you right here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. All right, now we are going back out to the Senate hearing right now as they talk about Russia sanctions. This just coming right after President Biden announced those new sanctions against and stopping Russian oil from being imported into the U.S. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Who have Jewish family members, but Vladimir Zelenskyy is a particular case. His great-grandfather and many siblings were murdered in the Holocaust. His grandfather fought with the Red Army against the Nazis. And yet he has been subject to 3 assassination attempts by public reporting, by this invasion, by war criminal Vladimir Putin. And the Russian missile strikes have hit Babin Yar, the ravine in Kiev that was the site of the largest single massacre of Jews during World War II in September of 1941. And I mention these facts because you were asked by Senator Romney how Vladimir Putin was justifying his actions, and you said he's kind of put it out there. And one of the things that's amazing, this is the person we're dealing with, he said that this invasion was needed to denazify Ukraine. So he is attempting to decapitate a government that's led by one of 2 Jewish heads of state in the world, who is the survivor of a family of those who were killed in the Holocaust. And he's doing it in a way where he's putting at risk sacred sites that are known throughout the world and across history for the massacre of Jews during World War II. This is the person that we're dealing with. Just that simple phrase, I'm trying to denazify Ukraine, suggests that he's thinking about this as if we're living in 1945 or 1941 rather than 2020. He's willing to repeat the big lie I'm going to denazify this country by killing one of 2 Jewish heads of state in the world and decapitating the government, repeating the big lie over and over and over again. And even willing to attack these sites like Babin Yar, and also there's Russia attacks in Odessa going on, and the massacre of Jews in Odessa was even larger later in the war than the massacres at Babin Yar in 1941. We've got to win. Democracies have to win this. The challenge, I think, that we're really grappling with is that the strategies that this administration has put together with other democracies are showing great resolve. And the Ukrainian people are showing even greater resolve. And there are early signs of resistance in Russia, runs on ATMs and banks, and protests despite repeated arrests that are ongoing. Nations that we wouldn't have expected to participate with NATO, Sweden and Finland, non-NATO members delivering weapons to Ukraine, Germany, which has had this post-World War II policy of not putting weapons into a war zone, willing to deliver weapons into Ukraine, Moldova, which has much to fear, announcing just last week that they desperately want to be members of the EU. What Vladimir Putin did in the 2014 invasion of Ukraine and the establishment of these puppet states in Donetsk and Luhansk, everyone could look at those states and see the grim Stalinist camps they were becoming from what had been thriving cities and realize we don't want any part of that. Vladimir Putin is chasing many nations that were not previously leaning toward the EU or leaning toward NATO. He's done the best possible job to chase them in to a Western orientation. We need to continue to harvest that, and yet the challenge of all of that is that may not be enough to change Vladimir Putin's calculation. There doesn't seem to be easy off-ramps, and we talked about this during the classified hearing that we had yesterday, and I don't need you to comment further on it. But if the world wants to know the character of this individual, there are a lot of ways to measure it, but someone who would attempt to decapitate the government of one of 2 nations in the world led by a Jewish head of state whose family perished in the Holocaust, and claiming that the motivation behind it is denazification of Ukraine. This tells you the kind of person we're dealing with. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chair.
Senator Young.
Welcome, Undersecretary. I wanted to follow up on the inquiries of the ranking member and Senator Murphy. Like them, I too am extremely concerned with reports Russia's attempting to link Iran deal negotiations to sanctions imposed on Russia for its invasion. The situation looks to me more like Russia's trying to blackmail the United States, hoping the administration is going to sacrifice Ukraine in a misguided effort to finalize an Iran deal at all costs. Reports indicate that Lavrov has requested written guarantees from the U.S. with regard to sanctions relief for transactions between Russia and Iran for the negotiations to continue as a precondition for closing out those negotiations. My question is this, Undersecretary. Has the administration provided any written guarantees to Russia that its trade, investment, or military cooperation with Iran will not be subject to sanctions?
No.
Thank you. Has anything about your negotiations with the Russians changed as a result of their invasion of Ukraine?
Senator, in this open setting, I will simply say that you are right. Russia is trying to up the ante and broaden its demands with regard to the JCPOA, and we are not playing let's make a deal.
I'll look forward to following up this line of inquiry in a closed setting. But before I move on, in light of the gravity of this dynamic, how can the administration negotiate in good faith with Russia in these Iranian talks? Wouldn't any announced deal be immediately undermined by Russia's ongoing behavior?
Senator, we're not negotiating with Iran, with Russia vis-a-vis Iran. As we talked about earlier, Russia, for its own reasons, has chosen to be a participant in these negotiations because it wants to see Iran's ability to get a nuclear weapon constrained. So this is one of those rare instances where we have the same strategic objective. And I would argue, as I did earlier, that for us, that strategic objective becomes even more important because we don't want a nuclear Iran and a rampaging Putin in Ukraine at the same time.
I'm not sure we still do have the same strategic objective. That argument might have been made until just the recent days when the Iranian, or the Russian negotiator put himself on the internet, indicating that his position was indeed shaped not by, if I recall, he said that his position was shaped by the current circumstances in Ukraine. What is the recent developments? Is that accurate? That the dynamics have changed on account of this intervention? And if so, does Russian participation undermine the negotiations?
What I can say in this open setting is that there may be some in Russia seeking to get extra benefits for their cooperation and participation in seeking to get Iran back into the JCPOA, but they are not going to be successful.
Thank you, Undersecretary. I'm going to move on. Just another couple of questions here. I'll bundle together in light of time. China is watching this entire Ukraine conflict with close interest and surely seeking to make the most of the situation. Can you provide more details on the Saturday call between Secretary Blinken and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang? Specifically, what did Foreign Minister Wang mean when he stated that the situation in Ukraine has, quote, reached a point that China did not wish to see, unquote?
Well, I'm going to let the Chinese side speak for themselves. I will simply say what I said earlier in this hearing, that our intention in our regular engagement with China, including Secretary Blinken's call with his counterpart, was to underscore that this war is not good for China, that we want to see China use its influence with Russia to get this war ended, and at a minimum to help get these humanitarian corridors going, and that if they are concerned about their economic situation, as they should well be with the lowest growth rates in 15 years, that this war is contributing to it.
I'm out of time. Thank you, Undersecretary.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your great work, Madam Secretary. As you may remember, you and I discussed in a hearing before this committee in December the fact that the United States can't preach temperance from a bar stool when it comes to Russian energy, at the same time as many voices were railing against Europe for their reliance on Russian natural gas. American fossil fuel companies were importing nearly $20 billion of Russian oil just last year. And at that hearing, we discussed the fact that American consumers were unwittingly financing the ill-gotten gains of Putin and his inner circle, the same oligarchs responsible for enabling Putin's human rights abuses within Russia and now the unjustified invasion of Ukraine. President Biden made the right decision today, and I applaud him for that. Now we need to make it a permanent ban to build on the steps that the President announced today. We have to permanently wean ourselves off of corrupt foreign oil and gas by investing in a clean energy revolution. I introduced legislation, the Spigot Act, last week to do just that, and I think we should enact it so that we have that permanent ban. Madam Secretary, do you agree that there would be value in a comprehensive United States government report that lifts the veil on oil and gas oligarchs and their involvement in a vast array of Russian human rights abuses?
Senator, I love the word oligarchs. It sounds like a very good idea to me.
Excellent. The reality is, though, that the only way that we can do that and make it sustainable is if we can prevent these fossil-fueled conflicts by ending our own addiction to oil. It happened in the Middle East. It's happening here. And President Biden acknowledged in making today's announcement that we can't wait for big oil to do the right thing. We will be waiting for as long as it takes for carbon to become a fossil fuel. So we have to act as a Senate in order to take those steps. On the question of the nuclear power plants in Russia, how is the United States supporting efforts by the International Atomic Energy Agency to ensure the continued safe operation of all 15 Ukrainian nuclear plants?
So, Senator Merkley, I think you know that the IAEA is trying to negotiate some rules of the road between Russia and Ukraine as Russia tries to seize physical control of all of these plants, even as it insists that the Ukrainian operators continue to operate the plants for them. I think the attack on Zaporizhzhia was a wake-up call for not only Ukrainians and Russians, but for the whole world about the danger of close combat near these facilities. So we are strongly supporting this effort to negotiate safe practices. And as you know, at Zaporizhzhia, the Ukrainian operators performed magnificently in closing down all but that last bit of power that is needed to keep the core from melting down, such that it was less subject to an accident. So I think that also speaks to all the work that they have done since Chernobyl on nuclear safety. They are some of the best in the world now, frankly, with our support over many decades.
President Biden nominated Laura Holgate to be his ambassador to the International Atomic Energy Agency, given the potential threat to the safe operation of Ukraine's reactors and Ukraine's overall energy security. How important is it that Ambassador Holgate be confirmed by the United States Senate without delay, given what we're seeing in Ukraine right now?
Extremely important. Laura is a friend of 20 years and an excellent specialist.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I hope we can get it on the committee's agenda very promptly. And how concerned are you that Ukraine's other nuclear facilities could be in the crossfire or be subject to a deliberate attack?
I think we're all concerned that the Russians want to gain physical and military control, at least of the outskirts. And so, again, we are continuing to work with the Ukrainians on safe procedures, and we're supporting this IAEA initiative to get some rules of the road going. We'll see if the Russians do more than pay lip service to it.
I agree with you 100%. We just have to move very, very rapidly if we're going to deal with these threats as they're unfolding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undersecretary Nuland, thank you for testifying today. We are sitting here watching the most significant military conflict in Europe unfold since 1945, since the end of World War II. And I'm sorry to say that this war, I believe, is the direct result of repeated mistakes made by President Biden and the Biden administration. Two mistakes in particular. Number one, the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan and surrender to the Taliban that emboldened our enemies across the globe. But then number two, with respect to Russia and Ukraine, very specific mistakes. You and I have talked at great length about Nord Stream 2. As you know, this committee and the Congress won a bipartisan victory stopping Nord Stream 2 in 2019. I authored that legislation. As a result, Putin was deterred from invading Ukraine. When Joe Biden became president, he came in bound and determined to surrender the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to Russia and Putin, notwithstanding the enormous risks that came from it. When President Biden surrendered to Putin on Nord Stream 2, waived the sanctions that had been passed by Congress, at that time, Ukraine told us, if you do this, Russia will invade Ukraine. At that time, Poland told us, if you do this, Russia will invade Ukraine. At that time, I told the administration, and others on this committee told the administration, if you do this, Russia will invade Ukraine. We will see tanks in the streets of Kiev. I wish those predictions had proven wrong. This weekend, all 100 senators were on a video conference call with President Zelenskyy from Ukraine. President Zelenskyy told us if the United States government had put sanctions in place last year on Nord Stream 2, Putin would not have invaded Ukraine. And yet the administration was bound and determined to continue surrendering to Russia, even as Russian troops massed on the border of Ukraine, so much so that the White House put political pressure and forced 44 Democrats to vote to support Russia and Putin just weeks before this invasion. Now, after the invasion, finally, once there were Russian troops invading Ukraine, finally then, the Biden administration was dragged kicking and screaming to implement sanctions on Nord Stream 2. As soon as you did, Nord Stream 2 declared bankruptcy and fired its employees. Now, in my judgment, Putin does not believe any promise from Joe Biden to maintain sanctions on Nord Stream 2 is credible. I think Putin is gambling that when the crisis passes, the sanctions will be lifted and Nord Stream 2 will be turned on. I've introduced legislation to make Nord Stream 2 sanctions permanent. In your judgment, do you believe sanctions on Nord Stream 2 should be permanent, or should the pipeline be allowed to be turned on?
Senator, I think Nord Stream 2 is now dead, and as you have said, it is a hunk of metal at the bottom of the sea. I don't think it will ever be revived.
So you don't think it will? So let me reiterate my question. Should the sanctions be permanent as a matter of law, in your judgment?
I don't think it matters one way or the other. I think the pipeline will never come back.
So you're testifying you have no objections then, and state has no objections to Congress making the sanctions permanent?
We haven't looked at what this would do, but I don't think it's relevant one way or the other.
Well, it is relevant because Biden waived them once in the face of massive congressional pressure.
Senator, if I may.
And put politics ahead of national security, and I believe Putin believes Biden will do it again.
Senator,
when the administration announced sanctions on Russia, it glaringly exempted energy from those sanctions. Now, this morning, the Biden administration listened to calls from me and from many others to finally include a boycott of Russian oil and gas. That was the right thing to do, but it should have been done at the outset. But Europe continues to rely on Russian energy. In your judgment, will our European allies follow suit and also boycott Russian energy?
As you have made clear, Senator, and as we all know, the Europeans have a much higher level of dependence today to heat their homes, to keep the lights on.
Is the Biden administration pressing the Europeans to end their reliance on Russia? And is the Biden administration pressing them to rely on alternative sources, including American energy, which is abundant and doesn't fuel a dictator like Putin?
So among the things that we have done as this crisis was emerging and since it started was to ship more American LNG and to create more global alternatives to Putin's gas going into Europe, as you know.
There are 6 applications pending with the Biden administration to export LNG. None of them have been approved. Do you have any expectations that any of them will be?
So the European LNG terminals right now are at full capacity to receive.
Okay, you're not answering the question.
One of the things that we are pressing Europe.
Are you going to answer the question?
Can I try to
You can answer the question.
Can I try to answer the question? We have taken advantage of this tragedy to again speak to Europe about its over-reliance on Russian energy.
The question was simple. Do you anticipate the applications to export LNG will be approved? You're not answering that question.
I frankly don't do LNG licensing. I expect that licenses will be approved for as much LNG as can be shipped. That's what I expect. But I don't, have responsibility for that, so I don't actually know how it works. But, Senator, I have to say to you, President Putin was going to launch this vicious, brutal war with or without Nord Stream 2.
That's not what Zelenskyy told us.
You know, that is my opinion.
That's also not what you said when you testified before this committee.
Time of the senator has expired. Senator Merkley.
Ambassador Nuland, thank you for being with us today. Reflecting on the fact that the people of Ukraine in 2004 launched the Orange Revolution to essentially say an unfair, rigged election had been held and insisted on a new election being held, and they got that new election. And 10 years later, the people of Ukraine launched the Revolution of Dignity, and the result was that the leader, Yanukovych, who was subjecting Ukraine to the shadow of Russia, fled the country and was impeached. And in 2019, a patriot named Zelenskyy proceeded to win by a landslide, campaigning against corruption. Time after time, the people of the Ukraine have said, we choose government by the people, not the Russian model of government by a dictator. And perhaps nothing is more threatening to Putin than having a neighbor, a close cousin, if you will, choosing government by the people. So here we are today with Putin determined to crush Ukraine, engaging in siege tactics, bombardment, and shelling of population centers. Untold numbers of civilians will die. 1,000 residences have been destroyed. 200 schools have been destroyed. I anticipate, but I ask this as a question, that we are going to continue to see this siege strategy by Russia attacking population centers, killing civilians, and driving millions of people out of the country. Is that a fair expectation?
I don't think that Russia's tactics will become less brutal, Senator Merkley. I worry that they will become more brutal as they become more desperate, that their vicious military campaign is slowing, is stalling, is not succeeding, because, as you said, the Ukrainian people again and again and again have stood up for their freedom, have stood up for their choice, and now, when it's a matter of life and death, they are doing it again, and not just for them, but for all of us.
So seeing the determination of the Ukrainian people to resist Russian strategy and Russian oppression, it seems like we can anticipate that Russia will face a long-standing insurgency of all kinds of proceeding to smuggle weapons in, anti-tank weapons, anti-plane weapons, and improvised explosive devices, this insurgency. And in combination, we're seeing the current sanctions having a huge impact on the Russian economy. So is the combination, the fact that Russia is going to face an enormously determined insurgency and crush an economy, give us hope that there is a deal to be struck, or is, with time, or is Putin so determined to bet his presidency, his office on crushing Ukraine that there's nothing that's going to stop this train until he's removed?
Senator Merkley, only President Putin knows if sanity will ever prevail inside his own head, but it is clear that Russia will lose this conflict, whether they lose it quickly or whether they lose it extremely slowly. It is a matter of time. The problem is that if this can be lost quickly, many, many, many lives will be saved, which is why we have to continue to pour on the economic pressure. We have to continue to support the defensive needs of the Ukrainian people and help them to resist, because, as we've said, they're fighting for themselves, but they're also fighting for us and our way of life.
So our strategy is maximum support for the Ukrainian patriots in their opposition to Russian military occupation and forces, massive humanitarian assistance, massive economic pressure on the government of Russia, and I fully support that threefold strategy.
and just accentuate the need to do everything we can to coordinate the world to support it. And I praise the Biden administration for having brought together such a significant coalition of freedom-loving nations to be engaged in supporting Ukraine. And so I just want to close by noting this is such a representation of the challenge we face worldwide in the vision of authoritarian control of people, with control of the press, control of freedom of speech. We see Russia crushing every form of free press in its nation, shutting down every form of social media it can, prevent the Russian people from knowing what's going on. And then we see Ukraine, which embraced government of, by, and for the people. We have to stand with the people of Ukraine, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again. Thanks for spending time with us in closed session yesterday. Earlier today, Ukrainian President Zelenskyy asked the Parliament of the United Kingdom to designate Russia as a terrorist country. Is Russia a state sponsor of terrorism?
Senator, we had not put it that way before, but I have to tell you that every day that goes by as they commit these egregious, brutal acts on the ground, it's something we should look at.
And one of the things we visited about a little bit last night in closed session, I want to go to an open session now, and that's the Russians involved with the Iranian nuclear deal and negotiations there. It does seem, as I mentioned.
All right, everybody, we are now going live. President Biden about to speak about veteran care. You're watching here live now from Fox.
Hello, everyone. Please sit down. Thank you. I don't know who's coming. I want to thank you, Councilwoman Beck. Look, what I said on the way out, the thing that bothers me the most when veterans aren't looked out for because of what we owe them is every single solitary veteran deserves to be treated with dignity. They shouldn't have to ask for a damn thing. It shouldn't be, can you help me? It's, I've got a problem, and we should say, how can we help? And so I thank you for your service. I thank you for all of you who are here for your service. And I hope that hearing you will inspire more veterans to do exactly what you're doing. Sign up for the benefits and support you have earned. What I found with my son, what I found with my friends, I found with the generation of Vietnam, there's this notion that you shouldn't ask for anything. You're military. You don't ask for anything. You just serve. You should be asking. You should be letting us know. You should let us know what is bothering you, what is the problem, because we owe it to you. It's great to be here in Fort Worth at the Resource Connection, and I'm able to spend time with Mayor Parker earlier very briefly. I want to thank her for the passport into town, and I also want to thank Judge Whitley and all the city and council members, city council and county council members as well here today. I want to thank you. I often tell the story. I got elected to the county council in my state. We're like a miniature Illinois. We have one state with 60% of the population. So a councilman has a district 7 times as big as a House member and 3 times as big as a state senator. And I did not want to run, but I ran just to show the flag, and unfortunately I won. And they reapportioned me. It was in 1970. I got reapportioned from a 4-year term to a 2-year term because the opposition party saw more in me than I saw in me. And I was forced to know what we say in public life, up or out. And I ended up running for the Senate before I was old enough to be sworn in. Didn't expect to win that either. And here I am, you're stuck with me. But the reason I ran for the United States Senate, it was too hard being a county councilman. You'd knock on the door and say, my name's Joe Biden, Democratic candidate for the county council. And they look at you like, And you know what they're thinking. Well, you know part of what they were thinking. What's the county council do? Well, you affect people's lives as much as anybody else, and people go, county council. Anyway, but I just think that, Jake, you're a fighter pilot. You get this stuff. I mean, you know what I mean? You can smile, Jake. It's okay. It's okay. Jake's a Republican, but I like the hell out of him. He's got, no, I'm serious. This guy's the real deal. The three congressmen you have here, two of them look like they really could and did play ball, and the other one looks like he could bomb you. And it's a tough group, but a good group. Look, I want to thank you and your staffs for welcoming us to town. It's a one-stop shop connection for people in this county to the services and benefits they need, and that's important. And I'm here today to talk about the critical community it serves, our veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. I'm joined today by the bipartisan group of Texas reps that are here and who care deeply about these issues. Congressman Mark Veazey is, I want to thank him so much for giving me the passport into his district here. And I want to let them know how proud I am to sign into law the bill to create a national monument to Medal of Honor winners and recipients and the values they represented. It was a very important thing you did. And Congressman Colin Oliver, I want to thank you for your work in the Veterans Affairs Committee and the House of Representatives, particularly your leadership dealing with veterans' mental health issues. And Congressman Jake Ellzey, a member of the House Veterans Committee, a veteran himself, served 20 years in the United States Navy, multiple combat tours as well. Congressman, thank you all for being here and for allowing me to be with you and continuing to serve our country. You know, I've often said, and I mean it sincerely from the bottom of my heart, veterans are the backbone, the spine, the sinew of who we are in this country. 1% of you these days, 1% of you serves all the rest of us. And the 99% who aren't with you deserve to treat you with the dignity and respect and service that you deserve. You're the best of us, and we owe you. And I've always believed that, and I've said this from the time I was a young senator, we have many obligations in the United States Senate, the United States Congress, President of the United States, to the American people, to the elderly, to the poor, to those in need. But we only have one truly sacred obligation, and I mean this, sacred obligation. That is to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Only a small percentage, I said, deserve and claim the title of veteran. More than 1.4 million of them are living here in Texas. That's about 6.5% of your population. And to be a veteran is to have endured the survival and survived challenges most Americans will never know. And you have done it, and you've done it for all of us, all of us. A week ago, during my State of the Union message in Washington, I spoke about the bipartisan unity agenda. 4 big things I think all of us, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, can agree on and rally around. One is dealing with the opioid epidemic, which is stealing the lives of so many people. 2, mental health for our children that are in the wake of all that's happened because of COVID and all the consequences. There's over 1 million people out there who are no longer sitting at the kitchen table this morning because of COVID, and people worry about that, and the kids particularly. 3rd is ending cancer as we know it, which I'm confident we can do. And 4th is supporting our veterans, fully supporting them. These are the issues unite us because they impact America in every single solitary state. Issues that go beyond partisan politics because they're about people, our neighbors. Caring for our veterans has been a central focus of my administration since day one. And for the last year, the Department of Veterans Affairs, led by Secretary McDonough, has been the linchpin of our government-wide push to make life better for American veterans. Providing assistance through this pandemic like job training and housing. We're helping lower-income veterans access VA care debt-free. We're expanding access to health care services for women veterans and the LGBTQ community veterans. We're implementing a plan to bring down the rate of suicide among service members and veterans. You know, it's sad to say, but to this day, we average 17 veterans a day commit suicide. Every single day. More than get killed in combat every single day. It's an absolute tragedy that demands not only a whole-of-government approach, but a whole-of-country working together to deal with this issue. Texas is one of those states participating in the governor's and mayor's challenge to take on this crisis. And as I announced in my State of the Union message, we're focusing on meeting the specific care and needs for all our veterans who suffer because of their service, for all our veterans. We learned a horrible lesson after Vietnam. It was the harmful effects of Agent Orange, which were dropped upon so many thousands of veterans, and the years it took to manifest illnesses in veterans. Because then the veteran had to prove that whatever his problem was directly a consequence of Agent Orange. Well, we passed a law that I was proud to be a co-sponsor of a long time ago, saying that if you had Agent Orange drop upon you, it was presumed that the illness you had was the consequence of that. And how we're even slower to connect the dots of what's happening to those too many Vietnam veterans living in a lurch, unable to access the care they needed. It was only in the past year that we added bladder cancer and conditions of underactive thyroid and Parkinson's, a list of conditions tied to Agent Orange exposure, as science told us more. Decades after the exposure took place, it took far too long to reach that decision, in my view. And I refuse to repeat the mistake when it comes to veterans of our Iraq and Afghan wars. Not only did they face the dangers in the battlefield, but they were breathing toxic smoke and burn pits where they were based. I was in and out of Afghanistan and Iraq 23 times. I spent a fair amount of time there as the United States Senator and as Vice President. The burn pits that incinerate wastes of war, medical and hazardous materials, jet fuel, and so much more, just dug in big pits not far from the hooches, not far from where our veterans were sleeping. When our troops came home, the fittest among them, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, too many of them were not the same. Headaches, dizziness, numbness, cancer. And we don't know yet enough about the connection between burn pits and each of these diseases so many of our veterans are now facing. But I'm committed that America make the commitment to find out everything we can. I'm committed to the families like Danielle Robinson, the widow of Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson, who joined my wife Jill in the First Lady's box of the State of the Union. Sergeant Robinson was born a soldier, Army National Guard, combat medic in Kosovo and Iraq, stationed at the same bases and around the same exact time as my son, Major Bo Biden, United States Army. In Baghdad, Sergeant Robinson was stationed yards from burn pits the size of football fields. And back home in Ohio, Danielle and their little girl waited for him to come home, to coach the soccer team, to build Legos. But when he finally came home, cancer likely caused prolonged exposure to the burn pits, ravaged his lungs and his body. A soldier who could bench press 315 pounds, squat 400 pounds, run 2 miles in 12 minutes, would be bent over in a bathroom gasping for air. Danielle, working full-time, turned to become a 24/7 caregiver, scared to leave him alone for even a minute. He was just 39 years old when she held his hand as he took his last breath. But Danielle said he never stopped fighting, and neither did she. She kept fighting for his memory, in his memory, for our veterans and their families are going through the same thing today. Families like hers, like so many of yours, you're the reason why we're doing everything we can. We've increased funding for VA research to study the health effects of toxic exposure in the military. We're speeding up the process to identify and address adverse impacts of military-related environmental exposure. We're following the science in every case, but we're also not going to force veterans to suffer in limbo for decades if the science is even if it's evenly divided. When the evidence doesn't give a clear answer one way or another, the decision we should favor is caring for our veterans while we continue to learn more, not waiting. So I directed the VA to move quickly to review more of the cancers and provide determinations on whether or not they're presumed to be service-connected within 90 days. And by the way, you saw what happened when at 9/11 when the buildings went down in New York. You saw the thousands of firefighters who, in fact, were because of the toxic smoke they inhaled. Finally, because some of the people in the media and in entertainment insisted that they be compensated for. Well, when diseases are so rare that there isn't enough evidence, we'll examine other factors as well. And this week, Secretary McDonough is developing a new rule that will add several rare respiratory cancers to the list of presumptive conditions for certain veterans. We also need to know more about which of our veterans may have been exposed to burn pits in the first place or other environmental toxins during their service. To record possible exposures before service members separate from the military. So we're building a more comprehensive database from the Department of Defense and the Veterans Affairs to use to track access to exposures. We're working hard to educate everyone across the VA system about the potential impact of specialized care needed for burn pit exposure, urging veterans to sign up for the VA burn pit registry and to make sure they know about the benefits that may be available to them. You know what I found about veterans as we worked for those who are trying to deal with the mental health problems? Is they're used to always giving. You don't think you have a right to ask for anything. You don't think you have a right to ask. We're asking you to tell us. Tell us where you've been. Tell us what your needs are. Nothing to be ashamed of, it's to be proud of. We owe you. Improving training for VA providers to make sure they're equipped to diagnose and treat exposures to related conditions. And this year, launching a new network of specialized care providers and call centers to help connect veterans with questions about exposure to care that's consistent, comprehensive, and high quality. Folks, these are the kinds of steps that can make a difference in getting the proper care for more patients and providing support for veterans, especially those facing cancer diagnosis. And every one of you know, the earlier cancer is diagnosed, the greater the prospect of dealing with it, the greater the prospect of curing it. It reinforces the new goal of my cancer moonshot, to cut cancer deaths, the death rate by 50% over the next 25 years at a minimum, to create more supportive experience for all the patients and families. Secretary McDonough is part of my newly formed cancer cabinet. The Department of Veterans Affairs is an essential part of our whole of government initiative because we're going to invest billions of dollars solving this problem to turn cancers from death sentence into treatable diseases. These are all the things my administration is moving on. We're not waiting. We're not waiting. But some of the most important next steps need congressional action. Both the United States House of Representatives and the Senate have bills in motion that would extend eligibility period for VA care for burn pit-related health impacts from 5 years to after leaving the military to a minimum of 10 years. That would open enrollment to all veterans who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in February, the Senate passed their bill to do just that, unanimously, Democrat and Republican. And the House bill that passed just last week would do even more, expanding health care, mandating research, reforming the process of determining presumptions, and adding more conditions to the list of presumptive care. Both of these bills have bipartisan support. These are the bills that unite the American people. These are the bills that will deliver necessary care for our veterans and their families. And let's get those bills to my desk so I can sign them immediately. Immediately. Folks, we have a sacred obligation as a nation. I promise Danielle Robinson and I promise all of you here today that we'll do better. We must. We owe you. We owe you. I can't say enough about the veterans community. And there's a famous expression by a famous English poet who said, "They also serve who only stand and wait." To every husband and wife with the deployed husband or wife. To every child with a mom or dad deployed, we owe you. We owe you. Because they also serve only stand and wait. I remember the head of the National Guard in the state of Delaware, wife, used to say a prayer. When my son got deployed, my wife is a school teacher who got up earlier than I did to get to school. I'd get to the train, it's 7:30 train. And I walked downstairs, I'd just had shades and had my trousers on to get a cup of coffee. She'd be standing over the sink like many of you have done, looking out the window, mouthing a prayer that she was given by the commander's wife. A prayer for her son who was in harm's way. All of you did that. All of you do that. All of you worry about that call. So thank you. Thank you as well. Concluding point I'll make, and we talked about it, the Congressman and I on the way down. You know, this is an incredible generation, the 9/11 generation that fought. They served in a way, I think they're right up there with the greatest generation. Because they not only got deployed once, but sometimes twice, 3, 4 times in the harm's way. They come home and go back. And after knowing that they cleaned off the blood of the seat of that up-armored Humvee that they were in where they lost somebody. And they'd have to saddle up and go back out again. An enormous generation. An incredible generation. I was telling the guys on the way down, I remember flying into Iraq one of those times, and I went into the cockpit, and there were, I believe, 6 members, 5 men and 1 woman. And I asked the question of all of them, I said, how many is this your first tour of duty? Nobody raised their hand. Second tour of duty, nobody. Third tour, 2 of them. Fourth tour, 2 of them. Fifth tour, 1. No other generation has been deployed, redeployed, and redeployed, and redeployed. That takes nothing away from the World War I and World War II and Vietnam generations. But it's one thing to serve and come home and then go back and go back and go back. So we owe you. We owe you all, every veteran in here, and every family member of veterans. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you for all you do.
President Biden wraps up there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you live events as they're happening, always in real time right here. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We listen into a little bit more of the Senate Foreign Relations hearing on Russian sanctions. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
We've gotten from Russia, which ought to be coming from the United States. I think it's a mistake to go and ask Iran for more energy, a mistake to go to Venezuela for more energy, which is what seems to be what this administration is doing, going from one dictator, thug, to another. And could I get your thoughts on that?
So, Senator Barrasso, in the context of, first of all, high energy prices even before we got into this conflict, then the impact of the war on energy prices, and then the impact of sanctions. As the President said today, there is going to be some pain in this for us. What we are doing is going all around the world working with partners and organizations and entities to try to increase the amount of oil on the market. Russia, I think 70% of the oil that it puts on the market has already been constrained by a combination of sanctions, but also self-sanctioning of trading entities. So that is a massive loss to the global need. So frankly, we've got to look everywhere that we can, including in terms of increased U.S. production, Canadian production, Mexican production. The Japanese are shipping gas now to Europe. We've got to all work together to increase the supply so that the pain of all of this goes primarily on Russia, which is losing revenue and dumping product, in fact, and paying a high price for that, and less on us and the American consumer and the European consumer.
And I appreciate your comments that energy prices were high prior to all of this, and that to me is a direct result of the policies of this administration. As John Kerry, former Secretary of State, said, he hoped that what was happening in Russia and by Russia and Ukraine did not distract from his climate agenda, and I think that is a very terrible mistake to be the position of the United States. Thanks, Madam Secretary.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's so good to see you. Thank you for staying for this long hearing.
Thank you.
You're at the tail end here. We talked yesterday in the classified briefing about food issues.
Yes.
And this data but Russia and Ukraine account for roughly 14% of the global wheat production, and even more so, about 30% of the global share of exports. We are already seeing unprecedented increase in global food insecurity around the globe due to COVID-19 and, of course, the climate change impacts which we're seeing in places like Afghanistan. The World Food Program has already issued, before the Ukraine crisis, a special appeal for $6 billion to cover increase in assistance that it's going to be providing to literally the tens and tens of millions of people, including millions of children, from starvation and death in places like Afghanistan and the Horn of Africa. The crisis is already having an impact on what is an already dire situation, with making it worse. Wheat prices jumping almost 50% and hitting records highs. So I'm seeing already this omnibus shape up, and I have a lot of concerns that it's not going to be anywhere near meeting the crisis. The spending bill that we're seeing is going to include billions of dollars for humanitarian assistance that can be used by the State Department in Ukraine, but also some flexibility, I'm being told, that around the globe. And I expect a substantial portion of these funds will be provided through the Migration and Refugee Assistance Program. And I guess with your earlier comment to Senator Coons, where you said that a lot of the resources we're putting there won't even, I think the quote, won't even have half of what we need, given the growth of this refugee crisis that's going to probably come. I'm wondering, do you think the State Department will have the ability to really use any portions of these emergency MRA funds to meet the needs of refugees, not just in Ukraine, but also around the globe?
So, Senator Booker, I want to thank you for raising these issues yesterday. I've already taken them back with regard to what it means when a Ukraine at war may not be able to plant this season, and what it means to global food insecurity. And a lot of smart people had apparently already been thinking about this, and we are meeting on it and planning on it, including how to use some of this support that the Congress is looking at giving at us, not just in Ukraine, but for the larger impacts globally of that breadbasket not being able to supply. So we will work with you on all of these issues.
I am so grateful. And I'm wondering, is there a plan already in place, given how much our infusion of resources was propping up the Afghani economy for 20 years, and then pulling us out and all the other military, civilian, diplomatic corps out of there, crashing their economy in addition to climate change, in addition to COVID? We know that right now, unless something changes, roughly 1 million children will die alone of famine. Yeah. And I'm just wondering, what is our ongoing commitment to that crisis?
So we've been engaged in a lot of different efforts to get humanitarian support, appropriate humanitarian support directly to the Afghan people, including increasing licensing for humanitarians, both our own and other internationals, increasing our own contributions to UN agencies that are active in Afghanistan, as well as trying to create banking flexibilities for remittances and other things that are going to alleviate the cash crunch. We can arrange a separate session for you.
I would appreciate that. In my 1 minute, I know you're on top of this issue, but I really would like your testimony. Obviously, we've seen reports that refugees from ethnic and racial minorities in Ukraine are experiencing discrimination as they try to flee Ukraine. Many of them, we've seen images of them being blocked from the ability to enter other countries, or in many ways get the kind of resources other Ukrainians are. So can you just tell me what the State Department's doing about this to encourage our European allies to process all refugees coming from Ukraine equally, and what's the State Department doing to ensure that our assistance is being used in ways that adheres to our humanitarian assistance principles, neutrality, impartiality, and independence?
So, Senator Booker, it was a very acute problem, as you know, in the first days of the conflict, as a number of students and workers from other countries, as well as Ukrainian Africans and others, tried to get out across the borders and faced significant discrimination, primarily on the Ukrainian side out of local ignorance, I will tell you. And Secretary Blinken took that issue up immediately with Foreign Minister Kuleba, and within hours we began to see the situation improve. We've also done advocacy for specific groups that have gotten trapped, groups of African students, Indian students who we helped to get on a bus to get out of Ukraine when we had some advocacy from the Indian government. So we will continue to take on those cases as we see them. We are largely not seeing the problem in EU countries. I think we were dealing with quite a bit of early ignorance at the local level in Ukraine.
Great, and I just want to say, you can see from both sides of the aisle, this is a very emotional and as well as patriotic interest and passion. We're putting a lot of time in here, but I know you and your team have the same deep feelings, have the same passion, patriotism, concern. I can only imagine you all are working around the clock, and I just want to give you my gratitude for that commitment and the incredible work you all are putting in, and the hours, I'm sure, as well.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to say that on behalf of the men and women of the State Department, who I'm proud to have been a part of for most of my life, to see folks in every generation of service and all around the world jump in and say, what can I do? And to participate and put their intellectual capital, their time into this has just been amazing, and it's the best of America and the best of the State Department.
Thank you.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your service, and thank you for being here for such a long hearing. I have three basic questions. The first is, what's the status of the negotiation as it relates to the humanitarian corridors? We're reading different things. I'm wondering what's real and what's not and what's possible.
So on the humanitarian corridors, I think you know we're on our third day of disappointment, where we thought we had something agreed. UN agencies have been the main negotiators, ICRC and UNHCR. And in those, the first two attempts, we actually had local firing by Russian forces on folks seeking to flee. We're now attempting, or they are now attempting to try again in Mariupol. We also had